Yo-ho!
Ooh.
Ooh.
Peanut.
Ah! You bastard. You savage.
It doesn't really count because I was already like
I can't believe
talking
you
in
held your
text
breath all
response.
week.
But...
Wow.
Wow, that's crazy.
Really, really impressive that you didn't say a word until just now.
Oh, shit. Wait, I'm Komisu. Okay.
Oh,
There we go. Oh, ha. Yikes.
Reactive Fugi.
I just typed in reactive.
You know what? I think I'll just be Skeeter this weekend.
Oh, yeah. Some people might already know you as Skeeter.
I think I just am the Skeeter.
The Skeet Man.
The
Skeeter. Skeetered it.
Skeeted it.
Ooh.
Hey.
Are you ready for some Ludum? I don't know where I was going with that.
Did you did you say you already made a Miro board?
Yeah, and because you guys are a part of the Keyboard Cowboys team, apparently you should already have access to it. So I guess log into Miro, check your dashboard, and see if it's there.
Okay. Yeah.
I was sitting here waiting for the dang link.
Yeah, me too, you know.
I mean, I am going to post it in the chat for viewer only mode.
Oh, dangerous.
I think that's what we did last time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on.
So I see Steven, that's ridiculous at gmail.com and Rudmethod at gmail.com as part of the keyboard. That team can access it.
Boards in this team. Why do I only see
LD54.
Yeah, same.
Alright, hang on. 54? That's weird.
Yeah.
Wait, how many Keyboard Cowboys teams are there?
Oh,
I don't know. Hang on, I'll post this in Discord.
There was a couple of Keyboard Cowboys teams. Hold on.
That's weird.
Yep. I see it.
Well, I specifically see you two in this. I was trying to add both of you guys to the GitHub. And I always forget what you guys' usernames are. So when I type Stevens was fine, Rudgasm is easy to find. But then I was like, I can't remember if Andrew goes by like A-Rud, Andrew Rudd, or Ridiculous. I know you don't have Ridiculous because that apparently belongs to a man named Chris Rudd.
Yeah,
he popped up in the autocomplete.
Stupid asshole stealing our name thing. He's all cool and shit. He probably doesn't even use it.
I bet he doesn't.
You know what? I guess I didn't even check.
He saw the name, liked it, and got to Git before we did.
And then he just like went and he's like, all right, I don't care what it is. I don't even know what GitHub is. I'm going to just make an account for it.
Any possible service he could sign up for and create a profile.
Exactly. He actually he purchased a service that went and did it for him. It's like
yay! Look at me.
Wow.
Oh, he's tableting. Are we all tablet boys?
We're tablet boys now.
Now let's start.
And my radial undo works.
Wow. All right, let's be reasonable here and everyone start fully zoomed in.
Oh yeah.
Very, very zoomed in.
Right.
And then just make us a little anchor point for the center. Just draw a square or something.
Boink.
There you go. All right. We're good.
This is where we begin.
This is the smallest we're gonna stay. Ooh, a little heart.
Yes.
I gotta remember how to change the size. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, I think you just double tap it or something. Yeah. The thickness.
My thickness.
Have you guys seen what the potential themes
down
are?
with the thickness. I peeked a little bit yesterday. But I didn't really go through them. I think I probably still have the same philosophy of it's either good or it's bad. Either way, we're
all it really impacts is our brainstorming session, honestly.
Very much.
Yep.
Very much. I was actually curious. What's y'all's opinion on? Do you prefer the 3 p.m. or the 6 p.m.? I'm talking specific.
I prefer the later one.
I think I prefer the later one. I think I generally will. I like the earlier one at the end of a brainstorming session because then I feel like I still have time to do some stuff that day.
That's true.
I know.
You know.
But this one is just like I'm sure y'all had to leave work early and stuff.
Oh, I took the day off.
All right.
I left an hour early, and I'm still just like, man, I'm tired already.
You're still reeling from work. Yeah, I don't blame you. You didn't get any break in between.
No.
Did you take Monday off?
Yeah, I took Monday off.
Okay.
Like last minute, like.
Same. I did it this week.
It's like, hey, by the way, I'm not gonna be.
I put it on my calendar yesterday, but my lead was on vacation today, so I'm just like,
they'll find out.
I ended up like HR was able to override it for me, so it's fine.
Thank you, HR.
They're finally useful for something. It's crazy.
Not just for sexual harassment anymore.
It also looks like there's quite the excitement in our we're in post. They got 29 hearts for some reason.
I opened that. Well, it's always nice, and I always love seeing Papa Burb in there as like a little shout. Aww. They don't like us enough to come to the other streams, but you know. Whatever.
No, of course not.
Or to make Gunbird 2 or whatever.
Let's see.
Every 6 months we get to like be reintroduced to people. We spent like a good.
Why? Hello there, Kuvi.
Oh, yeah. Kuvi, what's up?
Kuvi peeking around the corner.
All right. Well, the Ludum Dare Twitter page seems like we'll be able to rely on it because they made a post that just said 10 minutes with like a hyperventilating gif. So they're active right now.
Okay.
Oh,
I wonder if someone besides Mike is running that.
Who knows?
I don't know. Maybe he's just like got some free time this time or something.
Wait, 10 minutes until he buys that new 3D printer?
Oh, hell yeah. Cannot
that's
wait.
really important. Gotta get it.
Good luck.
It's automated, bro.
Brainoid.
Good luck to you all. I assume
Brainoid's not doing anything.
Oh, Brain's not? Okay.
Gorley's busy.
Bummer.
The
Gorster?
Roka was saying that his team's going to be a little bit limited. He's actually job hunting right now because he's not a fan of where he's working right now.
I did remember him mentioning that he has been shoved into more responsibility than he wanted. More work than he wanted, so that's fun.
Fun times. Mike isn't real. He can't hurt me. He's hurt me plenty.
I've never met the man, but I've been hurt by him.
And again, I don't even know the guy.
But just from the short time knowing you, Brian.
He's hurt me on a couple of those result-based streams where we're just like, well, I guess we're watching YouTube.
That was apparently like one of like the last straw for Dan, honestly.
Yeah, so I'm not surprised.
Too many. A real blow to the community, to be sure.
Honestly. And
then Pomo said that he is participating with disdain. He is a very tired boy.
Okay.
Which I feel like we all are. Like as we're approaching like the holiday season, like we were feeling it a couple weeks back. Where it was like, oh, there's not a lot of time left this year.
I know. Need to happen.
How's y'all's Red Family Christmas going?
Yeah, exactly. It's a very good question.
It's going. We got to start it next weekend. Is how it's going.
That's exactly how it's going. And we'll see how that fits in with Ludum Dare streams.
Yes, sir.
Everything else.
We kind of have to start this month. Yeah, we won't have much time after the Japan trip.
Yeah, you'll have like
2 weeks.
We did somehow fit that one Red Family Christmas in.
How the hell, dude? 2019 was an enigma of a year. I don't know how we did Ludum Dare, did the trip, and then also were able to come back and do our Red Family Christmas in the short time between going.
Yeah, because I think we came back on the 2nd of December that time.
No, we were there.
No, after that, because that was Steven's birthday. It was like
that's why we went to the aquarium.
Holy, you're right. God damn.
Because Jared forgetting my birthday again.
That's how I be.
It's time. What's the update?
I'm trying. I'm refreshing
Jared,
it. Refreshing it. Oh, okay. It's one of my least favorites.
Oh, it's in? All right.
It is Tiny Creatures.
Oh, are you serious?
And they're tiny. All right.
Well, we're starting off somewhere
good. Tiny Creatures. I don't like it. I don't like that one. Is that a butthole? It's Tiny Cook.
Oh, there it is.
Hey, there he is.
Now, is he circumcised or not? That's the real question.
Well, let's get in closer and see.
We can't. We literally planned for this.
This is as close as we can get.
This is tiny creatures.
All right, guys. I got a great idea.
Now.
We just make Pikmin.
Oh, perfect. All right. Brainstorming done, I guess.
Or just Pikmin.
Tiny creatures.
Legally distinct.
Andrew, I hate this more and more the more you add to it.
I'm thinking this is the character design. I don't even know what the game is yet, but this is what we're doing. Is this guy right here, especially this little part. It's like,
he got like a little. Oh, he's throwing a peace sign. All right, thought you were giving him a beak.
Beak.
Like a little.
Oh man, he's like a
little oiled
naked
up.
rapping Grimace. Oh, is this Diddy Grimace?
Diddy Grimace.
This is P Grimace.
Jesus Christ. Fuck yeah.
Let's do a game about sexual assault.
Ooh, I think we're mature enough to handle that.
Yeah, we'll be really delicate with it.
High pitched Pornhub melody. Yeah, I'm gonna need some inspiration to come. Okay. Certainly not. Well, no, as in like this drawing is helping, and I'm more thinking it's like because I'm gonna need some inspiration because this theme is giving me nothing.
Oh, tiny creatures.
Tiny creatures.
Quick, name a bunch of tiny things. Ball bearings.
Very tiny
very
rocks.
Small rocks.
Very small rocks.
And I guess ants. Whoops.
Ants. And uncles.
Bugs. Like tiny creatures. I don't know. Sugar gliders.
A mouse.
Miles.
Mice. Whatever the fuck this thing is. What is that? I know that it's exactly what's happening, but it still looks like a kind of creature that you're just deciding in the moment what the next limb is going to look like. Like with no cohesion whatsoever. Lil Sebastian. Oh, I like that.
Beautiful.
Oh, Lil Sebastian.
Bye-bye.
He's so little.
I don't mean to alarm y'all, but we've already filled up the fully zoomed in part of the screen.
Well, we didn't. This is all right. I'm zooming out to.
I was moving around.
54%.
Yeah.
54%. That's where I'm gonna stay.
No, you're at 54%.
I can only go to 264.
Quails.
Quail eggs.
Quails. Eggs.
I guess you could also describe. Hang on. Babies.
Babies
as
are
tiny creatures.
Tiny little parasites.
They are creatures.
Parasites.
That's not how you spell it. Whatever.
That's how you spell it in the manga. I mean, we could do something horrific with parasites, I'm sure.
Oh, ew. Yeah, like invading bacteria.
But like a fun parasite. Like one that crawls up your wiener or something like that.
Uh-huh. And kills babies.
Yeah. Oh, it's like the mega condom. You never have to worry about the mondom.
You just have little parasite sperm?
Yeah, it's just like a little worm that eats your sperm.
A little wormy?
Oh, wormy that eats your spermy.
A little sperm worm?
A little sperm worm.
Write that down.
Just write down sperm worm.
Just literally sperm is an option.
Just write sperm.
Sperm worms.
And I'll just write
eggs. Oh my god, let's make a biological, accurate game with fallopian tubes and all of that. Sporms. Oh, it could be like worms, like the turn-based thing, but with sperm.
All right, so let's think. Are we thinking like tiny creatures as in creatures that are tiny, or normal-sized creatures in a tiny form?
Oh, true. What are really big things that are funny when they're small?
Ooh. Or what are really big things that for some reason get scarier when they're smaller and swarming?
Oh.
God.
Like horses.
A swarm of horses.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine a
horse
swarm of like the sound of a
swarm?
swarm of horses running at you? Like what that would sound like?
Are they higher pitched?
Frightening.
Yes, but it's just like a cacophony of taps. It's like you could hear a spider running at you.
Oh man, yeah, like
A spider with hooves.
Oh, hooved spiders, cloven spiders.
Oh.
Or they're wearing shoes.
Okay.
and none of them has shoes.
And
they give you a funny
can't-
cigarette. And you
and if you
Even
even
lighter.
more relaxed, even tinier.
Oh, Alice in
Now,
Wonderland.
yeah, do they start
yeah.
tiny or do they get tiny? We can
That's
tinify them.
true.
I'm really curious what compels people to like choose this as a theme.
They have an
Like, what-
idea already.
What's flashing through their mind? Like, what are those games? What are the like? Oh, I know the game I'm gonna make when you hear
Let's
that.
make Pokemon, but small.
Pokemon, but like Pokemini.
Poke.
What about just
Yeah.
Poke? Poke's small music.
I don't know if it's very small. It's got a big noise to it.
It's pretty big.
Minimon. Yo, let's make Power World.
Oh,
Okay, so we can like tiny. Oh fuck. By creatures.
Tardigrades.
tardigrades are the smallest things.
What the hell is that?
I can't think of anything smaller than a tardigrade.
Is that an animal
You'd
or
make
like,
like
a particle?
It's a water bear is another term for them.
Oh.
Yeah.
You usually see them when a
ooh.
movie is trying to show you how small something is. They usually show you a tardigrade to show you how big it is.
Sea
They
monkeys.
look like this.
Sea monkeys. I still don't know if that's actually a living thing.
I don't know. Let's see. I don't know about water bears. Sea monkey is a marketing term for brine shrimp. Yeah, so it is a thing, but it's just an already existing animal that they just called, oh, it's sea monkey. So there's brine shrimp. Which this guy's like given some little eyeballs. I think this is an artist rendition.
Yikes.
That's
Oh, that's a
scary.
Secret Life of Pets wiki. Okay, so this is an illumination
Ew.
sea monkey.
Oh.
Here's
I
a
mean, we
brine
just-
shrimp. These things look
Ew.
vile.
What's that like orb-shaped thing on it?
Those are its eyes.
No, like that.
Oh,
that
oh,
one,
that.
first one.
Maybe this one's pregnant.
Oh.
Ugh.
Ew. I don't want those eggs.
All those eggs.
Do they have sex? Like, how do they fertilize themselves?
I don't know. We can really dive into the entomology of a
Let's-
sea monkey if we want.
I think that's how we should spend our time.
Goddamn.
How big are their penises?
Tiny creatures could be
Plushies?
little
Oh.
plushies.
Marshmallow. What is it? Squishmallows.
Maybe
but
squishmallows.
small
They don't
ones.
have to be, but they can be squishmallows. How the hell do y'all have
They
such
can-
like
they can be squishy.
clean handwriting when you're just like the disconnect between my hand on the tablet and looking up at my screen is upsetting me.
I wouldn't call my handwriting clean, but it's just the same as
Like
my
you're
normal
at
handwriting.
least aligning your letters properly, whereas like this
Oh.
was my first
Oh.
attempt at drawing an L in
Are
plushies.
Are you resting your hand on your tablet or are you gliding?
I think I'm resting. Oh, I guess I'm. Hang on, let me try something.
Like, is your wrist staying in one spot while you write?
He's
Yeah, it
resting
is.
St. James is what he's doing.
Yeah, I'm resting.
Resting St. James.
Do you not? Do you just glide?
No.
Okay, yeah, no, I rest. Although that is a habit that I have to relearn myself because as a lefty, I always kind of like glide a little bit so I don't blur over what I'm writing with my hand.
I don't think I've ever met a left-handed person with good handwriting. Can I just throw that out there?
I mean,
Well, they're always.
I'm not
smudging
the one.
paper. It's gross.
I like this sea monkey.
They disgust me.
They have no respect.
This sea monkey pleases me. I don't know why he's
all.
vaguely Asian. Okay, there we go.
Oh, no. What about him as Asian, Jared?
Yeah, what are you
He's-
trying
he's-
to say?
He's got a bit of a Brock face.
well, it would be as soon as I do this thing.
Oh,
Welcome to
but
our
now-
brainstorming sessions,
Dude.
Gorley. It's always like
well,
this.
if that's
No,
Brock,
no.
here's his jelly donut.
Oh right. It looks like he's like struggling to squeeze his penis out. Like
Onto
Get
the-
erect! Get erect!
blood flow. Maybe he's like a really veiny sea monkey.
What would be like some so if you were to drink like an Alice in Wonderland potion and you were shrunk down to the size of like a sea monkey or something,
right?
What sort of like everyday things would suddenly become like Herculean tasks or like death, like fatal things? You know, like similar to like Bug's Life when it starts raining.
Oh, like what things would be normal now? I mean,
yeah,
a toilet.
Turlet.
Toilet. Trying to use the turlet. But you're not big enough to sit on the seat.
Turlet.
Turlet. It's clogged.
Crossing the road.
Oh yeah.
So I'm just gonna put Frogger.
Frogger, but like it takes
Frogger, but like
an hour to cross just one lane.
It's always a dilemma whether or not I should watch these brainstorms because I should be
Don't watch ours. It's not gonna be helpful.
You're not gonna get anything from
this. This is how it started.
We're gonna be here for 9 hours, just so you know.
This is one of those like I always say. The theme is the only thing that the theme determines for us is how long the brainstorring session is going to last. I get the feeling this is going to be
this one might be a
buckle up, everybody.
Buckle up, everyone, because we're just saying things now.
We're just trying to get the creative juices flowing. Fucking Christ.
I'm gonna put Ant-Man and then also
the Wasp.
The Wasp.
And his daughter.
And
she can get small too, I think.
She can, and unfortunately, her name is
and
Cassie.
The grandpa and the grandma can get pretty small.
And Mr. Stark.
Yeah.
And Black Guy.
You can't just call him the Black Guy.
Black Guy eye patch or.
Wait, yeah, we gotta draw him.
Or a Black Guy like multi-dimensional being.
Gotta draw.
Right, hang on.
Black Guy.
Oh, it's him. Wait, he's Asian now. Oh, never mind.
Okay. I gotta draw him like, kind of like, grr.
There we go.
He's like, Tony. Imagine him. He's like, Tony.
Hey, Tony. Tony.
Hey, Tony.
Joey.
What if
Joey? Wait,
tiny Joey trying to jump into mommy's pouch?
If Joey could be smaller, would mommy put him back in?
Roca.
What is it? A waiter thing?
It's the waiter thing.
Yes. Waiter.
We should go back to that other program where we could accidentally.
God, that thing was so ass.
I miss the scrappy old.
What was it? Draw.chat or some shit.
I don't know. Turlet, Frogger, Ant-Man and the Wasp, and Daughter, and Mr. Stark and Black Guy. I think we got our title right here.
There it is. We'll call it Dumba.
Wait, Jared, if there was a colon subtitle, what would the subtitle to this be?
Hang on. I need to move this here. It would be not.
Well, sorry, not strong with that end. You came in hot. You came in
with like the boldest of ends.
I'm gonna start with an N here. Like,
whoa. Whoa. I want to be able to like shortcut between my tools so I can like shift around the. Is there a way to have the pen out and move the canvas around?
Do you have buttons on your pen?
Yeah.
Or on your tablet thing? I guess you could map it to like when you hold it, or if you map it to right click, it should work.
Oh, it's right click.
Yeah, if you hold right click and then it'll move it around.
What?
So that's how I pan. I basically have one hand on the pad, or one hand on the pen, and then one on my mouse. And I just use right click to pan around. This looks like a list of dev names under the game title: @Turlet, @Frogger, @Black.
Not racist. Oh,
not racist. That's the title.
Okay. Yeah, this is an interesting one. It's definitely kind of.
It's interesting because it's giving nothing.
There's not many ways to interpret like tiny at least, but tiny creatures is the creatures part. I think is what just really pigeonholes the whole thing.
Yeah.
You just make a game with tilt shift on it, and everything feels tiny, easy.
Oh, any game you want, but tilt shift.
Anything you want, but tilt shift.
I mean, it could have something to do with like perspective. So like things look tiny just because of, I don't know, how far away they are from the camera, what the FOV is, and shit like that.
What was that? What was that game called? Superliminal?
Superliminal, yeah. I am not making Superliminal on a weekend.
What?
Imagine we did.
But just say we did, though.
Yeah, it's fun to imagine.
Let's just imagine and not actually make anything.
What about, like, sort of liminal?
Oh, I see. So it's like halfway between liminal and not.
I'm a little liminal.
Yeah.
Shut up.
Horrible. Can we also just talk about how Jared put the most vile image ever?
What? It was just a response saying tight. I'm glad we're all on the same page.
But there was an accompanied image that I think makes it uncomfortable.
I think there's part of it makes it.
That was one of those things where like I was in the middle of grocery shopping. I'm just like,
you did this in public?
No. I'm just like, I can't. I need to get this out of my brain by committing it to paper. I need to. The moment I got home, before I put groceries down, I made that image and sent it.
Oh my god.
Like the ice cream's melting and Jared's over there like, I got him.
Because I knew exactly the reaction that it was going to get.
Well, I knew that the only appropriate response was a face, so. Indeed, apples are small.
They're smaller than regular apples.
It's true. Smaller than full-grown apples.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
they're not fully matured yet.
They're kind of like some might say illegal apples.
Like you'll go to jail apples.
jail
please,
apples.
What the fuck is wrong with you, apples?
Jail apples. That's one of my favorite breeds of apple.
Get arrested for possessing some AP.
Some apple preserves?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you don't want that on your record.
Appleplexy.
I will have Appleplexy.
All right, so how about are we imagining like a tiny creature or a swarm of tiny creatures?
Swarms are funny.
Swarms are fun.
We could think of like a single funny thing. Now imagine there's like a bunch of them.
Swarm.
That's either terrifying or hilarious. Swarm of spiders? No, thank you. Swarm of penguins? They'd be tripping all over each other.
Swarm of genitals?
Swarm of chimichangas.
Right.
So what are we thinking? Recursive Will Smith? We're not thinking anything. We're thinking this theme blows.
This is a pretty rough theme.
Someone wanted
this was one of the two themes that I didn't want. I mean, we could make
small and cute.
We could make a Chow Garden pet simulator.
Chow Garden. Something with lots of different systems involved.
What if we, I'll
just say it again. Eggs.
Minnows.
Minnows
fishing game. What if you're like Thumbelina and you're trying to get your catch for the day and all you're catching are minnows, but then suddenly a big ass bass.
I think if you're Thumbelina, minnow's like a fucking feast for you.
That is true. But then suddenly like a big mouth bass hits the line, and now you're kind of just like water skiing across a puddle.
What if it's like a fighting game where you gotta do like combos and stuff with your pole as the fish is trying to pull away from you? Yeah. Chow Garden and an Italian Chow Garden.
And
are we gonna have tents there or what?
It's like a refugee camp.
No, I'm at the other tent with the Italian women, Andrew.
Oh my God. Is there like with a drum ceremony?
Of course.
Exactly. Now you're getting it.
And wait, hold on. Let's get a drum circle going.
Ooh, a tiny drum circle. What if it's like a tiny little bug band?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, a little bug band, like a touring bug band.
We got a little spider on the drum kit.
Yeah.
We got our fly
They're
boy
just, like,
here.
going crazy. We got someone on like a banjo type thing. I don't know, like praying mantis or something.
We need
they're all making like the banjo is made out of like a single rubber band or something, like something tiny.
How do we make it more ethnic?
Ooh, I think we need
We'll make them mosquitoes.
Ew, and we'll give them West Nile.
Let's see here. We could have like
This is a theme for a Pixar movie, is what we're working on right now.
Oh, this is just a Bug's Life 2 where they start a band.
we could do like some single-celled organisms or something.
Yeah, so like amoebas.
Amoeba.
Yeah, we could just go like sort
What
of.
if the creatures are normal size, but the world is just really big? Or, well, that defeats the purpose, Becca. What if a tiny creature? What if a tiny creature gets gigantified?
Oh,
Big.
So a horse-sized scorpion or a horse-sized spider. I mean, that's the things that we've been constantly saying is that like any sort of bug in the entire world is suddenly the most terrifying thing in the world once it's like dog-sized.
Yeah, because you know what? Like, I'll pick up and hold the daddy long legs, but if that thing was like dog-sized,
no, I'm not in the same room as that thing.
Well, when it can pick you up, and hold you.
Imagine an ant that's dog-sized.
Imagine an uncle that's dog-sized.
Shut the fuck up.
I already made the joke earlier, but I'm gonna keep saying it.
I like it. It makes me laugh, so I'm gonna keep saying it. Guys, what about things that make you feel small, like
like
rejection? Rejection.
There's a bunch of animals that are trying to like give a love letter to this like really hot animal, and every time she rejects them, they get smaller.
Oh no!
What about we just choose our own different theme? Well, that's what we did last jam, apparently.
Apparently, listen.
What?
It was okay. Can you remember? Can you remember what the theme of last jam was?
Shit.
I thought it was cloning, and then Pomo was like, "What?
Oh no, it was summoning.
It was summoning."
Yeah,
summoning.
It was like, yeah, well, you'll summon like your clones or something, and then that wasn't even that.
Yeah.
It was
a jumping off. It was a jumping off.
It was a jumping off point. It doesn't matter. Fuck you guys.
What about bullies? They're tiny creatures.
Well, they have tiny self-esteem.
Oh, they have little self-esteems, and it makes them overcompensate.
Fetuses are tiny creatures.
Back to babies.
Abort!
We could have fetus bullies.
Fetus
bullies? Oh!
They're fighting for control of the womb. It's like a two-twin situation.
Yeah, or you're like quadruplets or something, and then one of them's just the mean bully, so you gotta kick them out.
Yeah, you're trying to like early terminate a pregnancy from the inside.
We'll call it stillbirth simulator.
Stillbirth simulator. Fetus fighter 64.
Fetus fighter 64.
May the best fetus win. What if we all make MMOs? Then we'll all not finish a game.
What is the minimum requirement?
Scooby voted for this theme, so we can blame him for.
Oh, it's Scooby's fault.
Well, you can always count on Scooby to have a bad take.
That's fair.
Thank you, Scooby. We really needed you for this one.
At least you're consistent.
Alright, tiny creatures. Blech. Blech.
All right, let's try to what are some odd ways to interpret this? Like, what are some other ways to think of the term creature?
Let's see.
Creator.
An animal distinct from a human being, an animal or person, a fictional or imaginary being, typically a frightening one, is a creature.
What?
Oh, spooky creatures.
Creatures are scary?
Yeah.
I'm not scared of creatures.
The creature in the bunker.
Wait, hold on. There's a character named Creature from a movie. What am I thinking of? Like, their name is Creature.
It's
like an animated movie, isn't it?
Is that's not X-Men, is it?
No, Creature's in Harry Potter. He's one of the house elves.
Oh, yes. Tiny creature.
What about a tiny
house elf?
What about a tiny creature teacher?
A creature teacher?
A creature
tiny
teacher.
creature teacher.
And then we'll make a movie about it, and it'll be a creature teacher feature.
What if they're a little bit like they kind of cry a lot, so they're a whiny tiny creature teacher?
And then I really like the movie, so I'm telling my friends, so I'm a tiny whiny creature preacher teacher preacher.
What if actually what's tiny about them is their butt, so they're a whiny tiny hiney creature teacher preacher?
Wait, the preacher's hiny's tiny or what?
It's a preacher with a tiny hiney.
Oh, okay.
So something that's like someone's like gremlin-esque of just like they're a person, but they're kind of like sort of thing. I would describe that as like a creature sort of thing.
All of their features are kind of like scrunched together, really tight. You know.
Yes, like you got like a big head and then just like a tiny face. So he names it a Jack creature. Shut the fuck up. that's really Beavis and Butthead coded.
Creatures with tiny features.
Ooh.
Oh, the creature isn't small, but its limbs are getting tiny.
But its face is like the same.
Oh, like my favorite movie with the T-Rex, and he says, "I got a big head, and little arms."
Little arms.
Oompa Loompas.
Yep, Hugh Grant.
Just right. Just right. Wait,
Huge Grant. Yeah.
Huge Grant.
Oh, Jared, get a picture of Huge Grant in here right now.
You got it.
He's the person I always confuse with Hugh Jackman, and I always think like, oh, isn't Hugh Grant in that movie? And then imagining Hugh Grant as like Wolverine is a hilarious idea.
No. Is that him? Is that him right there?
Oh, Huge Grant!
Huge Grant! Huge Grant!
Huge
Yeah.
Grant!
I'm trying. I'm
now
trying
bake
to
them
like,
into the layers of the canvas, please.
I can't transform him non-uniformly. I wanted to like stretch him out.
Oh, you can't?
I can't. Oh, yeah, that's just like to draw an arrow at something. Like those aren't anchor points. I can't do it. You know what? I can fix this. I'm going to paint.
Wait, resize image? What does that do? Oh no, it's just.
I got this.
Oh, he's going into MS Paint.
Yes,
Oh
sir.
God. Everybody, watch out! Ooh, there's AI.
Cool. I don't care.
Tiny creatures, Huge Grant.
There we go.
I removed the background on Huge Grant.
Oh man, when you did that,
Here's a huger Grant.
It looks like one of his front teeth is a kernel of corn.
Ew. Talking about that guy right there.
I mean, he's British, right? So you got.
Yeah, he's got that front tooth.
He's British. He's British.
Google tiny and just says very small. Yeah, that's because there's not a lot of ways to interpret tiny and creature. Sounds like a tag on Google. Tiny creatures, Huge Grant.
A little tiny creature just like saying,
Oh. He's huge. What is he like? Is he like an education grant? What kind of grant is he? Something for women, battered women. Pancake battered women.
well, the creature's tiny and so is everything else. That's pretty
Oh, yeah,
good.
what if everything is proportionally tiny? Bad cop.
Well, that's what we say.
Genius.
If we just add tilt shift, everything is tiny.
Make
though
a
it's
game
not.
and we'll spend the whole weekend just figuring out tilt shift and post it.
It's probably not that hard.
It's just adding like a field blur.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Nick Fury.
Whoa!
Wait. What if the entire game takes place inside Huge Grant's body?
Oh,
it's
like
like
an
a magic-
Osmosis
it's like
Jones?
An Osmosis Jones magic school bus situation.
Ah.
Yeah.
But instead of people, we're just tapeworms.
and instead of story, it's just us eating their
Wormy
feces.
guys.
Oh, that's a great tapeworm.
Honey, I Shrunk the Tapeworms. Where?
Have y'all ever seen those videos where like a bear has like 10,000 tapeworms like sticking out of his butt, and it's like
coming out of his butt.
Oh,
it's like dragging it around.
Right.
Yeah.
It's just like a prolapse, but of just tapeworms.
Yeah, because they're like being kind of pooped out because they're so big.
Holy
but they're
shit.
still. Go look it up.
No,
right now.
I don't want to.
Look it up. Look it up.
Look it up.
Look up bear butthole tapeworm.
Look up
bear tapeworm prolapse. Just type that into Google right now.
No one ever said anything about prolapse. It's just the
tapeworms.
It's just the worms coming out.
Just a little wormy.
It's just the worms.
Someone just wrote, "When does after midnight stop?" Gremlin-esque.
That is a great question.
It's the
same sort of thing I hear. It's like, oh, you're not supposed to wear white after Labor Day. I'm like, when does after Labor Day stop?
When is after Labor Day?
When is that? Got our first tapeworm.
I guess the day before Labor Day is not after Labor Day. Probably it's before Labor Day. But when does before Labor Day begin? These are the questions, man.
Years are a construct.
We have plenty of other questions we should be answering.
I did not sign your contract.
I did not sign your contract.
Tiny creatures.
Okay, Jared, let's do the what games are people making? Let's do that exercise.
Oh, I think people are definitely making just like little cute Pokemon-esque.
Yeah, they'll be making like Pokemon sort of games. Hang on, let me just. Pokemon. Pet
People are gonna try to make Pikmin. Yep.
Yeah, directing.
People are gonna make bug games.
Directing a swarm, bugs.
People are gonna do the god with tiny things that you're controlling.
You play god.
You should make Pokemon bad cop.
Should I like that. I hope that's like a genuine question. Like, should I make Pokemon?
Yeah. Fuck it.
I imagine a whole category of games where it's any game they wanted to make, but just the aesthetic is your small thing.
That's exactly why I didn't like this theme either. It doesn't give you any ideas for mechanics, really.
No. Yeah, it's very aesthetic.
Like a shrinking mechanic of some kind, where you get small to get through obstacles, like a shrinking platformer thing.
Yeah. Like a shrinking.
Yeah, all right, guys. We literally just remake a loft because you get smaller.
You do get smaller
in there.
You do get smaller.
But we just change it from a balloon to a creature, and you got shot with a beam.
There we go.
You can't jump as high.
Can we go back to like the corpse idea where it's like expelling gases?
You're just expelling tiny creatures.
Yeah, all the creatures are coming out. All the tapeworms are flying out of your butthole.
What if tiny creatures are a form of propulsion, but they also fill the level as you squirt them everywhere?
Actually, what if my body is a big like mech and it's controlled?
Was sperm racing already discussed? We already have that up here. Sperm worms.
Sperm is absolutely.
Get with the program, Mastiff. Also, here's our mascot.
Don't you know anything. That's our that's our little spermie.
This is Hugh Grant.
This is huge Grant.
Sorry.
Huge Grant. Sorry, yeah, he's pretty big.
He's big. He's a big guy.
What about a game where you play as a whale eating krill?
Oh, krill! Krill!
We got fetus bullies here. We're already off to a good start.
What about?
We already have a great idea for a movie called Turlet Frogger, Ant-Man and the Wasp, Daughter, and Mr. Stark and Black Guy.
Not racist.
Not racist. Krill Bill, excellent.
Krill Bill. Are we killing the whales?
Directed by I Don't Care Antino.
I like it.
So, hear me out. Oops,
I'm hearing.
Not a pen.
My ears are open.
One thing that I don't think a lot of people are going to be doing, and it might be a decent time to take a crack at it, are the fact that small creatures can be horrifying.
Oh, shit.
We can make a spooky game.
Tiny creatures are scary. Just the word creature is scary.
I'm picturing like the locust or whatever that thing was that crawled under that dude's skin in The Mummy.
Oh,
you know, like
what about in that movie Evolution, where like the bug goes
into
that guy's butt, and then it was like swimming around in his stomach.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
a cave full of black widows. Well, it can be anything we want. Like even something like there are some like parasites that will like infect a person's eye, and you can see a worm like crawling around in their eye.
Oh, jeez.
You have you have that one parasite that Steven was talking about that will literally like crawl up your pee stream into your urethra if you pee into like infected water.
I'm telling you,
it's horrifying. If it's a small enough
parasite.
thing, yeah. I don't want to play your game anymore.
Play your game anymore. But we'll put a fun spin on it. How about that?
Yeah.
I kind of prefer my urethra unbreached.
Well, how about this? You're playing as a series of men, and you're trying to plug that urethra. But
a series of men?
A series of men. But if you fail, then you get the pee hole parasite.
Oh.
I see. So like they're all kind of like lined up like a urinal on a riverbed.
Yeah.
And you have to like tap them or untap them to like either release or close up the stream before like a little wormy gets all up in there.
Yeah. They got little like pee meters. We got to empty their bladders. But then you got these little wormies trying to swim up there. You're like, oh, no, stop that.
Dude, stop swimming up that pee stream.
Stop swimming up that pee stream.
Swiggity swooty. I'm coming for that urethra.
I'm gonna get it.
Sounding the video game. I think I'd rather not be a little wormy anymore. Oh dear. What? Oh, eyeball, look at you. Oh, there is also the fact that like you already do have like mites and shit in like your eyebrows and eyelashes that like keep you clean.
There's just like mites all over your skin.
Yeah.
It could be just like a little like, oh, we could make like those games where it's like power washing simulator or like cleaning shit.
Yeah.
We're little like skin mites. We gotta clean the skin.
You can clean the skin.
We're just sucking all the dead shit off.
Mm-hmm. See, this is what I mean by horrifying, Andrew. That's some visceral shit right there.
That's some scary stuff.
It's
my
nasty.
eye.
Like more so than horrifying. Like it can be both horrifying, but it also is really easy to trigger like the sort of disgust sort of reflex, where you're just like, oh god. Like that's one of those things that's uniquely special about like tiny creatures.
Tiny things.
A big hulking creature can't really be disgusting, I would say. It can look gross maybe, but it's not going to trigger like a
covered in shit.
Like a sort of almost like a gag reflex. We don't want people actually gagging playing our game, but like
I know. Well,
you're not
necessarily
actually have tapeworms being dragged from
but this I think is a very unique emotion that tiny creatures can facilitate, like just like a feeling of uncomfortableness, of just like it makes your skin crawl sort of thing. Like the same sort of reaction that you would get when in Mr. Mosquito we would fly up onto someone's eyelid, and you just imagine it. It's like, and
then you land on someone else's thigh, and you're like,
and then you realize you get this very, very particular vantage point.
Yes, you do.
You sure do.
Feeling a bit of the Homer meme hanging his hat, picking up and immediately leave.
We did.
We did. There's like a new game plus apparently, but we beat the main game of it. So I wouldn't mind going the route of something that's gross and like meant to be unsettling.
Yeah. Let's put that down. That's like a path. A pathway is the horrifying creature, the leaning into the creature aspect.
Or because that is like the polar opposite of what a bunch of people are going to be doing with this theme. Generally anything that's like tiny is cute
stuff.
Yeah
that is also the 100% the reason I don't want to go camping, because I don't like tiny creatures.
You never know where they're going to be. I can at least see a
bear
in
your eyeball
from coming.
They could be in my eyeball.
Did you realize that this eye here kind of looks like Jared's eye? Have you noticed?
It weirdly does.
Oh my god.
You even got my eyelashes.
Wow.
I've gotten multiple compliments about how long my eyelashes are, and I have no idea how to take that. Yeah. They're just like, your eyelashes are so long. I'm like, thanks?
Are they?
They're so luscious.
I guess like they're not like long enough for me to notice, I guess.
Well, I don't notice people's eyelash length.
Maybe we just
that's true. That's true.
I don't think we spend enough time gazing into each other's eyes, and I think this is the problem.
That's probably part.
Dude,
of
I'm
the
autistic.
Issue.
Like literally, eye contact is my kryptonite.
I cannot do this.
Look into my eyes.
Look what you see. There's a fucking worm in there.
That's a goddamn worm.
Yeah. So we got like gross horrifying.
Okay,
we
gross
can do things that like
pathway.
We could do something that's just like swarm of horses goofy.
Okay, yeah, just like the numbers of a thing makes it funny and fun. Just large numbers of things.
Large numbers of small things that shouldn't be small or have large numbers of them.
It's definitely a thing women notice. Yeah, well, because I guess I don't notice because I don't put on like makeup and extensions that would make me pay attention to that kind of stuff.
Well, you don't have to because they're already long enough.
Everyone who has complimented my eyelashes has been women who are just like, I'm so jealous of your eyelashes.
Oh, wow.
Well,
yeah. Exactly. It's basically that. Like my sister would also say like she was jealous of my curly hair back when it was long and luscious.
That's Steven gets the same thing at home.
Yep. Tiny creatures. We could do something like metaphorical, like self-esteem or whatever.
Yeah.
Where you're feeling tiny.
I feel small.
You're making me feel small.
Maybe that's what they want.
Oh.
We have a game where you play as a masochist.
Mommy.
Yeah.
It's called Belittle.
Belittle. Belittle. It's a bee, and we're trying to like
belittle.
Insult the bee.
Yeah, is the bee insulting? Is it going up to people and making them feel small, or are we insulting the bee?
Wait, Jared just killed a tiny creature, or tried to?
I did.
What?
It was a little gnat.
How dare you? That could have been like our mascot, and you killed him.
Or that is just the game. Is like anytime you're trying to focus on a screen, and then that's
just like a yeah, we just make a game where you're like sitting your character's sitting like at a desk just trying to do some task, and then we just have like little
bugs will just enter the screen.
Just like 3D audio that just kind of come up.
Oh my
like,
god. What up, Boats?
Yo, Boats.
Yet another person not doing Ludum Dare.
Damn it, Boats. This is the perfect one for a little wormy game.
It's little creatures. Tiny creatures.
You could definitely do a little wormy game.
How could you, Boats?
Look, we got a little wormy in this eyeball right here.
That's true. He's a little scary wormy. But,
he's being a wormy.
That's a good idea, Roka. Just make malware.
Malware, yeah. I like that. Let's make malware. I'm sure people would trust opening just a .exe.
It's just called malware.
Malware.exe.
It's their fault if they open it.
I mean, fair.
We're trying to train people.
Oh, man. Tiny creatures. Something that doesn't have to do with like guiding a swarm or something.
What if the creatures aren't tiny, but their clothes are, and we make tiny stripper creatures?
Wait a minute. Now we're just like thonged creatures.
Yeah. Thong like a.
We're trying, Roka.
Tardigrade.
We're trying. Oh man. What kind of scenarios could there even be?
I know. I'm trying to think of anything outside of like that list there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is kind of one of the worst things, isn't it?
It's really bad.
We say that about.
It's one of the two that I didn't want to have.
It's not as bad as 10 seconds.
Every 10 seconds is rough.
Every 10 seconds.
That's the worst. That's the worst one.
But the problem with this one is that like all I'm really getting right now are like aesthetics and like themes around the game and not any mechanics whatsoever.
I can't think of a single mechanic thing. The closest thing to a mechanic that like we've come across is like large numbers of things and how you could use large numbers of things to make gameplay.
Yeah.
The swarm stuff.
Mm-hmm. Ha 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 ha. I mean, we could do. I'm actually going back to Andrew's mascot here.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
It could be like a make your own creature sort of thing. Where
Well,
it's like you
tiny
pick,
creature creator?
You pick the
Creature
legs, you pick
creator?
the dick, you pick the
jeez.
accessory.
we got 10 of those, man.
Ooh, we have it. It'll be like Cyberpunk, where you can change the size of it, the girth,
Oh, hell yeah.
circumcised or not. Give
So
it
you
some
can
titties.
make like your own tiny creature.
And then
and then you have
and then we do
it,
and then we just do a Chow Garden thing with them.
Perfect,
Like create your
yeah.
little tiny Chow creature, and
yeah,
then
maybe there's some like karate matches and
you make it
races.
multiplayer, easy.
Oh yeah, I'll just turn on the multiplayer.
Yeah.
activate AI.
God.
Well, you already did it with Rover Under, so it's fine.
Oh shit.
Yeah, now that you know how to do it, you're not allowed to say you can't do it.
True.
Ugh.
Do it once, and I can ask for it forever.
Do it once. Fool on Jared.
Big fool on Jared.
Tiny creatures. Tiny creatures. Tiny creatures.
I forgot that someone just wrote ants.
Ants,
But not like ants.
not
like
uncles.
ants.
They're not allowed in here.
Sugar's Max, little Sebastian. Babies are still tiny creatures. They're gremlin-esque.
Hold on. What happens if you just search tiny creatures? Tiny creatures.
Creature.
Yeah, you just get a bunch of little cute things, little frogs and mice and shit, little baby owls, and this thing.
Tardigrade.
God, that's a high res image.
They always are.
I'll just put that on Hugh Grant.
Hugh Grant as a tardigrade? Tardigrant?
Yeah, it's just a bunch of little cutesy things,
My goodness.
little chibis. Tiny creature. Tiny creature.
Little tiny creature.
Bobby Newport.
Bobby.
What if the creatures are tiny but have big hearts?
Aww. That's sweet.
What like congenital heart problems?
Yeah, they gotta take him to the doctor.
It's a tiny little owl with an elephant heart.
Oh my god. Yeah, we're shoving we're like a
big
vet.
organs into small animals.
Yeah, we're a vet, and we're like, well, all we got are the big ones. You're gonna have to deal with it.
We're fresh out of small organs.
Sorry.
Viruses are tiny creatures.
Yeah.
And we could go with computer viruses.
Malware.
Tiny virus. Miley virus.
Tiny virus.
Gross.
More goddamn virus.
Gotta make a virus video.
Bug! Miley virus. Andrew, I want you to draw me Miley virus right now.
Oh. All you really have to do is just draw her normally.
You're a scientist trying to make miniature animals, but not with shrinking technology. You have to remove as much as the animal as possible and make it smaller without killing it. That's actually not bad. That's not a bad idea. Why are you starting with a chicken body?
You said to draw Miley Cyrus, so.
I said Miley virus.
Oh,
Miley virus.
Hang on.
Whoa. Y'all seen Spy Kids 2?
Yeah, Steven!
Spy Kids
Go!
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Now we're talking.
We do the tiny creature creator, and then we just have them fight.
We'll maybe we'll make like the opposite of Skull Island from King Kong.
Oh, where everything's just tiny.
Everything's
just like
tiny.
you literally just like step it on. We're like,
oh shit!
Stop.
I think that was a gorilla.
Fuck.
I'm glad we were both on the same page there, Steven.
I love it.
Oh, you guys are crazy. It would have been even better if you somehow got the same image. But it's close. It's close.
It got the same creatures.
Yeah.
I mean, that monkey spider thing looks like something out of Monster Hunter.
Right.
I'd fight it. I'd
Spider
hunt it.
monkey. Wait, what's the snake dragon thing? What was that called?
We called that. We caught that in Big Ol' Bass 2.
Oh,
Allosaurus or something.
That's monster.
Yeah. Teeny tiny.
Man, I've never felt like that we've had such like so many shotgun ideas and just.
They're all aesthetics. That's all.
They're all aesthetics.
Yeah.
They're all just like what's the world? What am I looking at?
They're all the equivalent of microwave hobo Teletubby.
Yeah.
So not a game idea.
There's not a game there. What do you mean? There's totally a game there.
What are you talking about? It's not that hard.
Just Call of Duty, but you're a hobo with the
tube computers.
Oh.
Tiny creature. What about a game where it's just that one episode of the fly from Breaking Bad? Just trying to kill a fly while you're making meth?
Yeah, let's make a meth game.
It's like an 8-hour game, too.
I mean, you could have a game of like tiny creatures where you're basically a doctor trying to identify what parasites are in your patient's bodies, and then you go through the patient's masseuse you loose style.
You gotta do like a trauma center type thing where you gotta open them up and find shit.
Maybe a trauma center type thing, or even just like a Papers, Please sort of thing. Or just be like, do you feel nauseous? Do you feel bloated? Are there any like strained like red eyeballs or whatever? Oh, there's a little wormy. All right, you have.
All right, let's pull that
so you're gonna die, parasite.
I mean, you got bare anus tapeworm.
You just zoom in on like the parts where we think it's gonna happen, or like do like an X-ray of the stomach, or see the eyeball up close and see if we see something. Where it doesn't, where it's not just like asking questions and then they tell you the response.
Do not try to just make Papers, Please. Oh yeah, no, we're not. But more into, well, I guess that would be similar. It's like you just have to look at certain things and then make a decision about it. You're a scientist trying to make miniature animals, but not with shrinking technology. You have to remove as much. Oh, you already said that. Yeah, 8-hour mandatory.
You already said that. Not close. Tiny creatures.
What if you have to like make what if like you're the lab that makes like toy poodles and like ponies and like miniature versions of existing creatures, but you don't have like a magic science beam. You just have like a trash compactor. And you have to like
just crushing animals.
Yeah, you have to, but you have to like crush them down to like the right proportions. So their legs have to be a certain length. And they have to be like so stout or whatever. Like an unorthodox way, a much more like less magic science beam and something much more mechanically processed to tinify a creature.
We're tinifying the creatures by just smushing them down.
like maybe the only magic part is like you feed them a potion or something that just makes them like putty malleable. And then once the potion wears off, whatever shape they're in is kind of like what they're locked in as.
Well, you just make a putty malleable, and then you just have like a mold of their tiny shape, and then you just like
just squish them in there.
Squish them into that. It's just like a big like.
I'm imagining like click and dragging like chunks of the animal to like squish it into like a fucking mold, and it's like constantly trying to spill out.
You're trying to shove its like parts inside this like mechanism. You're like, no, the hoof fell out.
And the animal has like the consistency of like a Mario 64 face.
Yeah.
So it's just like quiet. It's like gene editing game.
Slurp.
Suck.
Sonic Duck.
Let's just make Mr. Mosquito and hope that no one's ever seen that game before. They'll be geniuses.
but it's only the bathroom level.
You ever see that movie?
It's only the bathroom level.
You ever see that movie Downsizing with Matt Damon?
Oh, wait, yeah, we saw that, didn't we, Steven?
We did. It was stupid.
Is that the movie where, like, is this love fuck or
was it just fuck or whatever? I don't even remember what she was saying.
Such a dumb, and it's like 3 hours long. Wow, so long. So long. The ending was so bad. That's a bad movie. Bad movie.
Tiny creature.
If you were tiny enough to be considered a parasite, would you crawl into someone's body?
I mean, they have to live. That's why they do it. Otherwise, I would.
But what if we were like, what if there was giants and we're like, well, I gotta crawl inside his pee hole, otherwise I can't.
It's gotta
Kill
be
him.
the pee hole.
Gotta be the hole.
It's like Shadow of the Colossus, but you're just trying to find some sort of like breach point to enter.
Yeah.
So like now you're trying to survive by infesting a soccer player, and they have like a nasty raspberry on their elbow or something that you got to get to.
We're playing as the little wormy in the river. We're just trying to find that urethra.
So our name is Franklin.
The only mechanic things that are standing out are Urethra Franklin. I don't know why I always love that. And that name never gets old. The only mechanics that are standing out to me are swarm stuff and resizing things, like on theme. Those are the only things that are standing out as like theme-based mechanics.
Theme? Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there anything with resizing swarms could be a mechanic?
Resizing, amassing swarms. Swarming logic is complicated.
Let's not do that. Well, don't think swarms. Just think large numbers of little things. And what can
a swarm?
Well, no, but you're not controlling them necessarily.
Yeah, they're just like things that drop. Wait, hang on.
Yeah,
I might
it's
add
just
something here.
Lots of little things.
Do I have to make a build for that?
Bad Cop's talking about like YouTube short.
Oh. Let's make one of those games. I think that.
I want to make a game that like somebody's parent plays while they're waiting in a doctor's office.
Ooh.
Words with Friends.
let's make Words with Friends.
Let's make Candy Crush.
Tiny creature.
Tiny creature.
Like, are there any other like mechanical things we can think of based on those words?
Yeah,
that's where it gets really.
Yeah.
Environment. So the environment's different based on whether or not you're big or small.
Like size-based navigation.
That's boring though. I've seen that so much.
Yeah.
Creature is basically a useless word, and tiny is
tiny.
An objective. Tiny is such an objective adjective. It feels like, you know.
Creature is not only a useless word, but it's a confining one also.
Yeah, because it has to be some sort of living thing.
Mm-hmm.
Let's submit this document. Oh yeah, like this brainstorming document is going to turn into a creature. Does it have to be a living thing? A creature?
Creature?
We could do something like a computer virus or something, right?
We could. I think at least if we want to hold to the theme, then like creature implies something sort of like conscious or self-aware, alive.
Yeah. What about a guy that wants to be spooky, but he's tiny and harmless?
He wants to be scary.
He's like, ah! And he's just tiny. So we make like one of those like Slender Man type horror games, but Slender Man's really small.
And the thing that's chasing you is just like an adorable little like poodle or something.
Yeah, it's just like,
but it still has like the horror stings.
It's trying really hard.
You hear the horror sting.
My tiny legs. I'm gonna get you. You can just kind of stand still, and it's just like, oh.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are gonna get me.
You're gonna get me.
It does like the little horror sting when you like come face to face with Slenderman, but you hear just like the, you're like, what? Where? Wait, where is it?
I go down.
Is that it?
That's the thing. That's what's after me, and he's sort of like hitting your ankles.
I don't even know where to begin with something like that, Bad Cop.
Parkour civilization cape.
Parkour civilization.
What does that even mean?
Jump scare with him, but it only covers like 1 inch of the bottom of the screen.
It's just the top of his head comes up and just.
So it could be like a Honey, I Shrunk the Kids sort of situation where you are fending off tiny creatures, but they're the size of elephants to you. Yeah, clearly not. I'm on the boring normie parts of the internet.
Are not online enough.
The amount of memes that I learned about secondhand from like YouTube explanations that originated on TikTok is basically all of them.
Just be glad that we're not of the Haktua parts of the internet.
Tiny creatures.
What if the tiny creatures are like obstacles, or those are the things that you're trying to that you're trying to either get around? So me sleeping in a tent, right, and I have to go pee in the middle of the night, but there's little bugs everywhere, and you don't want to step on all the little bugs. Mm-hmm. Is there something where the large numbers of little things are like what change the environment? So it's not like the size of the environment. It's just the little things everywhere that you're trying to avoid.
Go.
Minecraft, but I survive in Parkour Civilization full movie. This is 2 hours long.
You're late.
You did not watch. You did not watch that.
Chicken, or you can attempt the 1-block vertical jump for the beef.
Holy shit! This has 26 million views.
It's better to be safe and do the 1-block jump for the chicken.
26 million.
26 million.
Damn.
Small soldiers.
Small soldiers.
The movie scared the shit out of me.
Good.
They were so small.
They were really small. They were normal guys,
but with a small attitude.
They were little guys. Gigantic dicks, though.
Whoa.
Metaphorical.
We can't shrink everything. Some things just never change.
Well, maybe if we watch that movie, it'll give us some ideas.
Yeah, maybe if we spend 2 hours.
Let's just watch the
next 2 hours. I don't like that you put a smiley face on Miley virus. All it needs to be a virus.
It looked like he kind of was looking down to the left there for a sec when you moved it.
All it needs are like those little spores.
Yeah.
Now it's Miley virus.
Even though there's nothing Miley about it, it's just a turkey. Virus. It's literally labeled raw turkey.
That's Miley Cyrus.
Yeah, I don't know. Have you seen her?
Do you know we're talking about?
Do you even know anything?
God. This theme is giving nothing.
I'm not gonna lie.
It's giving
don't start. Don't start. It's giving. Well, let's just do that thing that we always do, where we go to the blog and then we pick someone else's game and then make it better.
Do we always do that? No, we never do that. I promise.
I want to start that rumor.
Those of you in chat that are doing Ludum Dare this year,
what's totally unrelated.
Totally unrelated. What are you guys gonna? What are y'all gonna do?
I don't even know what that looks like.
What's that? Oh, your Prince Jared.
I don't have my Discord preview up right now.
Yeah, we could do a Gulliver's Travels thing with like Jack Black.
Zoinks. I'm feeling creatively bankrupt right now.
Yeah.
Well, it's purely just I just don't want to make a game that a bunch of other people are gonna make.
I don't want to make a game about tiny creatures. I think that's the problem.
I know. How can we, Wild West cowboy shoot our way out of this theme into something that we like? Normally it's in like how we interpret the words.
Yep.
There's no interpretation. Tiny, small, little, itty bitty.
Yeah, just
Itty bitty.
Just keep saying tiny creatures, but use adjectives to replace the words or synonyms.
So here's something. I got the strongest matches for synonyms of creature, and I'm just gonna read this list out verbatim.
Okay.
Animal, critter, fellow, individual, living thing, person, soul, woman.
Oh,
Woman. Let's make a tiny woman.
Wait, which
Hold me closer.
Oh wait, no, there is man in here as well, but it comes before woman. So going down the list of like
make
biggest
a little
smallest.
women.
It's like a
Tiny.
like
little.
an old like
it's like a little house on the prairie kind of
little
a
house
thing.
on the prairie thing, but everything's really small.
Little women. It could even be, if we wanted to get crazy, it could be Lil Women.
Little women.
It's kind of like Lil Wormy. And they're throwing me coach.
Tiny housewives, and they have a really hard time cleaning that house.
Oh, they're like Keebler elves.
You just honey, I'm home.
Wait, can we do something with that? Like Keebler elves, like trying to not burn down their house or some shit.
It could be all of this takes place in a tree. These are all such aesthetic things. But
No!
it's a bunch of,
Not
it's okay.
aesthetic.
It's okay. We'll let it go. Let's see if any of it sparks a mechanic.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Tiny Keebler elves. They're in a tree. They're making shitty cookies. So
Ew.
wait. So all these elves. They're like they're jerking each other off and they're making cookies, right?
Whoa! They're playing the Limp Bizkit game.
Yeah. And the last elf is the one with like the white hair, and then he eats the cookie, and then he goes to the human world, and he says, "Guys, you gotta try this."
So do they come fudge or what?
F-U-C-K-I-N-G.
Tiny elves sitting in a tree.
F-U-C-K. Wow.
Yeah, finish it, Roka. Just finish it.
Finish it like
maybe
those
Twitch
elves
already like
finished
auto-modded him.
Twitch is like, I see where this is going, and it's not going to be worth it. It's not worth the payoff. King. Oh, he's the FUC king.
What if something starts tiny, but you gotta make it bigger?
We got to make
tiny
creature big.
You got a tiny little baby creature, and you gotta feed it a bunch of food and make it really big and round, and then you can roll it.
And then you eat it.
And then when it rolls around, it like picks other things up while you're rolling.
Yeah, it picks up other tiny creatures, and you keep picking up tinier and tinier creatures, and so you start picking up the tiny world. It's crazy.
Oh, bed bugs?
Yeah, those are
Bed bugs.
Well, that reminds me of
let's make a game where you have a black light, and you're going around a hotel room, and you're looking for bed bugs. You're just like, oh feck, where are they? Oh god, that's just
wait, hang on.
That's just
that could be like a legitimately spooky experience, though.
Yeah,
a black
light game, a black light bed bug game.
Yeah, hang on.
Because you're like a bedroom's like a hotel
health inspector.
You're a health inspector. No, you're not a health inspector. You're an exterminator. So there's a variety of different tiny creatures that you have to like detect and get rid of.
You gotta detect them, and then you have like your little bag of tricks to gas them out. You gotta pick the right one.
Well, but do you want?
I'd still like. I want it. I would want it to be spooky though.
Spooky. Okay.
So I think there's a basic game of like, yeah, you're going and you're finding bugs, but you're having to turn the lights off and stuff to do this, right?
Uh-huh.
So to play the game, you have to turn the lights off and go into black light mode.
And these would probably be something that's more than just like bed bugs. Like there's something probably more sinister or something.
Well, but there's also the possibility that it's the surface level of this is very much, I'm just an exterminator clearing bed bugs in a hotel. But the underbelly of this game is where things are sinister and scary. It doesn't necessarily have to be that the bed bugs are the scary thing.
Like maybe you're you're like sort of what would be the word for it? You're inspecting or canvassing a building before like a new tenant acquires it or something. So you have to like take stock of everything. So there's no power to this building. Nobody's living in it, hypothetically. And you're kind of like going around trying to find where all the blood stains are and the bed bugs and the.
Oh, dude.
So like, there's definitely two paths. I think they can both be interesting, but I always like the games where, like from a horror perspective of what actually makes it unsettling is the thing you're focused on is not the scary thing. You're being distracted by the thing scaring you, which then ultimately becomes the threat.
Maybe there's a little tiny creature in there.
Yeah.
So it's just
it's a dog-sized bed bug.
Oh shit.
It's a dog-sized. That's like the queen. That's the thing that's stalking around. You have to identify where like their swarms are, and like the more of the swarms you get rid of, the weaker the queen gets, or the more angry the queen gets. So then it starts like pursuing you faster.
Can this be like really nasty, where like they've got people that they've dragged into the walls and stuff like that?
Absolutely.
God.
Like, and they're like they're just like skeletons with skin on because all their blood's been sucked dry.
Yeah. They're being pulled from the beds and they're becoming part of the architecture in this house. So that's why like the house was deemed sort of like abandoned.
Uh-huh.
And
they're
that's
like,
why
the people just left. We don't know what happened.
Left. They
never left.
They defaulted on their loans.
That's true. Foreclosure, the whole 9 yards.
Damn.
What if it starts tiny, but you got to make it bigger? Was a wild follow-up to fucking.
we move fast here, bad cop.
Yeah. Also, dicks.
Little penis.
Little penis.
Tiny little women and their tiny cocks.
Exactly.
I like the bedbug blacklight.
I do, because bedbugs are inherently like skin crawly.
That's skin crawly.
People don't like that. They'll be like, oh.
And the inherent
bedbug.
The inherent unsettlingness of like just walking around with your only source of light being a black light could be something.
Yeah, let's think mechanics wise now through this like sort of idea.
Because I'm trying to think, would the player have like their black light out all the time?
Mm-hmm.
Got to pull it out.
Have to pull it out. Well, why wouldn't they have it out all the time if like the place is like pitch black?
Well, like the question is the house is it pitch black all the time, or are there reasons to have lights on?
Like I feel like if it was just like completely black, a black light would not be enough to see around. Like you're just kind of using that to look at specific areas and stuff like that.
Like you're navigating with lights on, but then when you turn the lights out, the black light comes on. It's like a different perspective of the room.
Okay.
But is that in itself like that's the only mechanic right now, right?
If you have like some sort of like stalker enemy that would know where you are based on like, I don't know, the lights that are on or something that would incentivize you to not have like your light on all the time. Like if it's on for too long, then you're gonna get caught or something.
Like if they're bed bugs, like if the threat is purely just a bed bug threat, and there's just like the more monstrous sort of versions of it, then like their attraction to you would be your blood, or like your warmth, right?
Yeah. Well, if you guys are 9 minutes, you're already making Wayward 2. What are you talking about?
No one's making Wayward 2.
Unless Wayward 2 stars Hugh Grant.
This is the first legitimate game idea that we've had since brainstorming.
Hour and 14 minutes.
Is.
Yeah.
Don't count time. It's not.
No one needed to know.
It's uncouth.
No one needed to hear that.
We don't need to know how long we've been doing this or how long we will be doing this.
Well, I like bedbugs are I think that's interesting. I think the blacklight is interesting. I think horror spooky is interesting. I mean, all of this comes down to like, okay, what do we realistically want to do in a weekend? But I think what remains is
shut up, Broca. Fuck you. Shut your damn mouth.
Absolute bastard.
We didn't shrink any Will Smiths. We got Hugh Grants over here.
Yeah, Hugh Grant's definitely not Will Smith.
That's Hugh Grant. That's Hugh Grant.
Sorry, yeah, that is Hugh Grant. It's a very different person. Don't forget about Miley Virus.
Right. Yeah. Sorry.
How could I forget?
This little image here that's labeled raw turkey and has a bunch of bulbs around them. That's Miley Virus.
Yeah.
But like, look, get a picture of her. It kind of looks like her.
I think if you lean back and squint your eyes a little bit, it looks just like her.
It kind of looks like her. Yeah, Spy Kids is a fan. Wouldn't you know it? Jared and Steven thought of it at the exact same time.
Exact same time. We both copy and pasted images
They weighted it
simultaneously.
together.
I was thinking if something turns out I just reinvented cement.
Semantics.
Is it just so it's just an ant simulation game. I feel like there's gonna be a bunch of like pet simulation games. Oh, this is kind of like grounded. Okay.
Honey, I Shrunk the Kids?
Oh no.
Honey, I
Just keeping
shrunk my
tabs.
dick.
Dang, now we can't have sex.
Yeah.
Unless I shrink your vagina.
There's no other choice.
I have to do it.
Roka, don't you?
Okay.
What other? Yeah. Let's spend some time in this room. We're in a room with bed bugs.
Yep. That
What's
sucks.
the goal?
What's happening? What's happening? You
What's
know,
happening? Because we can just like walk around looking at big bed bugs all we want, but what's the goal?
We'll shine a black light on and be like, there they are.
There they are. That's scary. Got them.
Are there like puzzles to solve?
Why would there be?
Let's just make Silent Hill, but small.
Blacklight is how you like see the thing, but do you need to uncover things to then look with a blacklight?
We could, because usually bed bugs are like, they're not out in the open, they're like in crevices and things.
Like, are there other ways to coerce the bed bugs into a spot to be seen? And then do you have are we killing them? Like, if we see them, are we killing them? Are we clearing the room?
Are we breeding them?
Oh.
We're having sex with them.
They were a shitty exterminator.
Like, I want more.
No.
Maybe you're at a rival hotel and you're trying to give them bed bugs. But first you gotta pick them up from your own place and then take them over there.
We snuck into a battered women's shelter.
Oh.
We're the reason that people find bed bugs in their beds. Like, we put it there like the tooth fairy.
We're like a bedbug fairy.
Bedbug fairy.
Aw, the bedbug fairy.
So we use our black light to check and be like, oh, well, I guess they don't have bed bugs time.
Are we exchanging the bed bugs for something?
Bed bugs for money? You can
Yeah,
buy
like,
like
are they
maybe
leaving?
there's like we collect the bed bugs. There's a tiny little shop that we could go to and purchase outfits.
Kind of like a coal mining town store.
Yeah. But it's small
from
it's
the
really
mining
small.
company. Yeah, there's not a lot there.
There's not a lot. It's tiny.
Bedbug fairy. Wait,
Are you the bedbug fairy?
That was a fantastic Transformers reference. Thank you, Steven.
You're welcome. I knew Jared wasn't gonna do it.
Jared was really into it. He just Michael Bayed all over his keyboard.
I'm beginning to pay.
You're interminating.
Interminate.
We're the Interminators. Hey, Drew, did you have an idea for a sec?
Nope.
Yeah. Me neither.
Here, one positive thing is, like, we have an aesthetic. Can we use the aesthetic to come up with things to do with it?
Mosquitoes are tiny creatures, and we've already made that joke, Pomo. Keep
I
up.
already said that, man. Why even bother showing up?
Is that the only reason you came here? Because listen. All right, now how do we bring swarms into this?
Maybe we're trying to start like we're stupid, so we're like, oh, like I've heard of a flea circus. And for some reason, we think we could do the same thing with bed bugs. So we're just trying to go collect them.
Steven, you remember, I won't say his name, but a person from South Lyon that lived in Detroit with me. And he was collecting bed bugs from the apartment we lived in.
What the fuck?
To make a bed bug circus.
What?
Oh.
He used a lot of cocaine.
So, did he ever get the circus off the ground though?
Nope, but he
literally
had,
one of the first things we wrote. Pomo, keep up.
Yeah, we wrote.
He had jars full of bed bugs.
That's absurd.
So bed bug circus is a viable idea. That's all I'm saying.
I think
Bed bug circus.
Except we have that music like slowed way down and add like 5 different air raid sirens playing at the same time, as well as some like Chinese folklore song.
The Chinese folklore song was pretty good though.
I really tied it all together.
That one's somehow just eating through the noise. And we're like, wait, what is that?
What is that?
Oh no, not that again. What game were we playing?
We were playing Big Ol' Bass 2, looking for the ray, the sting ray.
Right.
My God.
Right. Man, that was pain. Sometimes we get a little unhinged.
We were
that's moment of the year for me. Well, it is a nominee.
I was
not the chow racing of us defeating
I was
God.
completely sober.
Oh, dude, beating God in the Chow Gardens.
That was pretty good. A bedbug chow garden.
It just keeps coming back to Chow Garden.
I have unironically wanted to make a Chow Garden-esque game at some point.
Really?
Oh yeah.
So we could be locating the whole blacklight bedbug thing is like our garden is the bed.
Our garden's the bed, and we're walking around to other rooms trying to find special.
Till I
Oh
bed
God!
bug. What up, Silver? Howdy doody. Welcome to our brainstorming board.
Take my tour.
It's extensive.
Start with 20 creatures. Here's our first rendition of what a 20 creature should be.
Right.
We got ants, but not uncles. Wiener diseases.
Yep.
Legos and quail eggs. We got Turlet, Frogger, Ant-Man and the Wasp, and Daughter, and Mr. Stark and Black Guy. Semicolon, not racist.
Yep.
This is Hugh Grant.
Huge Grant.
That's huge, Grant.
And there's a tardigrade,
just hanging out on Wide Grant. This is Spy Kids. That's Steve Buscemi. This is Miley Virus.
I like how we're showing them around like this is our apartment.
Over here,
the theme this time is tiny creatures, and we hate it.
It's an awful theme.
Yeah.
And now we're on bed bugs.
Yep, bed bugs.
Which again, bed bugs has tickled me enough to keep me here. So
just like actual bed bugs,
they do keep me in the bed. I like to be sucked.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you just make the mosquito game, but with a bed bug,
yeah.
And we're a bed bug.
It's like a little "Don't Wake Daddy" situation.
Oh, and
we're hiding from the black lights. There's like these black light spotlights that are coming. It's like
it's almost like
hide under the covers.
It's kind of like those like a mass security prison like sort of lights traveling around the yard to capture you.
Yeah.
And there's a bunch of other little bed bugs there as well. And we're like, hey,
hey, what's up? We can talk to them. There's a little bed bug shop where we can buy hats.
There's like a circus. Like we go to the circus sometimes. Yeah, to
the goal, our dream is to join the bed bug circus, but it's on the other side of the bed. And in order to make it there, we gotta dodge the Terminator or whatever the fuck.
The Exterminator.
The Exterminator with his black light.
This sounds like a DreamWorks movie.
This is Bugs Life 2.
This is what
Ants too.
DreamWorks response to A Bug's Life. They're like, well, we made Over the Hedge, and that was a smash success. So let's make a bed bug game about lofty goals.
Tiny creature.
Was the son of a creature man.
Yeah. What's a creature man?
What is a creature man? Creature man.
He's Creature Man?
Fishing game.
Hey, Creature Man.
Jared, if we made a spooky game based on bed bugs, what are you picturing?
See,
what would be a spooky?
A spooky would have to be something of just like, for something like this, you would have to be in some sort of like pitch dark room with a very not enough light source.
Mm-hmm.
And then there would have to be just like something shuffling around in the dark to make it spooky. You know, I mean, that's why the darkness is scary, is that like the unknown of what is in there. So you would have to find some ways to probe the player's imagination to think that there is something in there.
Like, is there going to maybe different parts of the room to look for bed bugs while hearing this larger thing shuffling around?
Yeah, and then maybe this creature, it doesn't know where you are, and if you ever shine a light on it, you lose. It'll just be like, and then so if you ever walk into it or shine a light on it, then it gets you. But otherwise, you're kind of like trying to navigate this room, trying to find little bed bug things, I guess. I don't know why you're still in this room if there's like literally something that you hear scuffling around in it. But
yeah, I'm out of there. I'm out of there. Like, it's not fucking worth it.
Well, like if it's in your like, you're not sure, it's in your imagination, and you're an exterminator, right? So you're there, and maybe the thing you're looking for is like, oh shit, are there like raccoons here or something? So you're looking around.
Yeah. So that's what I'm kind of thinking, like aesthetic wise. I don't think that necessarily makes for like the most engaging game, because it's literally just like look around simulator.
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that I think needs more. It just needs time to build the tension of it.
Yeah,
and
where it starts like just a normal job.
It needs a little bit of plot
gets
to
cut.
It. Needs some story to it.
Maybe it's just like you're looking around for bed bugs with your black light on a normal job. You get deep into like an abandoned hospital or something where there's a bunch of beds. And then suddenly the power goes out and you have to try and navigate your way back out, but your only source of light is a black light.
Black light.
And then you're suddenly noticing that, oh my god, all of these walls have like splats of blood on it, and maybe it's a little bit of semen.
It's just like a little bit.
And you use that to try and find your way out. One last extermination job, then I'm out of this game for good. So then when the power goes out, then there's something that's kind of like stalking you in the dark. I don't know. Sounds generic.
Well, that's why the purely like bed bug thing was kind of interesting, like going to a house to exterminate bed bugs, and then you want to find like the mother or like the colony or whatever.
The MILF bug.
But the MILF bug, but maybe there's something again. There's like an underbelly to this stuff that's a little bit more sinister.
Yeah, I also don't want to like focus too much on the horror if it's not going to work.
Oh, true.
If it's literally just like a bed bug like exterminator game, also it like,
yeah,
I don't know. It's like trying to shoehorn in like a scary element to it might be causing a problem as well.
Yeah. Well, we just need to think mechanisms.
A lot of spooky stuff takes time to get.
It does.
Spooky. Like
spooky is the one thing that we've never done because it's
hard to do
in a weekend is a little ambitious.
Yeah.
Unless
we can definitely do a gross game where it's like you're just looking at gross shit with a black light. That's easy.
Yeah.
But
well, we just have to be careful.
Trying to figure out like what like a scary thing like stalking us or something, or like how to make it creepy.
Yeah,
that's
gonna
be tough.
Those are the challenges because you need to. There's like audio and visual things that we need to bake into, like, and it's timed stuff as well. I think usually, unless we have some clever way of making it where it's not like we're having to script these things that happen.
I think I hate this theme.
Well, you know it's a really great theme when we like have a shotgun of ideas eventually, like, we're like, oh, this is kind of fun, and then we talk ourselves out of it.
I still like the idea of doing something bedbug related.
I mean, I'm not,
And I'm okay. I'm
in
in general, I'm okay with sort of the stuff that we were sort of laying down. I just like
bed bugs,
adding in like a threat that's like chasing us or something. That just seems
too much.
They're too much, or just kind of like,
hang on.
Like, why though?
How to exterminate bedbugs. Do-it-yourself bedbug control. How to get rid of bedbugs.
Here we go.
Have sex with them.
Certain factors can make bedbugs more complicated to remove. You may have a tougher time ridding your home of them if you have a lot of clutter, live in an apartment building with other units that also have bedbugs, travel often, and bring new bedbugs with your luggage. Step 1, identify all infested areas. So you can look for them near the tags of the mattress and the box spring, in the cracks of the bed frame and headboard, and baseboards, between couch cushions, furniture joints, inside electrical outlets.
Get in there.
Under loose wallpaper, underneath paintings and posters on the walls, in the seam where wallpaper and ceiling meet. You can spot signs of bed bugs by following live bed bugs, which are reddish and about a quarter of an inch long, bed bug droppings, which are dark spots around the size of a period, reddish stains on your mattress from crushed bugs, small and pale yellow eggs and eggshells.
Men automatically think of it, or like a punctuation.
Once you know that you have bed bugs, you need to keep them contained to get rid of them. A quick and easy way to trap bed bugs is to run your vacuum over any possible hiding places, including your bed, dresser, carpets, electronics like TVs. Seal the vacuum contents in a plastic bag and throw them away. Fuck your TV.
See, yeah, put a plastic bag over your TV and throw that sucker in the trash.
Oh, there was another thing too. I remember, I think I watched some random video about bed bug extermination. It's like, first you could try to remove the bed bugs without chemicals. The bugs are pretty easy to kill with high heat at 115 degrees Fahrenheit or intense cold at 32 degrees Fahrenheit. So one of the ways that exterminators do it is they just bomb your apartment or house with a high enough heat, and then it kind of like cooking a chicken. Just be like, all right, it's officially 115. No bed bugs can survive that. They're gone.
Damn.
How would you do that? How would you just turn a whole
set your house on fire?
I don't know.
Oh.
I think that would kill them.
I know one of the things, because I had to deal with bed bugs in Detroit, was if you do your take all your sheets, all fabric and stuff, and run it through the dryer, because that kills any bed bugs that would have been in there.
Yep.
Definitely woke up to bed bugs in Detroit.
That fucking sucks.
Yeah, it was kind of nasty. We're gonna put little bites all over you. It was a little nasty.
Woof.
We just make Phasmophobia, but the house it's a bed bug house.
Identify the rodent or creature. Is it
you got to identify the type of bug. Is it a
kind of
tiny termites? What happens when you lay some salt out?
Tiny creatures. Bed bugs and termites. It's a 50-50 coin flip with which one it is.
Yeah, that was pretty much it. Yeah, that was it. Observation duty game, but you can't see shit because you're observing tiny creatures. Anomaly detected.
So there's nothing to see.
There were 5 bed bugs on that bed. Now there's 6.
Oh shit!
I like that bed bug fairy idea.
Where you're just you're going around from apartment to apartment,
sprinkling bed bugs everywhere.
I think that's the closest thing we have right now to the Teletubby.
Oh, literally the first guy you drew, he's the fairy right there. That's the add some wings to him, and you're just going around to a bunch of seedy motels and just dropping them all over the place.
Oh, Steven, that place that you stayed at.
The place next to the place.
Sunset Motel or whatever it was called.
The Sunset Motel.
I like the Sunset Motel as a location for this.
We could easily just be at the Sunset Motel and we're just like going room to room, and we just gotta strategically find good places to put our little bedbug presents.
We're running a B&B, a bed and bug.
Nice. Yeah.
This is what we're reduced to, is just laughing at stuff that we wrote down.
Maybe it'll spark something. I don't know.
Unless I'm kind of banking on right now. How did we go from tiny little women to bedbugs? Or was that Steven just had like a little brain blast in the midst of that?
I think we just randomly said something about bedbugs.
Bedbugs.
I don't think the women could have bedbugs on them.
What if it's a little house on the prairie, but they have bedbugs?
Oh, that's probably very possible.
I would assume that a house in the prairie in the woods would have bedbugs.
And then we had tilt shift.
Oh,
tiny.
And then there's like a neighboring cabin, but it's like little men. And then
little men.
and then the men are trying to get with the little women.
Yeah.
But the bedbugs are in the way.
Well, you got this like little monastery on a mountain, and then on another little mountain, there's a cheerleading camp.
Well, the little women just want to read, right? Because they're just they're little house on the prairie women, so they just want to read and be kind of quiet. But there's like a frat party.
They want to make a butter.
There's a cool frat party, and like the guys want to have the girls come over, but they're like, no, we're not gonna go over there.
No way.
I'm not going to. I won't sleep with you.
I'm not.
And the guys are like, come on.
Come over to my bedbug.
We don't have bedbugs over here.
Are the frat guys bedbugs?
Oh, that's what it's a.
Wait, they're bedbugs?
Party.
They're frat bugs?
It's a frat bugs. So we go to a frat party with bedbugs, and they're trying to sleep with us, but we have to say no.
Oh. Bug.
Bug.
Bug. Herm to herm to herm.
All right.
Something coming?
Maybe we could have like this is just a complete non sequitur, not related to anything that we've
done.
Perfect. That's what I need right now.
All right.
Give me that sequitur. I mean non sequitur.
We have a little ant boy or whatever tiny creature that we want, and he's walking around in this area.
You got it. Okay.
The catch.
Oh, bigger area. Oh, oops. Sorry.
That's the monitor. This is the game window.
Oh, small game window.
It's a small
tiny
game window.
Small game window.
And then maybe they can get like some power ups to like, I don't know, expand the size of their game window or something, to where like their field of view looks bigger or something like that.
I like the tiny game window idea.
Yeah. There might be something that we could do.
Tiny
with
game
that.
window.
Is it possible to do something where like if you actively move your game window around, it moves like the view in the world?
Oops. You actively move the game window around?
Like if I'm dragging the game window.
I mean,
not like a.
We could. It wouldn't happen
inside the game.
It wouldn't happen automatically, but what I could do is basically like move the camera in the game world as they move away.
As you're moving like the game window around.
Yeah. I think. Yeah.
Like there's something as a like tiny mechanic of having a small window, but like you move it around. You actually kind of play with the game window to do things.
Right. Yeah. And we could even have the gate like that was just a for instance. But the game window could start like that big maybe.
Yeah.
Tiny.
You literally just see the the bar at the top with like the minus and stuff.
Yeah. What would be really cool is if like you're using WASD and then like you press W and this window just moves up on the screen or something.
I think that tiny window is cool. I like tiny window.
Yeah.
Tiny window.
I don't like. Is there a way to just like have an eraser where I'm not like erasing just a line, but more so I can just
it views every action as its own thing, so it won't just like take part of a line away.
Yeah,
that's annoying. Classic Jared committing is something that'll probably make him. I know. But it's these sorts of ideas where I'm just like, oh, finally, I'm interested in something.
but like, something I want to engineer.
Yeah.
Okay, how do we make? So that's an interesting mechanic. How do we make? What do we do with that? So we can like, what are the things with a tiny window that we can do?
So it limits your field of view. Maybe it
like we're trying to make it bigger. We're trying to like.
Is the idea to grow the size of the window?
The grow window.
My window's a grower, not a shower.
The window is the window of the monitor.
Yep. I've heard that.
So I'm imagining this as a sort of like top-down sort of game, but it doesn't have to be.
Like, I mean, we could be literally looking into like a petri dish kind of a thing.
Yeah.
Like, what does the limited field of view and being able to like move this thing around? What does like visibility grant us access to? Or is even moving it around like an action in itself as well?
Yeah. Maybe, you know what? Maybe instead of like controlling a character or something, so let me just get rid of this. Get rid of the ant here. We're drawing it again. Fuck it.
Remix.
So,
DJ Khaled.
This is the thing. We won't be able to actually like draw it like this, but what if this game window here was like a magnifying glass that you move around your screen to try to find something?
Yeah.
It could be kind of like a find it game. Like an I Spy sort of thing. But
you're looking for tiny creatures.
Maybe it's just like maybe you are looking through like a petri dish or something, and you're moving this window around to try and find something, but there's something going on in like the greater space of the world that you maybe have like influence over somehow. Like maybe you can like put a few drops of like formaldehyde down here, and then suddenly things are going away or some shit. But like you can only do it in like you can do it in a spot, and then you can look away and it'll still like be propagating even when it's like off camera or something. So like instead of it is still like your field of view, but it's more of just like that's how you look around the world is by moving the window around.
Right. Magnifying glass.
I mean, if it's like a petri dish sort of thing, like we're looking at it through like a microscope, what if our field of view stays the same, but we're moving the world like around it or something? I don't know.
Yeah, we could do that.
Like if the window stays in one spot.
And you're just sort of like moving the environment through that field of view sort of deal. And maybe that influences stuff. I don't know. I mean, it's kind of the same thing, but...
Well, I think it would feel a lot more tactile to like move the window around the screen like a magnifying glass. Instead of just like having them focus on like a 30 by 30 square on the middle of their screen and like seeing things move around in there.
It can also be if there's a tiny creature involved in what I'm seeing in the magnifying glass. It could be that moving the like window is also moving that thing around.
Yeah. Hang on. What if we have this little screen that we can move around on our monitor, and it's got similar sort of gameplay-ish mechanics to, say, an interactive buddy.
Interactive buddy?
Where you move the screen, or like if you like jolt the screen up, he hits his head on the ceiling.
Ow!
Yeah. Like you can shake this thing around and he'll just be like bopping all
ting,
over
ting,
the
ting,
place.
ting, ting, ting.
Yeah. I don't know what else you would do with it.
We just
smack him around.
But it would be like this, like a thing of just like when you're moving this tiny screen around, it's moving the world essentially.
Well, I like the idea of if there's a little guy in here that as he gets bigger, like he's growing your window size.
Mm-hmm.
So like the game window is sort of proportional to the size of your guy.
Sure.
And that interacting with the window is how you interact with the guy. Like it could be like everything you do is like based around like how you click and drag the window.
Yeah. Yeah, so maybe there's just like little orbs and things that he has to collect, and every one he gets makes him a little bit bigger. So you have to like move your window around and try and jostle him in such a way that he like collides.
You're just bouncing him around to collect the things.
Yeah. But maybe, I don't know, maybe he's got some like weird like floaty physics or some shit.
Mm-hmm.
Where, like maybe he's kind of like a It's kind of hard. It's almost like he's just like floating in stasis. So when like you like if I were to move this screen in a way where he doesn't touch the edges at all, like he'll basically kind of just stay in the same position. But once I bump him a little bit, it's almost like a billiard ball. He'll just be like, and then he eventually like goes into like static again. So like the physics,
so it's like a gravitational pull almost to the center.
Not necessarily like a gravitational pull, but more of like a
he's kind of tethered.
No, it's more of just like he's just like floating in a very viscous liquid, and he won't move unless he's like jostled by something that is solid.
Oh, so he could come to rest in a corner.
Yeah, he can come to rest in a corner, and the only way that you can move him is by like jerking the frame down or to the left or something, and he kind of like moves around a little bit. Although, yeah, it would have to be that these little edible things don't move when you move the screen, I guess, because otherwise you would just move this thing up to the corner to grab this one or something.
Yeah.
Well, it's like we're moving this is moving the camera and your character, and like all of that's isolated together, and then there's like a separate plane of the world underneath that isn't moving.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but like the edges of your window would still jostle this little boy here.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, so he's like sort of locked into that box with the camera.
Right.
But those, whatever the objects are not limited to that box.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Although we would probably have to have some sort of situation or like something to stop the player from just going like and getting all of them, you know?
Yeah.
But what if things are trying to hit your guy and this starts to become a little bit of like a asteroid,
like try to like dodge the enemies.
You're bouncing him around to avoid these things.
So
you're avoiding and collecting sort of deal.
It could be that there's good stuff and bad stuff.
Okay, I see. So you got the little good power-ups, and then you got these little fuckers,
things that shrink you
that you're trying to avoid. So you can't necessarily just go straight to the corner to grab this one. It would have to be you'd have to sort of like navigate a little bit where you're just like, oh, there we go, got it, kind of thing.
Well, it'd be like you essentially have 4 paddles,
Yeah.
and you're using those paddles to bounce your guy around to like avoid or collect things, I guess.
Uh-huh. Yeah. And you don't want him to hit the little nasty cancer cells.
The ewies. The grossness.
I don't know what I'm doing here.
Ah! There's a man.
A little tiny man.
But yeah, I don't know. There's something I think interesting about the idea of just like manipulating a window of some sort. Get tiny in the meta sense. I do downsides to this. Bye-bye HTML5.
Yeah.
Very, very true.
And also, I kind of want to avoid making another game like Split Decision where it's just a bunch of abstract geometric shapes and shit.
Very.
That's kind of where this is going.
I want character and stuff. So this is me in like the Split Decision sort of scenario we had where it was just unfettered like theoretical game design from me, and then you guys kind of just ran with it. I want this to get more character in it. I don't want it to just be unfiltered me.
Yes, got it.
Because
I
unfiltered me
think
is very engineer-like.
that's okay. I think that the strength of this is well, honestly, looking at this, it's at the level it's at. It doesn't fully justify a game built around the game window being small. I think you could do the same thing inside a game, and you just have like this limited sort of scope, and it's the same thing is sort of achieved. Like you click and drag this thing around.
Sure.
It's not interesting enough yet to just be like, oh, the game window is small.
Yeah.
That's more just like wouldn't that be fun to engineer that sort of thing?
Yep.
And I do think that things that are zoomed out like this are only interesting when you can also zoom in. Like everything's zoomed out, again, because then it's just all like little shapes and colors.
Yeah.
Usually like micro things are cool because you can also get in there and see like the different sort of scale. Only staying in one of those states doesn't feel as strong. So I like the idea of like having a limited scope and like having like the gameplay is what's growing from like tiny to large, or maybe the gameplay is either large or small depending on what you want to do. I think that as like a mechanic driven from the theme, I think is interesting to play with. But I mean, even this sort of like vision window is very bedbug blacklighty already.
Yeah.
If that was something that y'all are still interested in.
I'm always interested in bedbugs.
Let's get bed bugs.
I like some bed bugs.
I don't know my bed bugs. Where your window is the black light. You're just bringing that around everywhere.
I'm gonna get up, pee for a sec. I'll be right back. I'll marinate on this.
Do it. While you're gone, Steve and I will solve it.
Yeah, easy. We'll just make the whole game while he's gone.
I mean, I agree with them on like let's try to avoid. So I what I always want to avoid is I don't want to make something that's it's really just geometry and shape and point value things. I think it kind of like wears off quickly unless it's really genius. Yeah. And then I also don't want something that like requires a bunch of assets to be good either.
Right. Yeah. I'm not sold on this window thing at the moment. What I'll say.
Yeah, I think it's different from like you being tiny instead of like thinking of like the gameplay is either tiny or large. That could be interesting, but I would want to find something more interesting maybe to do with it. And also I struggle a lot with like just top down things. Because again, it needs to be very interesting to be good, and I kind of want to get in there and feel some detail from it.
I need to touch it.
Because like top down and 2D stuff like needs good rich detail to feel good, whereas 3D just sort of like shortcuts you to interest because there's depth.
Right. I don't know.
2020.
Because I think just like collecting.
I don't think
orbs
that's
and
there.
stuff
I don't
doesn't
think
seem like
that ain't getting us there. And
also, like, if you do like an actual game window thing, how does that change for like monitor size? Like,
that would be a weekend of engineering, figuring out stuff. So it always comes down to like what's the end result? How good is that, and is it worth the time we're going to put in to try and get it to that level?
Yeah.
And if I could identify something as it being the game window versus it just being like inside the game window,
right? Just a window within inside the game.
If that's essentially the same thing, then it probably doesn't matter. I think the times when the game window is small is really interesting when it's sort of like thrown you into that. You're like, oh shit,
Right.
I think
Where
those are always
whoa,
really
like what happened here? And it's just like a sort of little mechanic that they
Mhm.
have. But just having that be the whole game, I don't know. Unless we have like a really smart way of utilizing game windows in general, but
my brain can't get there right now.
that ain't me.
That ain't me. Now this bedbug fairy, on the other hand.
Bedbug fairy, that is me.
Wayne Cox.
All right, tell me your genius idea that you had while I was gone.
Well, Andrew, just tell him the last two words that you said.
I believe it was Tiny Cox.
Perfect.
Yep.
All right, so back to square one.
There you go.
Does anything spark with any like thinking mechanics wise? Does anything spark with y'all thinking of, instead of you being the thing that's small, like the gameplay being either small or big? Like, is there anywhere we can go with that?
What do you mean by the gameplay being small or big? Is there like no character?
No, well, there could still be character there, but instead of just thinking of the game window as being just like a way to view things, like what changes about gameplay with whatever we do, where the mechanic is like there's a reason that you have like smaller window of gameplay versus like larger area of gameplay. Besides like, things are harder when it's smaller because you don't get like a heads up to what it's going to happen or whatever.
Right.
No, I don't know. Fuck.
There's that wall people were talking about.
Why couldn't it be a tiny wall this time?
Maybe I should have put a Will Smith on this mirror board. Just to divert our attention to some other theme.
To something else.
Well, we got Huge Grant.
We do have Huge Grant. We got Nick Fury, Huge Grant.
Wait, what more could you want?
Rock Sea Monkeys.
Yep.
We got that
P-hole penetrator thing.
Simulator one.
Yeah.
That's not bad. We got Miley.
What about B Little?
B Little. Where we're just berating these bees to get small, and they're like, "Oh."
You're just choosing insults. It's a microphone based thing.
What about like B you or little?
You were little. Wow. I love it.
You weren't little.
You weren't little.
You weren't little.
Just trying to get the juices flowing.
Well, something with like mice and
men.
And men. Tiny creatures. You're Lenny, and you like to pet rabbits and mice and small things, but you
can't
always
pet them too
it's
hard.
kind of like Jared's like animal compactor idea, but it's like you're
but with hands.
but with hands. Like you're at the pet store and you're petting things.
They're like, oh, not this guy again.
Oh no. And then Gary Sinise comes in.
What? Oh.
Who's Gary Sinise comes in?
Gary
Sinise comes in. I wish you were at the bee farm with me.
The bee farm. The bee farm.
The bee farm.
What if it's looking back at Miley virus? What if it's a pimple popping thing, but it's you're a virus?
I'm a virus.
I'm a virus. Can we somehow get the drum circle tent into this thing?
Easy. We just do it.
We could have each of the bugs.
Quality be damned.
Each of the bugs plays like a different instrument. And then it's just like a music generation thing.
You just gotta add bugs.
Where does the hand job happen?
In the tent, duh.
The overpanned hand job.
The drum circle is happening in a very small window. And you can drag that window over to the tent area of the screen.
And then when your friend comes looking for you, you're like,
oh my God,
he's looking for me.
He's so close, and so am I.
I'm almost there.
Bedbug Fairy has that's weird sort of vibe to it that I like.
Mm-hmm.
It certainly has.
Think of a mechanic.
You're just crop dusting a bunch of apartments with bed bugs.
Yeah, is the bedbug fairy delivering bed bugs, or are they removing bed bugs and leaving something else?
Teeth.
Leaving teeth behind.
What is the because the tooth fairy is like an exchange. There is like a quid pro quo.
Yep.
So what's the quid pro quo with the bedbug fairy? Teeth for bugs.
She gives you bed bugs and takes your teeth.
It takes your teeth? That doesn't sound like a good, fair trade. Here's some bed bugs, now give me your teeth.
What am I getting out of this?
Well, in the bedbugs fairy world, bedbugs are like really high value.
They're really valuable, but the fairy hasn't figured that out yet.
The fairy hasn't figured out that humans don't want these things.
They think this is like a valid exchange.
But they do want their teeth.
But they want their teeth, and the fairy is just not. The fairy just became a fairy, and they didn't understand the instructions.
They're still learning about
fairy school did not go well.
So they're not actually called a fairy; they're called an unfairy because their trades aren't exactly fair.
So we have like two different modes of gameplay. One where you sneakily sprinkle bed bugs into their bed, and then this second where you stealthily extract their teeth.
Ew, this is all happening in the dark of night.
With only a black light.
So he's sneaking into people's rooms, remove their teeth.
Give them bed bugs, call it a day, move to the next one,
and then back to our fairy homeworld.
Honestly, if we go to like a seedy motel, we get the meth people. Their teeth will be easy to pull out.
That's true. That's level 1.
That's where the bed bugs come in.
Motel. Oh
God, it really might take just like an off the wall higher desire level idea to get us out of this rut like that.
I think that's what we gotta aim for this time.
Is where does the
bed bugs takes your teeth?
Takes your teeth.
Like, why the teeth?
I'm imagining like a methed out person, kind of like all cuddled up, and they're like it's like very like adorable. Like
we need to add
sleepy.
another layer to this. What do you do with the teeth
Well,
afterwards?
yeah, what's happening
Can we take it to a little store and buy hats with it?
What? It's always a store.
There's a tiny store where you can buy hats. You make it like a little. You make it like little teeth critters.
I do like the idea that these unfairies live in sort of a coal mining town, and like the coal mining that they have to do, they're going down in the mine is like going into the beds to get the teeth. and their life is sort of owned by like a company. The company sort of owns them.
That's like the company, but you're stealing teeth out, and then you're leaving behind bed bugs. You gotta take it to the company to sell your teeth.
Yeah, the mine.
I got some bicuspids. Those are pretty expensive.
Like think of like a small town in Virginia, and like a city sort of ruled by the mining company, the teeth company. This sounds like
Big Tooth.
This sounds like a Tooth Fairy game where we shoehorned bed bugs in. Like,
it's more about the teeth than the bed bugs. I feel like.
What's sweeten the deal? Bed bugs.
Bed bugs. That's what you like,
bed
right?
Bed bugs takes your teeth. That sounds like a great Blumhouse movie.
Yeah.
The bed bug fairy gives you bed bugs, takes your teeth.
So stupid.
Well, what if the bed bugs are actually a force for good and we just don't realize it?
Oh,
and they're sucking out all the infected blood in us.
Yeah, we've never thought about them actually being like a medicinal bug.
Yeah, they're actually cleaning us.
You ever, it's bloodletting, but with bugs.
Involuntary bloodletting.
Because everyone knows that bloodletting is it works in the medical world.
You just got to get rid of the bad blood.
Yeah.
Bad blood.
Make room for the good blood.
Bad blood.
Bad clicks.
Bed bugs.
Bed bugs. No teeth.
Takes your teeth.
Well, what if they're turning your teeth into bed bugs?
Oh my god.
Oh god.
They're extracting your teeth and then creating bed bug eggs. Or just putting bed bug eggs in your mouth. You didn't realize that your teeth were bed eggs.
Bed bug eggs.
Ew.
Bed bug eggs.
Bed bug eggs?
Bed bug eggs. Bed bug eggs.
Bed bugs.
Okay. And noises.
Yeah.
When we completely devolve, and then they're singing "Son of a Creature Man" while they extract your teeth.
All right, maybe we can let's table this bedbug fairy for a second.
Okay.
Because there's another avenue that we've often talked about.
Yes.
But have never had the cojones to try out.
Oh boy.
The cojones, the tiny balls.
Don't you say it.
FMV.
It's us in our own beds.
It could literally be like a Honey I Shrunk the Kids sort of situation, where it's us walking around in a big world.
So like we it's FMV of us, like footage of us.
Mm-hmm.
Is it real footage of outside?
Fuck no. It could be. Or I guess it could just be real footage of me, since I'm the only one with a green screen. But
that's what I'm saying. Like it's as much as I would love to do
Damn.
FMV, it's too. We don't have the supplies to do it. It's not even the green screen. It's like we would have to like. I'm not just gonna wear my
composites
clothes.
and stuff, right?
I need a character,
like a character costume or something. That would be something if we were all in the same city that we could do. Yeah. It's too hard to do across the
pond.
We can't manifest destiny, that bitch.
Louisiana purchased this.
Yeah. What if Louisiana was tiny?
And a bed bug that took your teeth.
And a bed bug.
You win some, you Louisiana stuff. Teeth.
Bed
the
bugs.
final frontier.
This makes me giggle every time I look at it.
Your bed bugs takes your teeth.
Because why?
Why would you do
Why
that?
are they? Are they only a fourth of evil? What are they doing?
I think they're just like really stupid. They're just going like, and they just rip your teeth out.
In terms of mythological entities, this certainly seems like bottom tier.
Yeah.
It actually reminds me of a Game Grumps bit where Danny just asks, like, say something for the kids. And Aaron's like, hey, kids, just here to remind you, stay in school, don't do drugs, eat your teeth.
Eat your teeth.
He was trying to warn us because if you don't eat them, the fairy will take them. And then
Exactly. That's true.
That seems like a fair trade to me, though.
I mean,
Free bed bugs?
For teeth? I got plenty of teeth. I don't have enough bed bugs.
Or are we? Maybe we're the exterminator hunting the bedbug fairy because we
bed bugs and taking their
fucking
teeth.
menace.
We realize this is the real menace.
The town is running out of applesauce. I can't afford to have more people without teeth.
We need the ability to chew.
We gotta use our black light to follow the trail of bed bugs behind the fairy.
The trail of
Yeah,
teeth.
we're
The trail of teeth.
Trail of teeth. This is a Louisiana Purchase game. Bedbug fairy is a pretty scary thing to find in a room.
I'd be horrified.
And like you're following the trail because like you say, oh, there's more bedbugs here, and teeth.
Why is there so many
Or
teeth?
lack of teeth, actually.
There's a lack of teeth here. I must be on the
Where
right
did
trail.
all the teeth go?
Imagine like walking into a room in an orphanage and all the kids like sit up and look at you and smile their toothless smiles.
Toothless smile.
No teeth.
Like, oh, there must be
Bedbugs.
bedbugs here.
Jump scare.
Oh, something big coming in. Whoa!
Whoa! That is a jump scare. Damn.
Ha! Ha! Get your bed bugs. Take your teeth.
That's the teeth.
It's just... That is a son of a creature, man.
Yeah.
That's great inspiration for what the bedbug fairy looks like.
Oh, he's taking your teeth so he can have them.
Mm.
Yeah,
Put 'em in his mouth.
he wants extra teeth.
But he doesn't know how teeth work, so he just sort of like swallows them.
He's hoping that one day like he'll just manifest teeth from the consumption of them.
Yeah, if you eat enough teeth, you'll eventually get some.
It's like drinking milk to replenish your sperm.
Exactly.
Another jump scare warning.
Oh, that's a lot of teeth.
That is many teeth.
Extra. That's like a shark.
That's like too many teeth.
So that's a little Junji Ito panel for you.
Are they both Junji Ito?
No, this guy is I forget what his name is, but he does a manga called PTSD Radio. That's a good one.
It looks very Junji Ito.
It does, yeah. He has a lot of those spooky face panels. The stories he tells are a lot different though. It's neat. They're more of like, are you afraid of the dark? Like short story snippets.
Yeah.
That's cool.
So they'll take your teeth and then put them in her mouth.
Oh,
Yeah.
here you
Got
go.
enough teeth there, or what? Maybe she makes a hat out
Catch you
of
bed bugs. Take your teeth.
What kind of criminal?
That's one of the few things that have brought me immense joy on this brainstorming board so far. It gives me table simulator vibes in terms of how much it like kind of cramps my stomach.
Right. Purely off of that phrase. Game mechanics. Go.
Game mechanics.
Go.
Gives you bedbugs. So you gotta sprinkle around in the right spots so that they don't fall off. And then it's kind of like a lock picking mini game for taking the teeth.
You just it like zooms in on the teeth. You just go like. But it's like that that alligator game where if you take too many teeth or the wrong tooth out, that it like their eyes open like
and they bite off your little hand.
Yeah.
One hand giveth, one hand taketh away.
One hand giveth, one hand taketh the teeth.
One hand giveth the big bugs, the other hand taketh the teeth.
Do you prefer to be the one doing these things or the ones trying to stop?
like hoping that it doesn't happen to you?
Are you trying to prevent this or are you trying to make it happen?
Watch your teeth, kids.
Don't lose your teeth.
Don't lose your teeth.
Hide your teeth, hide your gums.
Hide your teeth, hide your gums.
Because they give me the right bed bugs up in here. Damn it. I just hobo microwave Teletubbied myself.
That's where we are, but that's okay. What did we make after the hobo thing?
That was Shutter Chaos. And that was a 9-hour brainstorm, so buckle up.
Shutter Chaos. Don't worry, we're only 2 hours in, it's okay.
I love the prolonged silences before a good idea gets made.
Yeah. The next noise that happens is gonna be the idea. This is the sound of me like Jared or Steven's about to just slam.
Everyone's waiting for each other to come up with a hit idea.
It's like, all right, I laid the groundwork. I put the foundation down.
Knock them down.
Come and kill it, one of you.
We could make a fishing game where all you're catching are like tiny ass fish. Did you say beef?
That's true. No,
Yeah, what if you're casting your rod into a mouth?
You're just trying to like reel it out, like
just catching parasites and shit.
It's a tooth fishing game.
I actually like casting a reel, like a rod down someone's throat to try to catch like a tapeworm. Like, but you're like this. You're the tapeworm fairy, but you're extracting them for people. Like you're being nice,
and giving them.
And you're giving them teeth. No bed bugs anymore.
Spy Kids, we never left.
That is disgusting, Steven, but that's not a bad idea.
Yeah, like you just got like a little mouth fishing game, and you just try to get shit out of there.
In someone's mouth.
Ew. Gingivitis. Quick, look up a bunch of different mouth diseases. What sorts of things can you get out of a mouth?
Oh God. Things you can find in a mouth.
Herpes. Tonsils. Uvulas.
You get the uvula, you're just like trying to pull like yeah.
Since I'm assuming Miro doesn't allow GIFs, I'll just post it in our Discord.
Okay.
It's stupid.
Oh, gross. Oh, what the, jeez. That box of Frosted Flakes still there after filling his mouth. Is it his own hands?
I don't think so. I think he's
I think someone's pouring it in for him.
This looks like something out of Guantanamo Bay. And that is some thick milk.
Oh my god.
Look at how thick that milk. It's like heavy cream. Jeez.
So we could totally go fishing in someone's mouth. That's kind of what
Totally.
I kind of thought the aesthetic would kind of look like of just somebody who's just like agape. Their mouth is agape.
Oh god.
That's the whitest milk. It is.
It's
It's like 2 stages away from being pure creamer.
Yeah.
It was looking like creamer from Seinfeld. Eat fishing mouth worms, bed bugs, fairies.
Takes your teeth.
Takes your teeth.
Gives you bed bugs.
Yeah, but if you're fishing in someone's mouth, you might take a tooth, but it's on accident.
That's true.
I'm not trying to take the
That's
teeth.
just like a gratuity.
Yeah. It's just like it's a tip.
They won't miss a molar.
Nah.
I mean, fuck, they have like 8 of them.
Molar, I hardly know him.
Oh. Anytime we think of fishing, I always think of global chat. I just can't not think of global chat.
Well, I mean, we could have a global chat in the game. That's easy. Right?
Is it?
I would assume
Jared,
so.
You know how to do that, right?
If Fishing Planet can do it, you can.
Yeah. Something not even like gameplay related. But Jared, what if that is the gameplay? It's
making
just...
a chat, just like global chat.
Then I'll just submit our Twitch channel for our project. How about that?
Done. Got him.
Big bug theory.
Yeah, picturing fishing down that Junji Ito mouth photo.
Yeah, just cast your line. It's like we're the tiny creature catching tiny creatures.
And then once that hooks down the throat deep enough, you just yank that line like you're trying to start a lawnmower.
Exactly.
Sure.
What's the sound of a creature, man?
This is the problem with just writing your brain down on a board.
Our brains don't make sense.
I do like the idea of an unfairy, even if it's not bedbug related.
Right.
Just a fairy that's
Unfairy
just
is
a
funny.
dick.
Something that, gives you things you don't want, takes things you need.
One of them can be gives you bedbugs, takes your teeth, but it can be
true,
a bunch of other things.
It could be anything.
And maybe that's something that the player gets to decide. Like maybe it's like a kind of like a serial dater-esque thing where like you get to choose what you give them and what they have to give you in return.
The term unfairy is pretty great.
It's pretty great. So I like that idea because you can just classify the unfairy as a tiny creature that gets up to mischief. And then from there...
We just make them tiny.
Exactly. And sexy.
And
then really, really hot.
We have the controls of Mr. Mosquito.
Oh, God. I'll whip out my PS2 controller.
Ayo.
Each level will have a different goal. Level 4 will be give bed bugs take teeth.
You know, Unfairy. Let's just do it.
I like Unfairy.
Unfairy.
I like Unfairy. I'm down to dedicate a bunch of time to trying to figure out these mechanics.
Right.
I have no idea what they are, but you know what?
We're making an Unfairy. Let's maybe get to should we get to like a clean spot on the board?
Let's just go just south of Junie.
What's his sister's name?
Oh fuck!
Shit!
Charlotte something.
Oh, it was like, fuck. My crush as a kid. I don't know.
Kids
Yeah, someone I still think it's hot.
yeah.
Carmen.
See, and I would have been if I
I knew it was a hot girl name of some kind.
You didn't have a crush on Gertie Giggles?
Gurney Giggles.
Gertie Giggles. Played by Emily Osment.
My goodness. Steven, we're in that movie, aren't we?
Oh, you know what? You know who I actually did have a crush on? The chick in Spy Kids 3. With the purple armor.
Yeah. It's 3 cast. Oh, I don't recognize them when they're adults, you idiot.
I want to see them when they're kids.
Spy Kids 3 characters. I just love Demetra?
Oh, dude.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, why is it showing up a picture of Alita Battle Angel as one of these screenshots?
I don't know.
Jesus.
It's crazy remembering these people as we look back.
You just gave me like nostalgia whiplash by just name dropping Junie like that.
The Junie was violent and unnecessary.
South of Junie.
South of Junie. Can we throw that phrase into this game somewhere?
Yeah, that could be like the fictional land that it takes place in.
South Junie.
South Junie.
Yeah, that's the town that this takes place in. I do like the idea that we have like a little like level select, and it's like a map of South Junie, and we're just like going. It's like one of those like comical looking like maps where it's just got like the.
It's shaped like Junie's hair.
Yeah, exactly. Like a cartoon map, and that's our level select screen. South of Junie. You know, Junie gets a little more dangerous the further south you go. So.
Good lord. Oh. How dangerous does he get?
Actually, I'll just say that he gets more dangerous further south you go. Like talk about his penis or what?
It's the Unfairy. This is getting really Dr. Seuss up in here.
Unfairy.
Just south of Junie.
We need a narrator for the game.
We do need a narrator for the game because this should be an Unfairy tale.
Oh, like a little Dr. Seuss like south of Junie. There's the Unfairy.
The Unfairy.
It's the Unfairy. Where they'll give you bed bugs, but take your teeth.
We need a lot of rhyming involved in something like this.
We could have all of the trade
and puny.
Oh,
you could have all of the trade deals be stuff that rhymes, except for gives you bed bugs, takes your teeth. Like that's the only
one that doesn't rhyme.
Non-negotiable.
So all these like whimsical things of like gives you boys but takes your toys.
Ew.
If for somebody who's trying for a kid or something.
Oh, yeah.
They just splatter a bunch of boys all over the room. Okay, Unfairy mechanics, go.
Yes. You can't just go me like that. My brain just short circuits and I can't think of anything.
All right, south of Junie. Come up with some rhymes for south of Junie right now.
South of Junie.
Small and puny.
Small and puny.
Pray for dairy, call the Unfairy.
Oh.
Dairy. Jim Carrey.
Jim Carrey is the Unfairy.
Tyler Perry.
Drew Carey as well.
Oh, Drew.
It's getting hairy.
Harry Dairy. Drew Ferrymore. These are all just characters in the game. One of the characters is just Drew Carey. What do fairies do?
Grant wishes, or at least fairy godparents do.
Okay, so wishes.
Wishes. They give you money for teeth.
Money. Wishes money.
Fairies of the past were feared as dangerous and powerful beings who were sometimes friendly to humans, but could also be cruel and mischievous. Fairies are usually conceived as being characteristically beautiful or handsome, and as having lives corresponding to those of human beings, though longer.
Wait, what?
Fairies live longer.
Okay, long life. They live long time. And they're hot.
Enjoy long time. They're hot. They're so hot.
Loib. Me lobe you long time.
Oh, absolutely. We're south of Junie now.
Cruel, sexy, long life sounds like a great tombstone.
Cruel, sexy, long life.
I do believe in fairies.
Oh!
I do.
Oh!
I do.
Ew! What is that?
Tinkerbell was too small to contain multitudes, which is why when she was angry she straight up had Wendy ganked.
Oh.
Welcome
What
to the
the
new
fuck?
TTS feature.
Ew! Ew! Ew!
There's a bunch of different voices you can pick.
The
Oh my
SMR one was
goodness, just
upsetting.
like that.
ASMR was my favorite. Hi, CJ.
Yo!
Wishes, money, cruel, sexy, long life. Okay. What's the interesting gameplay gonna come from? Is it gonna be coming from like the movement or something that they do?
What's a fairy thing to do? What's
Fly around.
fairyific? Fairies like to fly. They
They're
like
a little
to
nefarious.
Nefarious.
Fair.
They probably don't want to be seen by humans. Sneaky.
Invisible.
You gotta steal their teeth stealthily.
Yeah, stealth game.
Metal Gear teeth.
It's just Metal Gear Solid tooth.
Metal Gear Solid tooth.
I am Liquid Tooth.
And I am Tooth Eater.
The whole game takes place at 2:30.
Oh, 2:30. Ah.
A fairy thing to do is ask, "May I have your name?" And when you tell them it's not your name anymore, it's theirs.
Oh, name stealers.
Mm-hmm.
Name thief.
Teeth stealers too.
That's true.
But
I've
mostly
heard that.
teeth.
Hi, Rods. I hope you have a joyful and productive brainstorming before the FBI comes raiding your house, keeping you prisoner.
What?
The FBI's coming for you? They're raiding our house?
Yikes.
Damn.
They can add.
The Slack message really got me there.
I figured that would probably trigger one of you guys.
I didn't like the Slack message.
Works, Colin.
I unfortunately use Teams, which reminds me, I gotta close this thing
Ew.
out. It is ew. It is very
Gross.
ew.
Slack is right here on my computer, just waiting to debate me. People tried to get me earlier. Name thief. Name thief.
Name thief takes your teeth.
Careful south of Junie. They like to steal teeth down there.
Watch your teeth.
Watch your teeth. Walker Teeth Ranger.
Walker Teeth Ranger.
When you are in Junie, look behind you.
Because that's where the unfairy's gonna be.
Whoosh. Whoosh.
What will the player do as the unfairy?
Yeah, like, are you flying around the room trying to get to the teeth, or?
It's always the teeth.
It's always the teeth.
It's not always the teeth.
Sometimes the teeth. It's true.
Is this gonna be like first person, third person, 2D, side scroller, or like the head on, sort of like behind the camera, but the camera stays stagnant, like Subway Surfers style movement?
Fairy surfing.
Fairy surfing.
Is this going to take place in a whole village, or is it going to take place in a house?
It's one bedroom.
One bedroom. How much is rent?
What would the unfairy make the rent?
$5,000 a month.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Oh, the fairy
is the
has
landlord.
No, the fairy's got to make their rent.
Oh, the unfairy lives in an apartment.
They live in an apartment that costs like 10 teeth a month,
It's
and they're
expensive in South Junie.
They have not got all their rent together yet, so time to go hunting.
This is purely just like meeting ends teeth. Living tooth check to tooth check.
Ends teeth. Yeah, hang on. That was bad.
Yeah, we got a blob of some
tardigrade.
Oh, you drew a perfect tardigrade.
That was a really good tardigrade.
Ooh.
Nice circle.
Thank you. This is a mouth.
This is the teeth.
So, something that could be a thing. Tooth. Missing tooth. Teeth. You could have like here's our little unfairy.
Oh, unfairy he is.
Maybe as they're navigating the mouth, and this thing's like constantly like chomping down, trying to crush the fairy. But if you go to a spot where you've already harvested a tooth, you'll be safe. Because it won't chop down on you. It'll just be like bloop, bloop.
Harvesting teeth for like, and it changes the landscape.
Yeah.
Gingivitis.
But
like really cuspids.
Yeah, there's different kinds of teeth, right? So there's your incisors, there's your canines, your bicuspids,
your dog teeth.
What? Dog teeth. Wisdom teeth. Those could be like power-ups.
Those like
that could be like a little wizard
bonus.
tooth. And then inside the mouth, there's a tiny little store. Maybe by hats.
I'm imagining like it's like a long level highway of teeth.
Like it's way too many teeth for there to actually make sense that it's in a mouth of somebody.
They shoot magic.
What if This whole game takes place in a mouth.
Inside the mouth.
And the way that you harvest the teeth is the sort of gameplay of some sort.
With harvest.
Like maybe you have like a tiny. God damn, this is gonna get visceral. You have like one of those tiny little like I forget what you call them, but they kind of look like this.
Scoopers?
No, it's like like you take the handle, then you
those
spin
little hand
this thing
drills?
around. Yeah.
Oh jeez,
You're like drilling into the tooth, just getting like some dust. Like you're just getting like some magic toothy dust.
Yeah.
Oh.
Or maybe there's some sort of way that like you harvest the teeth. Maybe you like drill into it and then you like take it out like a wine cork.
Yeah. Just,
It
pops out.
Pop that sucker right out.
Maybe lassos.
And then just like wine, like maybe, or like champagne, you like shake it too hard or something, then a bunch of blood just comes spurting out.
This is getting nasty.
Okay, so maybe the teeth stealing can be metaphorical. Abstract. Or maybe we'll be making an early 2000s Flash game.
Oh.
I only want that if we're popping Britney Spears' breasts. We got a bleeder.
Yuck. Oh shit.
It's more like a sarlacc mouth.
Yeah, a weird like worm mouth. Wow. Infinite mouth.
Looks like the inside of the intestine.
That's a big
or
mouth.
a POV, a leech is jumping at your face.
Ah! It's a sea lamprey. What?
Damn, you caked that fairy up. Let me get a little zoom in on that.
Ooh. Let's save that for later. So are you like falling down the teeth hole or what? like a teeth tube? You just like trying to like
a tube of teeth.
A tube of teeth. And then you can like launch your little lasso at them and pull them out as you go down.
Fish for teeth.
I would love to not make another mouth-based game.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, we did do that.
We did. We did. Do
we did that already. Didn't
we have done that.
We haven't done anything with the butt yet.
We haven't made a butt game.
We haven't made a butt game.
Man.
Is there some special way that this unfairy moves around the world that isn't just tiny fairy wings?
Right. Yeah. What is the? Well, let's look for fairy inspiration. All kinds of fairies. What are fairy myths?
They all have wings.
All of them?
They all have wings.
What if it's like, birds aren't real and birds are actually fairies? And JFK had bed bugs.
And no teeth.
No teeth.
No teeth.
Well, the fairy already got to him, so.
Oh, George Washington, he made a deal with a tooth fairy.
I'll give you my teeth if you give me wooden teeth.
What a trade.
Fairy myths. Or even I can just do all fairies have wings? What a stupid question to ask.
But someone on Google had to ask it eventually.
Yeah.
Some depictions of fairies show them with footwear, others as barefoot. Wings, while common in Victorian and later artworks, are rare in folklore. What are fairies without wings called? Pixies.
Oh, wingless fairies are pixies?
Wait, then why is Tinkerbell like getting pixie dust everywhere if she has wings?
Because Disney fucked up.
Damn it, Disney!
Oh, here's some different kinds of fairy.
Irish fairies are typically human-sized and definitely don't have wings. What the fuck?
What?
Yeah, I was looking at some Irish fairies. Banshee is a type of fairy.
Ooh.
Leprechaun is a kind of fairy.
No.
Oh, we make an Irish game.
It's the most well-known of all Irish fairies. A puka, a shape-shifting fairy.
Ooh.
It can transform into various animals.
Oh,
and it
creatures.
appears as a black horse with fire eyes.
God damn.
Oh. Puka fairies are badass.
Doulahan is just the headless horseman.
He's a fairy?
Changelings. Fairies that replace human infants with their own kind of fairy.
What the
Ew,
fuck?
what? Jesus.
You-
Are we
you
just
not-
like going in and stealing children
take
and
my
replacing
teeth.
them with something just close enough?
Teeth.
Yeah.
Teeth? Just a pile of teeth for your kid?
This should be a fair exchange.
Well, we gotta get the teeth from somewhere, so we're like, alright, well, I gotta get the teeth, but I don't want to just steal them. How about some bed bugs?
No, I don't. Too late.
Called equivalent exchange. This is equivalent in my eyes.
In Irish folklore, certain places called fairy trees or fairy forts hold the entrance to the magical world of fairies, also called Junie World.
Oh, no way. No way. It's like it was meant to be.
We can make it like a little fairy house, a little fairy
Little
fort in
fairy
a tree.
house,
Little
and
fairy
then-
fort in a tree.
And then there's a tooth hole to get into it. It's just a hole with teeth in it.
Encounters with changelings. Changelings really like babies.
I guess so. Do they eat them?
What are they doing with them?
You can just do little like gnome guys. Those are basically wingless fairies, right?
Oh, gnomes.
Gnomes.
Sherlock gnomes. We could do a murder.
Oh, fuck yeah.
There's already a
Yeah,
two-movie
movie.
series of that. Yeah.
I know. Terrible.
In
Terrible.
Tumblr face stories, they're detectable kind of like AI art. Check the fingers and the teeth to see if they're an imposter. Oh.
Huh?
So as the unfairy, you could be a rogue offering your services, finding what stands out to identify changelings. Oh.
Like you're
outing your
unfair. You
people.
You're
unfairied.
unfairifying them.
Ah.
You got fairies now.
We're catching fairies. We're the unfairy catching
Yeah.
bad fairies.
Oh,
And
we're
because we're
fairy hunters.
unfairies, we like Lucifer lose our wings.
Oh yeah.
You just gotta run around just like.
Probably what happened to the Indian in the cupboard.
Yeah. Uh huh. True.
What?
What a fucking name drop.
Are we like a grizzled? No. Things people probably don't get. Oh, I mean, if you
I don't
just
know.
showed me,
Just
if you
from this image, I wouldn't know unless you said Indian in the cupboard beforehand.
it would take me. I would need to see the Indian and the cupboard. It's not enough.
Yeah,
just to
I don't
see the
see I don't see the cupboard anywhere. So how am I supposed to know?
Indian. I would probably, honestly, if you showed me this, I would think it was a screenshot from Night at the Museum with Ben Stiller.
Yeah.
Oh, the war scenes with like the little miniatures where Warhammer.
Oh man.
I'll just leave that there and then immediately forget why it was ever posted.
Why? Why is that? Because he used to be a fairy.
Oh, but he lost his wings.
Lost his wings. I mean, I used to love the old Hot Wheels games, like where like you're building stuff around. Well, you're not building, but like racing around a large environment, but it's like a living room or a bathroom or a garage. Or Toy Story.
What's that?
Toy Story. Never heard of it.
Don't know what that is.
Lunchbox. Lunch.
All right. Is the goal of this game going to be doing a bunch of trade deals with people, or is it going to be trying to get like from point A to point B, or like do some sort of focused task of some sort?
What is the scenario? What's taking place? The transporting of goods
and taking of teeth.
Taking of teeth harvest.
Maybe we're just trying to trade up to something really nice, but we're unfairy. So we're like, all right, I'll trade you some bed bugs for some teeth.
Oh, it's
I'll trade you some teeth for like, I don't know, your eye.
There's like what do they call those kinds of auctions? Like an Amish auction or something like that.
Like a silent auction type?
No, like where it's like a swap bartering,
like a
swap meet.
Yeah.
Is that a swap meet?
Something like that.
Fairy swap meet.
Unfairy swap meet. The unfairy, yeah, but you could if you're an unfairy, like yeah, you could just be a salesman of some kind of teeth, a purveyor of teeth.
I'm a purveyor of teeth.
Another fine bone goods. Changing of things with an unfairies could be interesting. Yeah, how actiony could we make this versus like
The only thing I can think of right now is just having some sort of like engaging traversal of some sort.
Yeah.
So like, let's say maybe you propel yourself by like pointing your wand in a direction and causing an explosion to just like launch yourself in that direction or something like that. Kind of like a shotgun with a bunch of kickback. Something that would be other than just like WASD to fly around or something like that.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
And that would just be if we wanted it to be some sort of actiony game versus like the alternative would be like a scenario driven game where like a customer comes up and then you select choices for how to take their teeth.
How do we get them?
What's gonna take me to get those teeth?
How do I get this person to let their guard down so I can take their teeth?
Just the thought of a tiny little fairy staring at you, scheming about a way to get your teeth.
Just rubbing their hands, looking at your teeth. Ah, yes.
What I gotta do to
get some of them teeth.
To get your
teeth.
Swap meet with a couple extra lines equals swap teeth. Important.
Oh.
Huh.
Make that a little bit smaller.
He could not fit in a cupboard in this size.
unfairy. Is there something with the unfairy where size might play a role? Or creatures?
The unfairy is the creature.
The fairy is the tiny creature.
Fairy is the tiny creature.
That's how we get the theme, and then
Damn.
from there, it's whatever.
Damn.
And that's as far as that theme will ever let us go.
Pretty much, yep.
Draw something cute and tiny. All right. You're done.
That was it? Oh,
I thought I was supposed to have a game about this. Well, that was the theme,
No.
so.
Well, you can make whatever game you were already planning on.
Oh,
Just make
that's
the
cool.
character a small creature.
Every time you do an unfairy thing, you become larger and less fairy-like. See, I like that. The problem is that all of these things are like do a thing and then something visual happens. And then like that's it, you know?
Either like it's just very aesthetic based.
Yeah. It's hard to
We need to like what's
Some sort
fun?
of
What's the
gameplay
game?
element.
What's the game?
the gameplay is the small fairy. That's the
Tiny
game.
fairy creature.
I don't like this thing.
Yeah.
I don't like it. These are the sorts of moments where I am thankful that the jam started at 4 o'clock or 3 o'clock or whatever earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Whatever time it was.
earlier, because then like the night's not over. Like we're not deep into the dark of day. Well, Stephen is, but
That's only 9.
in the dark of the night, evil will find you.
Boom, boom, boom.
Bats.
Take your cat, but leave you a bat.
Cruel. Want longer lives. They are nefarious, invisible, stealing things. Lots of
Sexy,
moving.
sexy fairy
flying,
game.
Sexy fairy game where you just get to like look at a sexy fairy, and we just spent all weekend making like a sexy looking fairy.
Yeah.
You can just like fly around with her and like look at her.
She's hot. She's so hot.
We're like one of the most played games in Alliance.
First place in everything. Wow.
Look
It's
those
just,
graphics.
it's just like it's just like a sketch fab kind of thing where you can rotate
Literally
them.
just rotating just a naked fairy around.
Press a button to like change their idle animation.
Yeah.
We were like, you know, life changing, fun, theme, 5, 5, 5, 5. Whew.
I'm gonna do another walkabout.
Who wanted tiny creatures? I'm about to go look at the Ludum Dare page and just be like, what the fuck?
I can't wait to just get mad at how excited other people are because they have an idea, but their idea is just look at these tiny creatures.
Look at how small this creature is. Like, what do you think of that?
Yeah, it's really easy to come up with funny aesthetics on this, like no problem, but I can't think of good games.
I know.
It was me, the evil Eldir.
Papa Burb!
I should have known, Papa Burb.
How dare.
I should have known my own father would turn against me.
This one is just not. It doesn't really lend itself to mechanics. That's the problem. People want the character design for tiny things.
I know.
But they don't think anything past that. Like, we
Well,
could
they
easily
think-
just make a small character.
We could make it.
But
There's so
what's the
many.
game?
There's so many games where just the scenario, the world, the characters are just tiny creature based. Like that's really easy, but it's not interesting.
I don't like it.
And then the mechanics, right, that we've sort of rifled through are just being small, changing size, perspective based on being different size swarms of tiny things.
Yeah.
Even stuff where like the game window is the tiny thing. Even more philosophical versions where you're making things feel small.
Right. We were gonna belittle
Be
something.
little, where you're like either a really mean bee or we're mean two bees.
Yeah, either one works, I think. Like a bully bee.
Queen bee. We can make a Beyonce game.
As B-phobe, I'm here for bullying. A beely. Or a bully.
Bullying. What about belittle? That's the idea, Papa.
Yeah.
It's belittling.
Or what about a fairy type creature that gives you bed bugs but takes your teeth?
But takes your teeth. It's a fairy exchange.
Yeah.
And ask us where they live. Ask us where this fairy came from.
South of Junie.
What's
the area code for Junie?
The area code of South Junie.
This is one of those themes.
Yeah, I guess I wasn't prepared. I didn't even remember seeing that one in the list, I guess, because I glazed over it so much. So I didn't think that any of the themes were so bad, but damn. You know?
Is there a theme for the list that you would preferred? I didn't even look at the themes.
No, because maybe this is our problem. Maybe we need to start voting. But it always feels like, what's my one vote gonna do?
Yeah. Like, who cares?
When the masses want tiny creatures, I can't stop them. The masses. Mostly Kubi.
Because Kubi's just like, I have a game idea. I just make a multiplayer game, and then there's tiny versions of your characters. Done.
Kubi and his legions.
Well, they are many.
I'm just looking. There's so many things on this board. They're just so dumb. But they would all make great aesthetics.
Yeah. There's just no strong mechanic that we've found yet.
Yeah, because I still my favorite ideas that we ever come up with are all just like some kind of toy. Like we need to make a toy. What's that toy? What's that fun thing to just play with? Like whether there was aesthetic or game or anything, it would still be enjoyable to play with.
Yeah, at least someone likes it, Papa.
Yeah, thank you. That makes me feel better.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Papa. Thank you very much. Zoom out. This is the first time in a Miro board that we don't have like the different fractal.
Yeah, we haven't been just like getting bigger and bigger. We've kind of stayed the same size.
We stayed tiny.
Just like the creatures in question.
Ah. Which are sometimes women.
That's true. Little women.
Little House on the Prairie. Little House on the Ferry?
Oh. There's a ferry, and then on their butt is a house.
And that's where the little women are.
Oh, little women live there.
Tiny women, big dreams.
And you're trying to find teeth so you can feed them.
The women are hungry. You must feed them.
You must feed them teeth. But all you have to pay are bed bugs. Tiny women, big dreams.
Papa, what's your opinion on Drew Ferrymore? South of Junie, small and puny, there lives the unfairy. Oh yeah, Miley Virus. Miley Virus is solid.
Yeah.
I mean, these are gold Pictionary terms.
That's true. But a game does it not make?
A game does it make, but no. Wait, we didn't write down any of our classics on here. We wrote like abort and fetus, but I don't see.
There's no god gas
or tasty abortions.
There's just normal abortions.
I think we're missing some of our staples.
I think that's the problem. We didn't go back to basics. Just remake Dude Ranch, but it's tardigrades. And we don't tell anybody. Or it's teeth. It's just a bunch of teeth walking around, and you're the unfair. You're like, all right,
teeth with feet.
Teeth with feet.
Teeth with feet. Oh, teeth with feet. Tardigrades?
Tardigrades. Yeah.
What about
frat boy tardigrades?
What about Mardi Grades, where they're like Louisiana based?
Yeah, and they're all taking their tops off.
Yeah, hot.
Yeah, for beads.
Do it for the beads.
Hi.
Hi.
How'd the Ludum page look?
Pop it up. I didn't actually look at it.
I briefly browsed it for a second. There's not a lot of. It's just like, here's some tiny character things or something.
Mm-hmm.
Papa showed up and took all the blame because they wanted this theme. They're an absolute.
There's someone doing a perspective thing.
Ooh.
Yeah.
But it's just like a really far camera. They're like, oh, cows and sheep are tiny if you're far enough away. Cool.
Alright, so these notes aren't very helpful. So there are a couple of other avenues that we can explore that might be a bit more gameplay focused rather than like scenario aesthetic stuff. So one of the concepts that I was thinking was maybe like the tiny creatures could be something that's kind of represents some sort of like abstract function. Like if you think about I don't know if you saw that episode where SpongeBob forgets everything but fine dining and breathing, and there's a bunch of little mini SpongeBobs in his head that are like burning a bunch of files and shit.
Like the creatures represent a function or a complex idea.
Yeah. Or it could be something that's a bit more tangible, like the I'm thinking those little cobbler elves from that story that will like make the shoes for that dude. They like come in the middle of the night and like make some shoes, and that's like all they do. So it could be
Shoe Boys.
Well, Shoe Boys. Oh, we're back to the Keebler elves.
Right, yeah, the fucking
the trees.
The fucking elves, the Keebler elves fucking inside the tree. So I think if we were to do something with the Unfairy, it would rather than like fulfilling a bunch of different duties in like a town or something, it would be like one specific thing that they do, and then that's like the gameplay loop is them doing that task. Because otherwise we'll be able to think of a bunch of different like scenarios and like trade offers that the Unfairy can do, but then that's just a lot of art asset making and kind of just like
typically one
clicking around.
Sort of thing.
Yeah, that gets us on the path of just like thinking of a bunch of different scenarios rather than like gameplay mechanics that the player will be interacting with. So those were just some thoughts as I laid on my couch for a couple minutes
and just contemplated fairies.
Or just contemplating just any kind of interesting interpretation of a tiny creature.
Just anything.
So yeah, that was just a small little brain pivot that I had. As long as it doesn't have ragdolls, you're good. Well, I can't guarantee that because another idea I had was similar to...
It was a little bit of a ragdoll.
Oogie Boogie from Nightmare Before Christmas, where he's just filled with a bunch of bugs, and that's what animates him and moves him around.
Oh my goodness.
But then I thought about it, like, that's just like a full body mouthfeel. That's not fun.
Yeah.
So, yeah, in case any of those got some brain juices flowing. Otherwise. Also, Brain, what time is it for you? Because you're probably going to be up way later than us.
Who, Brain?
Yeah, say I won't go to sleep until you guys come up with an idea. I was just like, I don't know about that, bud.
Commit to that.
That's bold of you.
Good lord. 4:10 a.m. But
4 a.m. Well, at this point, just don't even sleep.
I think the trying to interpret creatures as like representing something is a little bit more interesting. It kind of opens up a door to just more ideas.
Yeah. Like you can have like, what does it look like when you digest something or try to remember something, or I don't know, fucking hit your funny bone or something that like a lay person doesn't necessarily know, but you can maybe describe it to a child as just like, oh yeah, like here's all these little Osmosis Jones characters doing some shit in your stomach.
I wonder if it's possible to even because the memory one's kind of interesting. I wonder if it's possible to even do things less body focused. Like even just maybe it's not even like a human body function.
Yeah, it could be like, here's how wind is made or something.
Yeah.
That's true. Got these little gnome guys blowing air into the.
Just a bunch of gnomes blowing each other.
Just blowing each other. They got a hold of that Naked Fairy game that we were gonna make.
Game in like massive bold quotation marks.
I just want to say,
just a
like,
fairy turnaround.
If y'all just want to win the jam,
that's how you do it.
We'll spend 72 hours making the most intricate fairy model you could possibly imagine.
Oh yeah,
interactive. Like little creatures in a tree representing some kind of idea. Little creatures.
Yeah.
And
they're in charge of like dropping the leaves for autumn before winter comes. They got to go through.
Yeah, they're over there just like hitting the leaf and just like.
Like little creatures like in the air, like microscopic, or even just representing wind, representing feelings or thoughts in the air.
What if molecules were actually living creatures? So everyone in the world is made up of living creatures.
Yeah,
we're just like a hive mind.
They're all like linking arms together to become solids.
This is the theory that to a cat, all things are cats. So down to even atoms or like molecular levels, like it's just little cats.
It's cats all the way down.
It's just all cats. It's just made of cats. That's why cats walk.
You get down to the single cell cat.
Single cell cat. Oh, the food. The food chain. Like the little thing eats the bigger thing.
Yeah.
It's all cats. It's all fairies.
The most adorable midichlorians.
Oh, midichlorians. Not even Master Yoda.
But they're off the charts. God is a cat.
Cat Stevens.
What?
The actor? What if there is something like a molecular structure of like these living things that are kind of connected to each other?
You know, there was just talking about like, oh, there's like these small creatures that are kind of oh, they're like making wind or they're doing this thing.
Uh-huh.
There was like a funny, it's like a roof tile like commercial. It's like, I think it's a Japanese commercial.
Oh, I know that.
Where the guys like linking arms and all just like, ah, and just screaming. And it just turns out it's just a roofing commercial the whole time.
That's pretty good.
It's just like, oh, like these things are like turned into little characters or
right. Yeah.
That's why I do think it's a fun concept to represent something lifeless as alive or giving it a character.
Uh-huh.
No.
What are some versions of that? The roof tile is kind of funny. Teeth as people.
Teeth are people. They're
Teeth,
like
teeth. Each tooth has their own little mouth, and they're what's in charge of like chomping down on things.
It was like, but what's in their teeth?
Imagine, right? Like you have.
We just have like a
fractal. Like its own
fractal.
character, an incisor character, a molar character. The wisdom tooth is like an old wise guy.
Wizened tooth.
And together they fight food crimes.
You gotta fight the unfairy off because she's trying to take your
The unfairy's trying to abduct like actual teeth, which are babies.
Man, it would be another mouth game, but like you control like the chomping, and you're trying to like move some food around to the right spot to.
Oh, to like actually,
man,
like,
that is a very mouth. It's a mouth feel, but mouth bite.
It's mouthfeel, but it's like a combination of mouthfeel and Shutter Chaos, where you're grabbing pieces of the mouth and it's ragdolling.
Just grab the lower jaw and just like slap it up and down. Imagine like the nasty sounds you could make of teeth coming together.
Did that even come through?
I heard like a soft like toot 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 toot.
Oh. Well, it was loud in my brain because it
Were
reverberated
you-
through my skull.
Were you biting down?
I was like chomping up and
smashing
down
your
with my
teeth together?
Yeah.
Don't do that.
Your cheek
Don't
just
do
shatter.
that.
Ah!
Will someone make it so that the game of life?
In the game of life. Well, eventually, like, people usually just make their games of like, oh, it's making a Ludum Dare game in a Ludum Dare game.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's so meta.
We are tiny creatures in comparison to the universe.
Yeah.
What if
When you think about it,
similar to the teeth thing of each tooth has its own set of teeth that bite down on the food, and then Steven said, "What do those teeth have?" Obviously, they also have a set of teeth, and like that keeps going down like fractally.
oh,
Like,
we're back to fractals.
Each tiny creature has a different set of tiny creatures that are smaller than it that do the thing to upkeep that creature's whatever
to help that creature's function.
Yeah. Cordyceps game where you play as a fungi species and take control of other tiny creatures to use them in your music video you are shooting.
How we got Cordyceps to the music video was quite the leap. Oh, we just make Last of Us.
Oh, we could just do that.
Easy.
It's a good game.
Yeah.
That's a neat game.
People would like it. I think we'd get first place.
Especially if we have a sexy fairy in it.
Oh yeah, that we can just kind of rotate around and look at.
Is there something like, if we stay around fairies, where the fairies are together, like representing some real world's element, event, common thing that happens?
I mean, since a lot of them are kind of focused on like nature, maybe you're trying to make like a oh, this could get fucked up. Like a nature landscape. So like you just have like a tackle box of just fairies, and you just like place them in the world. It's like, all right, we need a bush. All right, put a bunch of the green fairies in like a miscellaneous blob formation, and like, oh sweet, you have a bush now. And then I was thinking, okay,
we plant fairies.
All right, I'm like, all right, then what would it look like to like make a tree? And then I thought about the trunk. Be like, oh no, we're not just gonna put a bunch of brown fairies there.
Brown fairies everywhere.
Hang on a second. But maybe you basically just have like
pretty dark.
Maybe you have like just like a spice cabinet of fairies that are different like aspects of nature that you have to like combine to and arrange.
In the cupboard?
Yeah.
Like a cupboard full of fairies?
Fairies in the cupboard.
As long as you don't close that cupboard, they can just stay like inanimate, whatever. They're like freeze-dried fairies.
Freeze-dried fairies.
You just like
and
crumble
you gotta
them
like
up on the place that you need.
Yeah, exactly. He's like, oh, we need a bench here or something like that. Just
Put the bench fairies down, just grind them up.
Or you just have like a meat grinder on the side of the screen. You just toss them in.
Oh, we make like fairy smoothies.
Ooh, different combinations of fairies give you different items.
Mm. But yeah, like the fairies' bodies themselves could maybe make up some sort of piece of nature or natural phenomenon. I'm just trying to think of like weird things that happen on a micro level that the layperson doesn't necessarily understand. Like, what if we had some sort of small creature interpretation of how people get sunburns or something?
Oh, like skin, yeah, melanin. We have white fairies and black fairies.
Oh, and they're at odds with each other.
No, that's just a mole. Yeah, there's versions of that where like each fairy or person is a hair follicle.
The hairy fairy?
Hairy fairies. Hairy fairy.
No, not like hairy fairy.
I'm stretching my brain.
Yeah.
Welcome to our brainstorming sessions, Papa Burb.
I needed to hear about racist fairies. Or like every grain of sand is a fairy.
There's millions of them.
Piled on top of each other. Fairy corpses.
Hang on.
We could just do straight up Keebler elves and they're making cookies.
Making cookies that they can come on.
There's like a drum circle in the tree.
Ooh, you gotta find your way to the tent.
Yeah, it's like if you hear the sound of an Italian Keebler elf.
Just hear a tiny little
Mamma mia! A pizza!
Maybe some spaghetti.
Are we talking about Bright? Don't remind. Oh wait, Will Smith. We're back to Will Smith.
Hey,
Will Smith,
okay. This
Fairies,
is promising.
Fairies, Bright, Will Smith,
Fractal Smith, Smith Prime,
Smith, Will Split.
Will Split. I mean, we were gonna do like a shrinking game at one point.
We were.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember what that was gonna be.
Who knows?
We should have saved that for this jam.
Dang. Yeah, like all of the when you get down to it, all the molecules and atoms are made up of Will Smith.
Oh, the big reveal.
Yeah.
Will Smith lives inside us all.
Give me a sec. Kind of molecule you drawing there?
A nice one. Or they like getting stretched out? Like,
It's like if
little hydrogens.
If there was like an atomic structure, but it was like these are characters or like personified or something. Like what would happen if you like broke pieces or connected other pieces? Like what would that do? Like separating things, connecting things.
Yeah.
Like what does that do to this overall?
Steven, this also gives me a little bit of like World of Goo vibes.
oh yeah,
Or like
using a bunch of tiny creatures to like build structures essentially.
yeah, maybe you would have to like the goal could try be to like build the tallest structure you can, but every time you put one on, it adds to like the weight or the center of gravity, so you're kind of like constantly playing Jenga with your own little tiny creatures. Maybe you have like a dense fat one or something that you could use to counterbalance like the 5 or 6 guys that are hanging off the other end and stuff.
Yeah, it just gets bigger and bigger until it's like
Yeah.
maybe started like this, but at the end you're like this like with leg, and you got legs.
Hey, oh, you got legs for days.
And you got legs.
Yuck.
You got like a little pee-pee.
With a little pee coming off.
And you got like a big hot circle mouth with big lips.
Big lips.
And like side teeth. And a uvula.
Alright. I got a thing for you.
This looks like one of those fish that like wash up on the shore from the bottom of the ocean. You got a thing?
Opening up Parsec.
Parsec.
Boy.
All right.
This
Surprise,
was
Parsec.
this was a thing that I made back in uni.
Oh, back in
the
uni. Oh, uni. South of Junie.
You
I
remember
went
those?
to uni south of Junie.
You remember those little like crafts you would see at like fairs and things where you basically fill up a little jar
Sand
with different
thing.
colored sand? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh.
I'm basically doing this as a visual demonstration for like,
Oh.
I don't know, does this do anything for you?
yeah. Oh, a different like shaped.
Yeah.
Oh, coming out.
I like it. So I still from the beginning, like the only mechanism, like a mechanic that stood out as like, I wonder, like that feels like goofy and fun is this type of thing, like lots of little things compounding on each other.
Yeah. This
I wonder.
This literally is just to get the gears turning. I don't
Yeah,
expect to
no,
have
I
a
know-
game
yeah,
about this, but
I know what you mean.
Yeah.
I think it is. It's making me think of like, yeah, how do you can create shapes though by like just adding on to something.
yeah.
Like, is it possible that is this a movement based thing? Like you're moving through a space, and like by just like connecting or adding or duplicating or whatever, like it changes like the center of mass of this, and it just like if these aren't all separate like individual particles that like they glue onto each other kind of a thing. Like you build a more complex organism, and then like how the shape of it falls a certain way or does a certain thing.
We could do something like that where it kind of makes like a little like blob-ish character.
And there's also like if when seeing these like different colors, like different things that you're adding.
Yeah.
Does the composition of it like do a different thing?
Right.
Like the balance of what it's made of, or is it all just like it's purely just a mass volume shape?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you could have like like these little green ones here are super slippery and they'll slide on whatever surface, but these blue ones are like high friction, so if this thing flips over and like goes onto the blue stuff, it'll kind of just like come to a halt on like a slope or something like that. I don't know. Maybe the yellow ones are bouncy, so whenever they hit something, they just go boing, kind of thing. Whee!
Like let's assume your only ability is to like add pieces onto like either a core piece or like the core piece was really just the first one anyway, so it's not really like a center or a core.
Yeah.
Like what sorts of things could we do with that? Is the first piece like, is it already moving? Is it something that needed to move? Is it representing something? Is it in a space, changing the space around it based on the shape that's there? Like, is there something else around that it's trying to like get up to or to reach?
So when you change the sort of size of this thing, like if you were to imagine there was like a cap or something on this, maybe it would be able to open up something like that.
Yeah.
As far as moving goes, I don't know. Like I wonder
if they're in like a fluid sack and you just got to put like the weighted, like the bigger balls towards one end and
yeah,
sort of like
I
I
actually kind of wonder if we could do something where like you hold left or something and then this whole blob starts to shift left in some way, like almost start like rolling in a sense. Yeah, I don't know. The tricky thing would be to keep this this blob stuck together, like consistent, you know, because these things aren't the only thing that's keeping these things together right now is the container that they're in, and then you can see once they leave the container they separate out. So I'd have to probably make some logic to like have some sort of adhesion to all of these things. Yeah, some sort of tension. Which I could definitely do, but I'm also thinking like, how would this thing move? Would we directly control it, or would it be moving based on circumstance of just like its size, you know?
Right. Like trying to figure out a way to move it based on like size or a different influence other than just like holding the WASD keys down and then he kind of goes.
Right. So, yeah, this was just a thing that I remembered of like, oh, I have a swarm of a bunch of tiny things on this project, I guess.
Swarm. Yeah.
Swarm. And it is fun to just kind of see them.
It's kind of mesmerizing.
It is, right?
I think, yeah, the fun in this is like creating a bit of chaos. I think it's similar to like with the split decision. So you wanna create a little bit of chaos, but it's if you can also somehow create a little bit of order out of it, maybe that's satisfying. Or if it's like you kind of need a goal with whatever like these tiny little things. There's something kind of interesting about like if they are tiny creatures, if they have movement themselves already, like if they're like flying around or something, they're like little boogs or like little fairies or whatever they are, and they're just like buzzing around, and then you just like you sort of create more big bug out of attaching them together. It's like a conveyor belt. Wow. Ew. Ew.
Blood everywhere.
So there you go. Oops, he sprung a leak.
Oops. There's an artery there. My bad.
So yeah, that was another thing. Just get the brain juices flowing.
I mean, I think something about combining.
What the fuck is this? I didn't see it. I was in the middle of opening Unity.
It's like one of those fish that washes up onto shore from the bottom of the ocean.
Oh yeah,
little blobfish.
Those are made of fairies, I guess.
There could be something interesting about like if you're more zoomed in, like if it's less pieces and intentionally connecting and disconnecting things to make something happen, or the chaos of like a lot of little things and then combining them or breaking them, and then whatever they want to do. And this is kind of the thing where like if there's a little bit of a story, if there is something that we liked from these odd, funny aesthetic ideas, does that then drive this mechanic to do anything? Like what could be the intention of like combining, growing, making larger creature?
What if you start off as one tiny creature, one single cell creature?
Yeah.
And you're trying to, every time you bump into another creature that are just like floating around, they'll just like attach to you. And then so you're flying around and you're attaching all these things to you, and then you're trying to see, there's like an obstacle or something, there's like a goal, you're trying to see how many fairies you can get to attach, or things you can get to attach to you while still being able to make it through that. So like, but the way they can attach could be like one long line or something, so it's like a weird snake-like creature that you create out of it, or you try to form all into a ball or something.
Yeah, if you're not careful, you might make like an abomination that can't.
You might make this like crazy thing that like it's got too much shit going, like fingering out, and you're like, well, I can't. No matter what angle I rotate this thing at, nothing will happen. Like the idea that you're kind of like floating around, but you can kind of rotate your guy a little bit too. Mm-hmm. And then if you attach too much stuff, like you can still rotate, but it's like harder to rotate, and you got all this stuff where it's like almost like they're attached, but there's like almost like they're like attached by like tensioned ropes or something, so they'll like bend and stuff a little bit as you're moving around.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Maybe you kind of move around similar to like the arcade game Asteroids, where it's kind of loose zero gravity, but you could like propel yourself in a specific direction and rotate, but it's not like a direct movement. It's kind of just like adding a little bit of physics in one direction, and then you start drifting off over this way and spinning around. But if you collide with anything, it's like, oh, he's a partigan now.
Partigan.
Partigan.
Yeah, if you had like a little like chain of dudes, and then you were to like rotate them, then they would be like whoa, whoa, and sort of like bend around a little bit as you're sort of flipping around.
It's kind of like Tears of the Kingdom, like when you just make like really big chains of stuff you're gluing together.
So you're trying. The goal is to try to get as many fairies or teeth or whatever the fuck you're collecting to like some end goal, but it's just like, all right, well, I got like this thing, but oh no, I've made this abomination. Maybe there's like a way I can angle it to like get through here or something, or I fucked up and I gotta find a way to like cut off bits or something like that, like a little spike, and then you can just be like, oh no, I split them.
Oh, split them.
They all split. We'll split.
So we're still in like just everything made of little balls territory, which is a scary place to be. What do we...
Well, hang on, because I might have another ball idea.
Oh,
balls are coming.
Hold on to your balls.
All right, hang on. So, yeah, this little level here. Here's the starting area. All right. Here's the end. And
press end.
And we make ourselves a little. Make ourselves a little adrenaline challenge.
Oh, adrenaline challenge.
And then, oops. And then it'll maybe just like. So, what happens at the start? Well, at the start, you have a little build your own creature scenario where you have like a selection of different colored balls, and each color has a different trait. So like maybe whenever the blue ball is in contact with any sort of thing, it does like a little bouncy sort of thing to your character, and whenever the red ball hits it, it has like a little explosion or something that like propels it. So like you create like a little character with these little balls, and maybe these guys each have their own little like eyeballs or something. It's like, aha, I'm a happy little thing, or whatever.
Yeah, maybe the yellow ones have little feet. They sort of like walk forward a little bit, and then you have some like little jumping ones that is like
yeah.
So if you lean them against the wall, maybe they'll like kind of jump you up in an angle.
Or maybe like a green one can be like, it's like super sticky. So like you can maybe like build one that's just like, I don't know, blue. Just make a bunch of blue ones here, and then they're constantly like jumping from wall to wall, sticking up and climbing up like Spider-Man.
Yeah.
But then once
this is like you would set this up and then it would just like go.
You would set control it. Well, you would set this up. I was kind of thinking it would. Oh, it could be something like that where it's like automated. Yeah. I was thinking like if you just like hold left or right, it'll just like start rotating.
Like rolling or something.
Yeah, just like rolling. And then whatever hits this thing. And then maybe you could have a jump button if you want that will just like generically make them go up regardless of their orientation. So it's like either roll or jump up. But I actually do kind of like the idea of like if you can set up a smart enough like Rube Goldberg machine where like they explode out the start gate, bounce off of this wall, and then like spider walk on the bottom of this little lip here, and then you find some way to jump in. That'd be kind of neat. Kind of just like try and set up a chain reaction by making, because like the position of these little guys and the size of it and the shape of like the thing as a whole will impact like how it's able to traverse the level,
the area. Yeah.
And then I was thinking, once you make your little guy out of all these little creatures, then we take away everyone's faces and we give him his own set of eyes. And now, oh look, he's your own little custom creature.
Oh, he's just like he's like a blob of colored balls, and then you give him a little face.
Yeah, and then you give him a little face. Yeah. So like all these little creatures combine to make one little guy here.
Dino DNA.
Yeah. So I don't know. That could be something. And if we don't want to use balls, we can do something else.
I mean, they can be round characters, but we can still like give them like hands and feet, and they just be like.
Yeah. There's just like these little gremlins that assimilate into one other sentient gremlin, and then it kind of we see what the fuck it does in the world. So it can they'll either need to traverse up this thing, or like maybe they have to like fall down Plinko style into a specific spot. And if they fuck it up, maybe we can have like they'll have like a do-over system where like they can just like make small adjustments to their current contraption boys. Be like, oh, if that little red guy was just like a little bit further down, then he would have exploded here. And they can like sort of tinker with it until they actually get to like the end point or something like that.
And then is it like the most mass you can get to the end point, the better, or something like that?
Maybe.
Or just make it to the end no matter what. Sort of deal. Like even if one ball gets like launched over there.
Yeah,
like if
I'm
the
not
exploding
sure.
guys explode, do they still stay attached, sort of thing?
That's a good question. Maybe not. Maybe they're like a one-time use thing.
One-time use,
and then you have to like get the other boy on there.
Yeah.
That would be interesting if they were like a one-time use and it just like split your guy into two, and you just like launch that last little head into the end. Yeah.
It's intriguing for sure.
How you doing over there, Andrew?
I'm trying to think through, like, this is like an interesting phase where like a game is being laid out in front of me. I'm trying to decide if I think it's fun.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm always weird.
I think the sandbox nature of just setting up a character and seeing what happens after that, just being like, oh, that was weird. The levels are just like kind of just like, all right, here's something simple that you can accomplish with this guy, but the most thing is just seeing what happens to him.
Yeah, I would say that this would be more of like a sandbox puzzler, similar to not to toot my own horn, but similar to Breath of the Wild, where there's like there's not like a single solution that you need to execute. Right. It's more of just like here's the tools, see if you can get it to work, sort of thing. So we won't have to be as like precise, deliberate when it comes to like level design and things like that. We might just have to think of like a handful of unique scenarios of like, here's one where you have to climb up a place, here's one where you have to like get from the far left of the screen to the far right, and there's like spikes in the way or something.
Yeah.
So it'll just be like generally unique levels, and then they kind of have to figure out with the tools that they have how to get there.
I don't know why the needing the multiple kinds makes it feel weaker to me.
Okay.
Would you rather be like, all right, how about this? So they're all the same creature. They all have little legs and hands that can hold on to each other. And you use their little legs to walk, but you can have like, here, I guess I'll draw this out. Yeah. Like you have something where they're like, all right, you got a couple little dudes down here with their legs. But up here, you've got some where their legs are facing this way or doing like this sort of thing. So when you jump up onto something, they might not jump up like straight, but they sort of rotate a little bit. Or like you have to stretch this out to try to get up onto a ledge because they can't jump high. But if this guy gets on it, you can sort of like pull the rest of them up, sort of thing. And you're trying to create these like sort of structures in order to traverse, but it's all just like a bunch of like different angled like walking dudes. I don't know.
Can you maybe articulate, Andrew, why you think having the different types makes it less interesting?
It's kind of like what you always bring up, where it's like needing multiple mechanics means that like the singular one wasn't good enough on its own. It's like it feels like it's missing a heart to it. Like it's too much dependent on like, well, the player will come in and make it fun, you know, by like their ability to like use the different things. It feels slow to me. Like, is there a way to make this feel quicker? And then I also worry that just the simple like get to this thing is not an interesting enough for the amount of work that you're putting in.
It is going to be slow just because the nature of this game would be like a planning phase and then like an execution phase of where like you plan out your little creature boy and then you see how it sort of pans out. So yeah, inherently it would be like a slower, less of an action game and more of like a thinky sandbox sort of thing. I
think it's too slow, and I think the level can't be simple for that to be really rewarding. Yeah, because that like one level is just like it bounces here, and I don't know. Maybe I'm also just not attracted to that kind of game, like the Rube Goldberg machine games that y'all are thinking of, because we bring those up quite a bit, and we end up never really doing it because I think we realize how slow and how methodical the gameplay ends up being. At least this doesn't match sort of the chaotic energy that we were talking about a few minutes ago.
Yeah.
It's very thoughtful.
Yep.
And I think something like this, like I know we're talking about the things like have like a little face, but the reality of the gameplay is very just, it's not an attractive looking game. Is what I'm kind of struggling with. And I hate dogging out an idea when I don't have an alternative. I'm just trying to navigate my feelings on the stuff that we're talking about.
What do you think of the more just like flying around and collecting guys as you're going, get bigger sort of vibe?
I think also, everything comes down to, I think with these like multiple pieces, I need a goal that's more interesting, I think. Like, can we think of a goal that's not just like get from A to B? I don't know what that is, but
you make a bench out of them, and then you gotta build a house out of them.
And I think that's probably like where I'm struggling with the this kind of gameplay, or the like multiple thing ideas, the amount of thinking involved, because you're planning and thinking, and then we need to like on our side with the design of the game have really rewarding outcomes to that kind of design, that kind of planning and thinking, which means a lot of more than just like a landscape to traverse or obstacles to traverse. Like you need to match their level of thinking with our level of ingenuity to make sure that like their intelligence is rewarded. It's just a lot of thinking. I don't know. Like there's got to be a dumber version of this. And it could just be my references that are hindering this.
I do think, yeah, we could have some sort of more interesting goal, but I do think there's also a lot of merit in the
sandbox part,
the creativity that the players get in terms of like being able to customize their own little boy. I think there might be like an inherent enjoyment in making sort of that, but I think, as you said, there's not much incentive to get like crazy with it currently. To see like, oh, what's the weirdest looking thing I can make with this that'll still somehow achieve the goal or something like that. The game doesn't necessarily incentivize that yet. Hum-de-dum-de-dum-dum-dum. I don't think there's necessarily anything inherently wrong with the game being slower, if that's just the kind of game that it ends up being.
Well, it was similar to, this is, I think, the exact same conversation with Split Decision. Was like, okay, like slow is okay, but if it's slow, that has to be, we have to match that energy with like rewarding like gameplay and level design. Like when things are faster, you can obscure the fun and the chaos. But as soon as it gets slow, you're able to analyze second by second everything that you're feeling with the game. Which is why we tend to like do better with the faster paced stuff. Like, is there a way to make this more chaotic and faster?
Let me think about it while I pee.
I'm gonna go grab a Gatorade. The classic Frost, blue Frost Gatorade.
That's what I'm missing. I should grab mine too. I have it too.
Yeah,
it's ready to go. It's in the chamber.
Here with water. I mean, I have my gummy bears, but I need that thinking juice.
All right, I'm gonna get my think juice too.
Yeah. What happens when you print when he's not sitting down, Gorley? Duh. Rook? Tiny creatures on big chairs. There's an idea. Let's just make a platformer, but you're just small. Tiny creature photography game. We're not making Shutter Chaos 2. Unless it's like a Pokemon Snap type deal that you're thinking of. And they're all hidden in little tiny places. Macro lens. You gotta really zoom in there. You're trying to do bird watching, but all the birds are really tiny, so that it's impossible to see. Yeah. Let's just do game, but tiny.
Oh, we'll just make a game and then render it in a tiny window.
Exactly. It's just a platformer, but you're small.
Did Andrew step away too?
Yeah. Man, I've been getting a lot of ads on this here Twitch.
Sweet.
So you're welcome for all the money.
A lot of money.
A pimple popper game, except you're pulling tiny creatures from your pores, like plucking them out. Got little hair creatures that you're trying to pluck out.
Can we find a way to combine any of what y'all are talking with some of the weird shit we've been covering? Because I think what's always missing, I think this was the split decision thing for me, it was just missing reasons and motivations for the thing to happen.
Yep.
And sometimes like even those goofy ideas sort of guide the mechanic to grow or find a way to even be simpler.
I'm thinking I think there is a lot more like character appeal in the oh geez, I don't have my pen out. In this one that you drew, where you have like the people like hanging on to each other, those could be something just like a matrix of fairies that are trying to do something. If we want it to be something that's different from like here's your little starting point, and then make a trail of fairies that reaches some sort of terminal goal or something. Maybe we could
just World of Goo it.
That's basically like World of Goo stuff. Maybe we could have it be like hang on. Going a bit souther of Junie here.
No.
We have
That's the bad part of the town.
Yeah, you're going over
County line.
It's south of the Junie train tracks, which is
tree.
the bad part of town.
We have a little tree here. And then this is kind of just like a little outline or silhouette of a tree. And then maybe what you have to do is like build a matrix of these little fairy guys to like be the tree.
Tree?
And maybe you'll be able to attach these things. Like so, here's a little fairy boy. They all kind of look like this. And
yep, exactly like that.
Each one of these points is a point of connection. So like you can attach like another fairy's leg right here. And then he has his own little attachment points. This guy has like his little arm or something. So like you can make like a matrix of these fairies, and you want to try and fill this shape up as accurately as possible to make like this is the tree of fairies. Like maybe everything in nature is made out of these fucking like.
And then they turn into
fairies.
brown fairies.
They could. Instead of their skin, maybe they're all wearing different outfits. How about? Okay. Here's the brown cloaked fairies. Here's the green cloaked fairies.
The fairies should all be white, right?
Of course. What else would we make?
But like
the racist undertones in our game, I think, is what we want.
Of course not, Roka.
What do you think?
But like this is a way where we could have like some sort of character to the thing while maybe having a sort of unique goal. And it could be a little chaotic because if like we make like a big sort of mess of these things and they start to like topple over, it's like, oh shit, add more here, and then kind of like evens out. It's like swaying a little bit.
Fairy mesh.
I don't know. Or maybe if like there's too much tension once we get to like the top here with all these fairies and you didn't like build a proper base, it'll probably like just snap and fall over.
So we're just trying to like build like shapes from the fairies essentially.
Right, we're basically
and their
making them
space.
Yes. So like we can get weird with the shapes in terms of like the tree would be pretty easy because it's just like one big old pillar. But if you also had a tree that was kind of like, I don't know, had some like branches, it was dying or some shit. That's a weird ass tree.
That's it's like a dude just like hey.
Well, it could be like literally anything in nature that might have like a weird shape or something. So you would have like, okay, it's really easy to just like stack them up like here. How the fuck am I going to get a shape that looks like this or something like that? Without just fucking toppling everything over. And since this is all being simulated in real time with physics, like you could like maybe make this branch and then just real quick add a bunch here so that it like balances out or something.
Or just make the base extra.
Because I like the idea of these little interconnected guys.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to think of some sort of goal that isn't just like make a chain of them to a finish line. You know?
Yeah, like creating like a specific shapes.
Yeah, or some other goal.
The shapes are like levels. Is there a way to detect how accurate they were?
This is
I guess you just have like a collider thing, or like the amount that are outside of it are demerits or something.
Demerits.
I don't know.
If we could have, we could probably make a simple mesh collider of the actual shape itself, so that way it'll be like a really accurate version of it. And then maybe what we can do is and we can have like a contact point on the head too if we want. Maybe what we can do is like if we want to do something super rudimentary, we can just do like count the number of contact points that are outside of the shape versus inside of the shape. Or we would have to have some sort of like percentage calculation of
something to detect like how accurate you were, kind of.
Yeah.
Or it's just like if there's a way it's not even like a score based thing. It's just like you try to fill this shape, and then at the end it somehow combines them all into one uniform shape. No matter like it, I don't know how it would do this. I'm just saying. Yeah. Like if you had like a bunch of weird shit, and then it would just be like, all right, here's your tree. What do you think of it? Sort of thing.
So like it basically just turns all of these fairies, like they won't be stick figures, they'll actually have like some clothes and shit, like a shape to it. And then what we would do at the end is we would just turn them into like a monochrome color that when they all combine might look like some shitty looking trees. Like, good job, like,
you did. Yeah, you did it. That's like a tree or something. And then
and a tree
and then we could just we have a free play mode where you can literally just make anything you want with the color. Well, you change the colors of your things. You just draw with your fairies.
Or just like a see how high you can stack them sort of thing.
And then if your fairies break while you're trying to build the tree, it'll be like unfairy, and then they'll all fall down. Like, oh shit,
unfairy.
And then all the ones that are currently stacked up just for some reason explode in different directions, like they all just scatter. Made a track while watching you guys brainstorm. Dropped it on the Ludum Dare of your Discord. You could use it if you. Ooh,
What did you do?
Tiny1.wave. Hang on, I gotta change my. No.
So we're gonna hear it. Are we gonna hear it through your Discord?
You will.
You will.
Once I change this to SFX, there's it. Can you hear that?
Yeah.
Cowboys can't use it if they don't really. Oh!
What?
Or
God. Are we gonna have a custom OST for our game?
Right, if you make a contract, we're gonna get you to do all that.
We'll use it, even if it's just for like the title screen or something. We'll use it somewhere. That's awesome.
Now it's gonna be like my goal to find somebody.
Roka says that's got some big tiny energy.
Fuck yeah. Let's make one of the shapes a penis.
Oh, I didn't realize that the Nintendo music was playing as well. My bad. I did notice that you drew a penis on this little blobfish guy.
There's a penis on everything.
You gave him a little dinger.
Everything has a penis.
Put a penis on Junie.
It's just about to go.
How?
Just draw his little feet. Little fetus.
It's literally like a little baby dick.
Don't do that.
Damn, he's packing some cake.
Wow.
Meanwhile, Andrew's over here drawing an ornate landscape.
Actually tried to,
This
yeah. Are we trying like we could like decorate a house with your fairies? Fairy forest.
I was kind of thinking like if we didn't want to do like a shape-based thing, but like the tree idea is kind of interesting because of how organic it is, right?
Yeah.
Like creating like tree structures to like grow up, but there's like birds or something, like something's breaking the trees, so you're like growing trees to like fight back against them. And then the alternative is like growing like lightning or something down to try and like touch the ground.
Yeah.
That's kind of interesting.
You're trying to like reach like skyscrapers or
or people
or yeah, you're trying to zap people even.
So
and you're growing like the lightning to like go and like zap a guy.
We just have different like
goals,
material versions of all these fairies, and we have these like glowing ones that we can make lightning. You can just make like a little diorama of like shit. Like you got lightning in the sky, you got some trees on the ground.
I'm still thinking of like an action or based game where you're like quickly doing like creating a little bit of chaos, but having like an outcome or something that you're trying to aim for, rather than just trying to like create, just be creative. Like my concern with creative games is like not everyone's going to be into that, and then it needs to really feel like a lot of possibilities and a lot of also like stuff that happens just as a result of the nature of the tool.
Okay. So what? You're building these trees here, and then like what would be like their objective, I guess?
Well, if it's these, it's just like you're purely just growing trees would be the idea here.
Gotcha.
You're just trying to grow trees up, so you're just adding like pieces on and webbing it out and growing it out. Similar to this lightning thing, like you're just growing stuff down.
We know what reading Rainbow is, Gorley. We're not that much younger than you.
Before your time. How old do you think we are?
We're all in our fucking 30s. What are you talking about?
I mean, we do exude some pretty juvenile energy, I suppose.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's just called being perverts.
That's.
I'm trying to think of ways to actionize, like what y'all were talking about, like the constructing and building, but making it one kind of thing.
I just don't know if it needs to be an action game. Like I feel like just like building structures and stuff.
I'm really struggling.
I do think they need some kind of like goal of some sort.
But I don't think it needs to be necessarily like a fast-paced, like, oh, I gotta build these trees, oh god, sort of thing.
It doesn't have to be like that fast-paced, but I think that the methodical gameplay just invites more analysis of someone's playing it to think like, am I having fun? And then the pressure of creating that fun is way higher. And if I'm already doubting it, then the player is going to have way more problem with it. So that's just my fear of a slow-paced game. So if we want to go the slow-paced route, like we really need to think about the goal, and we really need to think about it needs to be fun to just put the things together. Like I'm not against the slow games. I'm just trying to accept the reality of how much pressure that puts on the gameplay. And yeah, I still think that what holds all this back is that it needs. It sounds lame, but it needs a theme or a story. It needs a headline to it.
What I was kind of thinking is, especially the way that you drew those trees there, it could be something similar to almost like a paper cutout diorama of sorts, where like you can make like the scenery and things with little fantasy papercraft looking things, and you're trying to like string all these little fairies together. So it kind of is like a a 3D children's storybook of sorts of trying to explain to a kid how the world works or something.
Yeah, I think the creative stuff is going to be very weak for me. Like just a creative tool, I think is going to be really weak.
Sure. Well, that was purely just an aesthetic suggestion, not a gameplay suggestion.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying like we build.
Yeah, you said you were like wanting like some sort of like character or story to it.
Oh,
It was just like an aesthetic thing.
Yeah, I think that what I mean is, if like when we talk about like bedbug fairy, right? Then it's like, okay, what are you doing as a bedbug fairy? Like, how does that generate gameplay? How does that generate an idea of like a soul to the thing that's going on? I think that's for me what's missing. Like it just needs some reason for things to be happening. So like if we're putting lots of little guys together, like where is that like coming from? And I'm only thinking this because purely looking at it just from the mechanic right now, it's really hard to see interesting goals that come out of it. Like if we're trying to do something that's a little bit more sandboxy and creative, like how numerous are the outcomes? Like is just the creation of it the sandbox part, or are the outcomes really like sandboxy as well?
What exactly do you mean by like the outcomes are sandboxy?
Like if the sandbox, so the movement, right? The movement thing, if you create a sandbox sort of way of getting to somewhere, the outcome is the same every time. Like you're getting to the end point. The stuff that's happening, like the variety of outcomes of you moving, is really not that interesting. It's just different versions of the same thing. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm trying to be able to back up my apprehension with good ideas, but I'm struggling.
No, I feel you.
I think you're trying to make a tree out of teeth. So as the unfairy, you gotta get them first. All you have to pay are bed bugs. So you go to the teeth store.
If you were going to connect a bunch of bed bugs together, why would you do it? And what can you do with a bunch of bed bugs?
You use the bed bugs to connect teeth together, and then you make a mouth that can eat. Maybe we're connecting all of these fairies together to make a rope so we can grab the parasite out of someone's mouth.
Fishing?
Fairy fishing?
Fairy fishing? Do y'all share any of my feelings towards this, or am I just stopping progress?
I think I'm just not 100% sure. I'm not 100% sure if I understand your concerns or not, is the thing for me. In terms of like what you're describing. So
like what do you feel, what do you think is working right now versus like not working? Like what do you think is good and what do you think is bad?
Think here. Articulation.
Like, is the strong mechanic the ability to connect two things together?
For this one, I think the focus would probably be in the physics simulation of having these guys connected together and having like tension in their limbs and things like that. For this little ball one, I think it's more of the customizing and planning of your little guy and seeing how it sort of shakes out in the execution of it. If we don't want it to just be like auto, let's see what happens sort of thing, it could be more of a sense of like pressing left or right will make the guy sort of roll, and then you have to contend with whatever abomination that you made to try and make this thing a viable build of some sort. So then there's at least a little bit more action in that, and also like, oh no, the consequences of my own actions. Maybe I shouldn't have made like the entire outer perimeter of this guy just a bunch of bouncing boys I can't get anywhere sort of thing. But maybe I can. So I think that would be like the main strong appeal of this one, is just like your little creature builder or character customizer guy trying to get up here. So it's not necessarily just like build a thing and watch it do its simulation. If there was some sort of incentive to make the craziest fucking thing possible and seeing if it still makes it in there, like maybe you get points for each ball that makes it in, so the bigger you build it, the more unwieldy it gets, but the more points you get for it. I do think that this little dude customizer, the only thing that I think is problematic or weak with it right now is that we don't incentivize, there's nothing to incentivize the player to get weird with it outside of like their own curiosity, which might not be enough. But I do think that there is potential in sort of having a very loosely structured build your own guy kind of thing. With this one, with the stack yo boys, build a shape sort of thing, I think there is an inherent chaos in like trying to spin gold out of a pile of shit in terms of like the way that you can connect these guys is fairly limited. So you can only make like an approximation of this shape while also making sure that it doesn't just like topple over, which is where some of like the chaos and panic can kind of start to come in.
The best way for me to like look at these two ideas is to like look at Shutter Chaos and then compare Shutter Chaos to this idea, and like which one of those do you think is more fun, and and with the other, look at this and then look at Aloft, and which one do you think is more fun? And I know they have somewhat different mechanics, but in principle it's the same kind of idea.
Yeah.
And if this is not even as good as something that we've finished before and like put a lot of thought into, then it's hard to imagine spending time on it. I don't know if that logic is flawed, but that's the way I'm looking at it. Like at the end of the day, traversing a space with, you know, a character of some kind is kind of always the same.
I don't think I necessarily agree with that, because the method of traversal is kind of what would make the gameplay interesting. So the reason that Aloft is different from, like, you can say that Aloft and Pop Shove It are both just traversing a space from beginning to end, but the way that you do it, the method of traversal is very different, and that's what makes those games unique. That being said, I don't necessarily, it's hard for me to say whether or not the traversal for this little build your own boy is or isn't interesting enough yet. But
it's not simple enough to me. I think that's what it's missing. It's the mechanic needs explanation, you know.
Yeah.
And I would love to find, and maybe it's just something inherent in the like build a thing, put these things together, but there's something that feels just already initially complex, which means it's hard to like grasp.
Sure.
I want to find some thread, like maybe one that we've pulled on before, like in this thinking, like somewhere in this compounded fairy business. And the fairy thing is pretty moot at this point. Like it's really just, I think we're just mechanically thinking about pieces being put together. But for something down this lane to work for me, it would need to be the one thing, like the connecting would need to be a fun thing. And if we were going to go that like construction route, and if it's to like build a character and then let them loose, I think we need a lot more effect than just like their movement. It just doesn't feel persistently satisfying.
Sure.
It feels so limited, but like complex at the same time. So something just a lot simpler of a toy, I guess. And we're definitely reaching that wall point where like now y'all had an idea and I'm like, no, I don't like it, and now all progress comes to a standstill.
Oh, that's fine.
At least you got a penis on this guy, so.
At least almost everything has a penis, so at least we're getting
used
somewhere.
to, but
Junie had one, but
I think we realized just how
we don't let me in with you.
But I'm kind of always pulled back to like, as soon as we run into like mechanical idea stagnance, I look back to, well, what sorts of feelings were good before, and how do we use mechanics to generate that feeling? So if these funny or spooky or whatever weird headline name ideas we had, like if that can convert or channel through a mechanic, that helps me at least imagine the outcome better.
Well, we gotta narrow it down to something, Brainoid.
You shouldn't have. Maybe you should have narrowed down.
Maybe those two mechanics were just busted from the start.
We have to narrow it down to something because the theme sure ain't doing that.
The theme.
It's tiny.
The theme.
Horse swarm.
This is another one of those themes where the actual theme is just make a game.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the space is too big. I need some guardrails.
The space is big, but it's tiny at the same time.
How are people feeling hunger-wise? Because maybe stepping away and
I'm kind of feeling that way. Like we just need to not look at this for a second.
Yeah.
I already ate dinner, so I'm good. But I'm sure you guys are probably
right. Well, it'd be good for you to at least maybe like step away, Steven, because I do remember last time we stepped away like that was when you guys were still living together, and that's when our stupid little submarine idea turned into a loft because Steve's like,
That's
what
true.
about a balloon?
Right.
That's true.
Maybe just
I think
stepping away for a
stepping
little
away
bit,
helps.
getting some.
If we hit a wall.
Yeah, because in our experience, like these walls can't necessarily be brute forced through.
No, they just get more and more painful. I start to get sweaty.
Yeah,
He's like,
So,
Okay, let's
go out, see
food.
what kind of food I can get, and then
we
will reconvene in, you want to say like half an hour, 45 minutes, an hour? What are you thinking?
You said you're gonna go somewhere and get food?
It's just gonna be like a nearby fast food place or something.
But still, like, keeping your driving in mind, like, at least, let's call it 45 minutes.
All right.
Let's come back at, 9:15 for you, 8:15 for me, midnight for Steven.
God damn. Oh, shit. Steven,
No,
I'm sorry.
No, it's not.
It's not midnight. It's only 10:24 right now.
Yeah, 45 minutes. Let's do 45.
All right, cool. Sounds good. I will let a timer up and then put some Plinko on, and we will be back. Alrighty.
All right, join y'all in a
Later,
bit.
nerds. All right, where is this? Yeah. Oh, Snaz, where are you at? Snaz. Butterflies in the sky. Yeah, you are, Gorley. This is where you rack up points. 45 minutes is going to be... Right, 9:15 you said. Oh my god. 21. 50. Yeah, that should be good. Oh shit, I gotta copy paste the clipboard. Put you here. Open. Yeah. No. Paste. Yeah. Yes, I'm aware. Open. There we go. Huzzah. Blingo. Alright. And we'll be back. Hello. Baba Booey.
Yeah.
Oh.
Huh.
I was gonna say you're already here, but you've never really left your apartment.
Oh no, yeah, I just moved away from my computer for a bit and then came back and sat down when it was roughly the correct time.
Well, I literally just sat down, so.
Oh.
It was perfect time.
Well, I think you're so cool or something, I guess.
I do think I'm superior at the very least.
What'd you end up getting for food?
I just picked up some Maccas.
Maccas.
Maccas Donagles.
Speaking of McGonagall,
I know.
She's dead.
Yeah. Speaking of McGonagall, you'll never see her again.
Yeah. So there's that. Shut up, Pomo.
I'm
Fuck
glad you always seem to be in that state, Pomo. So
I'm glad you're happy. At least someone will be happy with your game. Even if it's just you.
There's a lot of people playing.
Playing Plinko.
I didn't even see what the scoreboard was.
Oh,
Ooh,
God.
Wendell's up. Cabbage Gatekeeper's gonna sweep this, I'm sure, if I ever put this on in the background.
I mean, Wendell's still technically winning, but Cabbage Gatekeeper.
All Wendell needs to do is go AFK for a couple minutes, and Gatekeeper will catch her.
I mean, every time we do a food break of even 30 minutes,
yeah,
it could be too hard to keep up.
Did you eat anything, or did you just walk around?
I made some microwave nachos.
Nice.
So technically I ate something, but not not a
Did you,
meal or that.
Did you put the cheese on before or after you microwaved it?
What the fuck kind of question is that? There's only one option.
That's a reference to Parks and Rec.
Oh.
Like, you always like my nachos. Yeah, but you always put the cheese on after you microwave.
After you microwave.
That is also an appropriate response. What the fuck kind of question is that?
I can't imagine a world where that's okay. Or at least I don't want to live in a world where that's okay.
Would they even be considered nachos at that point?
What ingredients in the microwave nacho? Just cheese on tortilla chips. What do you want from me?
Yeah, you lurk it up, Rook.
Lurkers be lurking.
Not if it's just a snack.
Include more microwave nachos in your life. Like you want to eat microwave nachos more often. I guess I did I had some salsa with them. It was basically just chips and salsa, but with some cheese thrown in.
Chips
But
and
hey,
salsa?
It's simple and I like it.
Was this what you had for dinner?
No, not for dinner. I just had some nachos for a snack. I had Wendy's for dinner before.
Welcome back,
before we even got on. Sexy Texan.
I meant to do the ASMR version. Let me try that one more time.
Yeah. I would have. I mean, I might have had to get offline for a second for that one.
Oh, I gotta go jerk off for a second.
Take two.
I need to go have a cum in my bathroom.
Welcome back, you sexy Texans.
No, that's too good.
Good.
How does that work? Do you call out the thing that you want in the message? That's how it works.
Yeah, so I'll share the link on Discord. You'll see it also when you try to redeem the reward. But basically, you just do the voice name : whatever message you want, and then you can also add additional voices to it if you wanted to add up to I think 5 voices. And then if you put it in parentheses, you can get several different sound effects, which is why you could hear the Slack message
Oh,
stuff
that's
like that.
what that was.
Yeah,
Okay.
so you can make like a little scenario with like voices talking to each other and like some sound effects if you want.
Damn, this
Yeah.
is extensive. Dr. Disrespect is in here?
Oh, is he? He is. Yeah, he was one of the free ones, I guess. Pomo peer-pressured me into getting, or just putting all of the free voices enabled.
Oh,
I mean, why not?
now we got Zoomer and Vomit. Ew. Vomit's not good. I'll tell you that much.
I'm not a fan of the vomit. Okay, well, did y'all have a fruitful break?
Yeah. I'm full of Mackie D's. Oh, and I saw a Cybertruck on my way home.
Oh, I'm a dozen in California.
Really?
I've seen a couple over here. Someone's got a black one.
It's kind of like the lame choice, right? To get like a black one.
Yeah, like why not just get the
do the stainless steel looking thing.
It's also just a lame car, anyways.
Yeah,
Like,
its headlight is fucking. It looks like an LED strip if you've ever seen it at night.
It pretty much is. Yeah. The funny thing is, those actually aren't the headlamps. That's purely just like a running light. The actual headlamps are these like small things that are lower on the front.
Yeah.
Ugly.
So I have an idea. We can see if y'all
idea.
also want to share something before I share a thing.
I don't have like
Jared drew out some squares.
Yeah.
Let's go through that idea real quick then.
It's a very half-baked idea. It's more of like a,
mine.
wouldn't it be cool? You know how flies have a bunch of different ways that they can see, or at least like spiders or some shit, where they're like
that sort of fractal eyesight thing.
9 different cameras, baby.
Okay.
And that's it. That's the idea.
I mean, that's actually kind of cool though.
Yeah.
I mean, if we're a fly flying around with a bunch of eyes,
like we could have 9 cameras that are all in the same position but angled slightly different directions.
Differently.
Yeah.
So you would have
to be very slight.
Yeah, you would have to like navigate a world in like spider vision or something.
I think the aesthetic of that is cool. And
I do think like walking around like everything's big, like the environment's big. You're just either walking around or I don't know, flying around. We could be a spider. It might be easier to like just walk around on the ground or something like that. But
I don't know, Pomo. Did you?
Well, I just skipped you then.
Aw.
Get fucked, Pomo. Sorry.
We're no refunds on the points, by the way. Yeah, that's kind of cool.
Yeah, that's
Stanley checked if the TTS thing is still working.
It is, Wendell.
It's still working.
It just doesn't like Pomo. There's also then it's not labeled properly, but there's a voice called narrator, and it's David Attenborough.
Oh, we have a David Attenborough.
Yeah.
We're getting a little Red Family Christmas in there, I see.
Yes, we are. So yeah, that was the extent of my idea there.
I mean, I think that's a pretty cool.
Welcome back, you sexy Texans.
Gross. Nope. Gosh, these slides.
I don't know who Sagiri is, but
it's
she sounds mature.
She sounds Komitsui. All right, what you got, Andrew?
Okay, so I'll try to just draw it here. I took a picture of it because I was doodling it on a sketchbook, but I'll just redraw it here. Imagine
dragons.
Imagine dragons. Imagine you have a little shape. Oh my goodness. And then I'm kind of zoomed out. Imagine you start with a little shape, and maybe it's balancing. It's got like weight to it.
Sure.
And imagine this is like for illustrating sort of the idea. Imagine this is like a sugar cube or something.
Okay.
And then you want to cover it with ants.
Mm-hmm.
And so as you like sort of like force ants onto it, right, to start eating it.
Uh-huh.
It starts to change the weight of this little cube.
Yeah.
And you could get to the point where you have large mounds, and maybe they're always built like normal to the surface or something, right?
Sure.
But eventually you end up with like large mounds that change the weight that might tip it over, so you keep building it in different ways.
Mm-hmm.
And you're trying to just have as much mass on there as possible to keep the weight, to get more of the cube, to eat it, whatever, to grow the thing.
Uh-huh.
But I was thinking then also, what if things were falling down? So like if another shape was like falling down around this, and if you were building it and you're building, you can build off of things that you've built, right? Like you're just sort of like adding geometry or adding like little pieces that you could actually like grab onto a thing as it falls and then start to cover that thing.
Oh, I see.
And it becomes just sort of like you're trying to keep a thing balanced, and then to obviously to do that, you're going to want to build like material out here. I don't know how 3D this is. And then as more things fall, you're trying to like collect them and like grow this thing taller. But the basic idea is using tiny creatures, so small like little particles or little masses. I don't know how big they would be. Maybe they could be like this big, right? But piling them on top of each other for points' sake, to have greater volume. But then by doing so, the thing that gets you more points also creates the more challenge.
Mm-hmm.
So you're trying to keep this thing from like toppling over, and then adding new like unique sort of like pieces in there that change the shape further. And the idea is just make this thing like as tall as possible and without falling over for points.
So those little globular things, those aren't just going to be like hovering in stasis, right? They're going to be like falling down. You have to catch them.
They'd be like falling. So you would have to like see that things are falling and intentionally start to build out a way to catch things that are falling. And then knowing that once that weight is introduced, it will shift your weight. So like being like, this is where that methodical side comes in. Like you're constantly building out to counterweight anything that you're adding on.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of like those like ants that build like little bridges with each other.
Right. Yeah.
It's like
It's
using
like
lots of
World War Z.
It's like World War Z. It's like a World War Z Brad Pitt bridge.
It's like a World War Z type game.
A pit bridge.
A pit bridge, yeah.
Oh, it's a pit type. I get it. Pit type game.
But it would ideally be just really simple. Like you start with a thing, whether it's like a shape or if this was ants, it would be like a sandwich or something, right?
Yeah.
And you start to cover that thing to like consume it, and then it starts to like lose balance so that you add more, and then other food things start falling, and you want to like add on to that. Ideally, like you're good enough that this thing just keeps on going and going until it's like so difficult to manage because you have stuff down here where it's just going to be impossible to keep it up, right?
Yeah.
But that's the basic idea, is using the tiny creatures as creating new mass and new volume to balance a thing.
Mm-hmm. I posted a link in the chat to a Mahorth game that it kind of reminds me of.
Mahorth?
We played it on stream where you just like, you stack the cubes up and you try and balance on a plate.
Yeah, I remember this game.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I do remember this.
Uh-huh. It sounds like this would be similar but slightly different, the fact that you can like stack things on like the side of the cube as well. And
it's mostly changing. It's like changing the shape of a thing by adding mass and volume to it.
And I'm assuming that we would have a camera that rotates around this cube, right? Or would it be like
if it was 3D, yeah, you would probably want to be able to spin around this thing so that you can hit whatever side of a shape that you wanted.
Mm-hmm.
And that wherever you were like drawing like a line to that object, it would just build normal to wherever that point is. And then you could just hold it, and it's just like adding little pieces on
just
there.
Like a little tower of ants.
Of ants.
Or bedbugs.
Or
¿Por qué no los dos?
Because the idea that actually when I was thinking of it was like, what if it's like a bed and there's like a person on it and you want to cover it in bedbugs, but it's like balancing.
Versus balancing on the bed.
And you want to cover that person in like bedbugs, and then as like you start to consume like, more people fall. And you want to like have like this bedbug horror show.
Good.
And then I was also wondering like, would you have things that could actually like destroy stuff that you're making? So like, would an exterminator come in and like blow gas onto your thing? But the basic idea was purely just like, with basic shapes, could you like use tiny little additions and particles to create mass, to create volume, and then keep that thing balanced for point's sake, or grow to like try and capture things, get things.
Mm-hmm.
So you get a little bit of that creation side, but also a little bit of the like faster pace because of like how quick things can change.
Mm-hmm. So these little ball things here, will they constantly be dropping in the same position, or do you have to like notice them falling, and then you have like a couple of seconds to like set up something to try and catch
I think it would probably be random. Like they would be just in this 3D space falling, you know, because there's gonna be stuff that falls before you're able to reach it, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess it would depend on the mass of those balls, because if like a randomly falling ball happens,
it just topple you
it
immediately.
just topples the whole thing if you're not like, oh shit, didn't even
You
see
don't know
that.
where it's going to be coming from.
Yeah.
Like you would maybe.
I mean, maybe you could have like a red light indicator of like, hey, something's coming right here.
Yeah, like it shines
and then,
a beam.
and then a couple seconds later, it's like.
Well, first and foremost is like, what do you think of the mechanic of like where I point on a thing, I start to add little things, and if you were to click and hold it, it's like the landscape tool in Unreal Engine, where it's just like creating.
Oh, so you would like drag and a line of like a stack of ants would.
Well, I think just
I see. Wherever you're holding, it'll start making like a stack of ants, and if you move it, okay, like the terrain tool. Okay.
So and then if I like clicked here, it would just like grow.
Yeah, I think that would be. That sounds more engaging than what I was thinking of, just like clicking every time you want to place an ant. If it was like a terrain tool and you're just like dragging and you're basically just like painting ants.
Yeah. Ideally, it was like you hold it down and it just grows a little pile.
Yeah, that could be neat. And another thing that we could do if we have time is we could just like have a bonus mode where we just nix this fucking balance thing and just like, here, paint on a cube.
Oh yeah, and then just make whatever thing you want.
Would we be able to paint on the ant piles to go in like right angle directions? Like I just
question.
Or just the mechanics of this in general. Like I don't even know.
Well, I mean, I can imagine like if I have a sphere, I'm not a developer, but like we know we've done things before.
Yeah, we know
can identify where we're touching on a thing.
Yep, we can use the normal of that sphere.
And you just like create. Like maybe it's a bug, maybe it's literally like a bug this sized, and it's just like put one there, put one on top of it, put another one, and the longer you hold it, it just like does this.
We could definitely do that. It'll get trickier if we want to start building bugs like this.
That's probably the hardest part is like you've now created new geometry, point to that new geometry and add on.
Although if we have, we might be able to do that actually, because if each of these has their own like collider on it, like a box collider, or even just we'll probably do a box collider, be simpler. I could detect a click on that ant and then just use the normal of that box collider, which would be a 90-degree angle, to start building horizontally. So yeah, I guess it would depend on where it clicks, or where that click registers on the box collider. I would take that normal and start building off of it. So it would either go like that, like that, like that. I don't think you'll be able to click behind it, so it wouldn't go. You wouldn't be able to populate behind it.
You would just be pointing to one of the visible faces.
Yeah, and then what would happen if you just started painting along this thing here? Is it would kind of just be like sort of thing. If you're like going back and forth,
it would just start like
to rows
in that space.
Yeah, essentially. But if say, oh Jesus, fuck. If I were to just like swirl around this corner, then it would like make some ants here, then make some ants going out this way, and then make some ants going up this way, all at the same time as I'm like swirling it around. It would make like a.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Which I think is fine. But that's. So if you imagine this cube is like another ant. I did it again, son of a bitch.
Using the correct ant.
If this were an ant and I were like swirling around a pile of ants, it would branch off ants on like 3 of its faces, essentially. So unless you were to like click and hold on a specific spot to make like a tower of ants going this way, or a tower of ants going this way, it would kind of make like a little blob of ants around here, which again I think is fine. I'm just explaining that to see if that makes sense to you guys.
Just the practicality of it.
Yeah, I mean, like, would that feel jank, or would that be kind of what you would expect if I were to click on this little ant and I just go like,
and it just starts like shooting stuff everywhere.
It starts like populating ants on like three faces all going.
3 different vectors.
I think I would, for the most part, assume chaos with something like this, but controlled chaos.
Yeah, you could control it if you like clicked and held and then just
on one area.
Yeah.
But if you're on a corner, it's not like it's gonna like build up randomly within that corner space. It will go in just one of the 3 directions.
Mm-hmm.
Not to mention the fact, like, I don't know. These colliders would be like really small in these ants, so like
they would.
Your click.
And the cube will be moving.
Right.
It'll be tilting around.
It's going to be tilting and balancing and pivoting.
Yeah. Which, again, still could be fine. I think we would have to test that a little bit. What I am not confident I would be able to do is something like this, where they're like a little bit elasticy. You know,
yeah,
like the tensiony and stuff. I was kind of hesitant about that stuff with like the Connecta Boys thing, but if they're kind of just like stacking on top of each other and making like a mound of them,
right?
That's a lot more reasonable. Regarding these little ball boys, would it be more interesting or a bit less chaotic? I don't know, if instead of these balls like just randomly falling down, which I think still could be fun, I think it would be nice to incentivize weird builds like this by having like a
goal,
a little extra points things around like the area that they have to like strive for to get those. They have to like really fuck up their build in order to get like a little extra bonus point thing for their score or something. I just
it could even be that there's actually just like static stuff, right?
Yes, yeah, that's what I mean. Is like those little goal things are kind of like floating in stasis, and when the player sees them, as like the camera zooms out or something, they'll see that little goal thing. It's like, oh shit, like let me grab that. And it's not like a tether point; it's more like an ethereal thing of like once you grab it, you got it.
It becomes Could it be a part of this once that happens?
It could be, but once they click on it, or once they connect with it, it should like no longer be in stasis, and it like gravity should start affecting it, I think.
Yeah, right. If I just went straight to that, this whole thing would just like
would start, but like
fall over.
Down.
Right.
Yeah.
And then maybe you'll get, I don't know, how would we want to evaluate this score wise? Like what would the goal be to make it as tall as possible? Or
I think it's just
like number of ants, and then those are multipliers.
Yeah. Okay. That could work. Nasty.
Gross.
Little anti boys. And it's not too late to turn them into fairies, though.
Fairies.
Well,
I like fairies.
It's mostly just an idea about like, do you think it's fun to click and make surface go up?
I think. Well, I do think that the terrain tool is kind of just inherently fun to fuck around with sometimes. So that could.
Is balancing things fun?
I think the ability to draw on the sides, like the outward facing faces of this cube, makes that a lot more interesting of a premise than just like the top flat surface, which is essentially just like, remember that topple board game?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think this is neat because it like kind of adds some dimensionality to it. Yeah, I think would I
be able to attach ants to that like anchor point down there and then literally just make it unfallable?
Oh yeah. Yeah, we would definitely have to make this untouchable.
If ants touch that or the ground under like that's touch it, like you'd lose.
Yeah. Oh,
if
the
you droop down
ground
too
too.
far.
Yeah.
Like,
Do
there's
we
just,
do we
like, a
want the
ground
ants to
plane.
touch the ground? Like if we have ants that span all the way up to here,
Right, like
then
you go
the ground
too
is a
long
lot
and it's
closer.
like
Yeah, how do you?
it hasn't technically fallen, but
Uh-huh.
you went too far in one direction. It's leaning, and then you tip the ground. And
What if this is like so the premise is that a couple is having a picnic next to a river. And then some shit goes down, like I don't know, the couple freaks out and they're throwing their food everywhere, and this one little sugar cube flies into the river and lands perfectly on like a twig.
on a cone-shaped rock.
Yeah. And the ants are like, game on. So they're all going for it.
Fine.
But it's surrounded by just a bunch of this is piss water. It's surrounded by a bunch of water. So that would explain why if even an ant over here touches the ground before the sugar cube goes away, like, oh shit, you had casualties.
Yeah, there's like a kind of you touch the wall, you're dead.
Yeah. And then the sugar cube blows up. That would actually be kind of neat if all the ants that you place just
they detach and they just go brah. That would be a really fun thing to do, where you literally just like wherever they touch, you just like spawn like a force there, and then you just detach all of their colliders, and it goes just like shotguns them across the screen.
Yeah. Do we want it to just like cull whatever was touched and then just, or do we want like all of the ants to just for some reason spontaneously combust?
I think all of the ants combust, because that's you lose if that's like you're lost. So it just keeps everything off.
The game over state is the shooting. Would we ever want to intentionally like break a chain? Like intentionally.
I was thinking we could experiment with this. Like it might be interesting if like only the ants that touch the water would break off. Because if this thing is like going down and then like suddenly like dozens of ants start getting lost on this side, suddenly this thing starts going over, and then it gets like a lot more you might be able to save it, but it becomes a lot more untenable. And then if ever the cube itself falls off, then you're fucked.
I feel like that's just right for as soon as it touches the ground and we like shoot them off, that thing's like bouncing back to the other side, and then it's just chaos no matter what. Anyways, so regardless, you lose, but maybe it's funnier if the ants dissolve first, and then it just goes like
I don't mind this premise.
I can get behind it.
Yeah, I think most of the aesthetic of this and the exact things are pretty open. Mm-hmm. It's mostly just like, is the idea of growing things and balancing things in itself like fun, but like without anything else.
Yeah, I do think the concept of just like basically drawing ants on top of this thing is kind of neat. I can see that being fun and satisfying to do, as long as we have an incentive, or I guess some sort of incentive for them to not play it safe, i.e. by having like literal stretch goals that they have to try and reach
having methodically stuff in the air,
little extra bits of cheese or something.
I mean, I that's where I think it, with basic shapes it's okay, but I could even see Steven like modeling like a sandwich or a cheese wedge, and these things are like there, and we're just like
I could just do like a bunch of food items, like the sugar cube could be level 1 or something.
Yeah, I mean we could just have like I
think it could be a 1 level thing.
It could be a 1 level thing.
But it could also be fun if you always start with like really different shaped objects which are harder to balance.
Yeah. Yeah, the only thing, like, I'm pretty confident that I could make pretty much all of this stuff. The only thing I'll have to do some research on is this little point right here.
A balancing point.
I might have to fudge some balance somehow. Mm-hmm. I'm not 100% sure. Like, I think if we did pure accurate physics balance, then this probably wouldn't be very fun. Yeah.
It needs to have some like cartoonish ability to stand on a point.
Mm-hmm. What it could be instead of like a cone-shaped point thing like this is it could be like a twig that kind of has like a little rounded bit to it. This is not a penis.
That's a penis.
That is absolutely a penis.
So this is where
making it more of a penis.
So this is where it would be balancing. So rather than like a point, it'll just be like a rounded tip. Anyways.
Oh, that's a nice twig you got there.
I think I understand. I think I get the shape.
I made a little free asset pack and got a little wormy in it. What? Hell yeah.
Can I show the link? You can show whatever you want here.
Free asset
Shill
pack
all over this.
with a little
folks.
wormy?
Feel free to put it in Ludum Dare chat or something in Discord. I don't care where you put it.
Or chant.
Chillborn.
Creatures on the
Tiny creatures
LD.
from LD. Oh, look at that! He's got
Look at those tiny little creatures.
Just a few dudes, but gonna add more tomorrow.
That's cute.
Excellent stuff. Beautiful. I like the rock.
Cute.
I also love the four-legged spider.
Is that a blade of grass crown?
Wait, that's grass crown?
He's grass crown.
Whoa, you got like a bipedal double wormy up top here?
That's a frightening. Is that a tardigrade? No, it's a roly-poly.
I'm curious as to why the cat is in the water.
He's hovering though.
He's hovering above the water.
I'm curious as to why the cat is hovering above the water.
Well, that's just kind of like, where else would the cat be?
Yeah, it seems like the most logical location.
He's swimming.
Swimming.
Oh, I see. Oh, I didn't notice his little swim animation he's got going on there. This is excellent. Well, let me just
download that asset pack.
I already paid for this.
Quick download of the asset pack.
Wait, no thanks.
I have heard that cats love water.
We got ourselves a little wormy asset now, boys.
Oh man,
and you can't revoke that. We have it. We own it.
We own. Like you've.
Thank you for releasing Lil Wormy into the public domain, Boats.
Gotcha. He's ours now.
We will put it to good use.
Can't wait to make a bunch of bootleg Lil Wormy content.
All right, hang on. Because again, I like this idea, but let me just do a quick check. Let me look at these drawings and then...
These manic drawings. Oh, great point.
Oh my god, dude, I can totally do an ascending, depending on like how many ants are on that stack. I can absolutely do that. But it wouldn't even be like that. It would be more like a...
Yeah.
Because you're going to be doing it on a bunch of different heights at once if you're like drawing it around, right? Unless you hold it down, then it'll just be like.
If you hold in one point, you get that steady incline in pitch.
Yeah.
And we need little like ant noises, where like.
And then another thing we'll do on Game Over, we need like a million tiny screams.
Screams, yes. Like, how do we make?
They all have their own like audio attached thing, and we play them all at the same time. So it's just like.
Every single ant has its own audio cue.
Yeah,
I mean,
I think that's fine.
I can literally do that. I have the audio manager.
I don't think you should,
but I will.
I think that would sound awful.
I could play like 50 tiny little sounds or some shit when they all fall off.
Yeah.
So it'll sound like a colony of ants, but it doesn't have to be like all of them.
Could you like randomly select 50 of the ants to play them, and then they're still like sort of, like 3D audio ish?
Sure.
Be kind of cool.
Yeah, I could totally. Yeah.
Although it'd be fun if it randomly selected 50 of them in a cluster just to the right side of the screen,
or 50 of the same ant.
It's just the ant played once, like 50 times on the same ant.
The odds of that would be astronomical. And I could literally make it 0 with like 2 lines of code.
Well, that's true, but it'd be funnier if you didn't. Save yourself 2 lines of code and don't.
Yeah,
that's fair. That. That's fair. Because what are the odds, right?
Need to be efficient.
All right, now imagine this: we're playing this game.
Yep.
But with 9 screens.
There it is.
We're a fly looking at this thing
watching
from a distance, and that's why we can rotate around it.
We're a fly laying eggs, so we're flying around with 9 screens, and we're just planting eggs all over this bitch.
We're like flying around it. No,
we're a fly, and we have like a little ant cannon. We're like,
we're just like,
go, my minions.
I mean, it could also just be like they could be flies and all making like little buzzing sounds, so it gets cacophonous when you have a bunch of them.
Jesus.
What if when you collect one of these like multiplier orbs, it gives you like, oh, it's almost like discombobulate, where it makes it harder by giving you a screen effect of like, oh, I got fly vision now, so it makes it harder to continue going.
And now it's upside down.
Oh fuck!
Upside down fly vision.
No.
Good God.
I like the 9-screen thing though.
I do. I do too. I don't know if it fits with this game idea.
No.
I'd love to try and like make it in my free time just to see how it looks.
Yeah.
But I can't guarantee that it will look in any way like parsable. You know.
Well, do you want to think about some ideas we could have around a 9-screen thing?
Yeah, we went through this one.
Yeah, so this is an idea.
Let's go through this one now.
So this would have to be some sort of first-person game, right?
First-person game.
Yeah, first-person game, and
either flying around or crawling around as like a spider.
Is it a challenge that you have these screens, or is it a tool to have these screens?
A little bit of both, because you'll have a lot more peripheral vision, but being able to navigate to that
simultaneously see like further left and right than you normally would.
I think it would be like, it would probably be pretty trivial. Well, would it? If you just were like on the ground looking around left or right, would it be too discombobulated if like the character was flying? Yeah.
I guess it depends on what we're doing.
It would be like, I want Mr. Mosquito controls if we're flying around.
Dude, you don't even know what you're asking for.
I want it to be completely impossible to control.
L1 was to move forward, or R1 was to move forward, L1 was to move backward. Yeah, R2 was quick turn to maintain your momentum. Circle to lock on.
Here's what we do, because we have to make a game where it like kills people's hands and wrists while they're playing it.
That's our trademark.
You're playing as the fly, but you have to use your mouse and swing it up and down to mimic fly wing movement, and that's how you gain altitude.
With
you do
the
it slower
speed, and you have to do it with the speed of an actual fly's wings.
Exactly. Yeah. Like imperceptible to the human eyes sort of speed.
And we'll call the game Carpal Tunnel Vision.
And you're flying through a tunnel with obstacles. Easy.
And there's a carp at the end.
Did you guys already decide on the game? No, but we're against all odds narrowing it down finally.
We're at least talking about some game mechanics now.
We're getting somewhere that we weren't getting before.
No siree.
What could it be? What would like being able to see multiple directions at the same time help you with? What could it possibly like
seeing
to be prepared
danger?
For something coming from your peripheral.
Yeah, seeing danger or something that you want to try and chase. I feel like it. My only ideas have just like very basic gameplay stuff, with the 9 screens just being oh, that's the twist sort of thing. But I don't think the 9 screens on their own is enough of a twist to actually like justify half-baked game mechanics around it.
Like it seems like you have like
'Cause
potentially just different kinds of information like feeding in.
Yeah, well, it'll all be generally similar, because they'll all just be pointing in like slightly different angles. Like you're not going to be able to like see behind you with a system like this.
You just have like right above you, right below you, right to the left of you. It's like a somewhat 3D view, but not behind you.
Yeah, it's more kind of just like a discombobulated view.
Yeah.
It's hard to say whether or not a skilled player would be able to like use that to their advantage, especially because like advantage of what? Like what's the goal? What's the
right? Are you just like collecting stuff, or are you trying to lay your eggs on the bed in someone's mouth?
Fart on a cube.
Fart on that cube.
Sniff their feet.
Fart on my cube, boy.
I like the idea of sniffing feet. That sounds pretty fun.
Oh, it's like a foot sniffing simulator. So
Mr. Mosquito was onto something.
Are bed bugs arachnids?
No, I don't think so.
No, they're just.
You could still be a bed bug with like multiple eyesight.
I don't know.
Going after some puppies.
They're insectias.
What kind of eyes do they have?
Yeah,
how many eyes do they have?
Bed bug eyes. Ew. Oh, I don't like that overnight sensation. This dude like looking an eyeball or some shit.
Oh God.
They look like a singular.
Do they?
Oh.
We look like we kind of opened the door on him without knocking. Thanks, Golly.
Thank you, Golly.
Whereas like spiders, they literally have like multiple eyeballs. Right, like that.
Right.
And that's kind of why. Hang on, let's do fly eyes.
I feel like they gotta be the same as like a fly's eye.
I guess maybe.
I feel like all insects kind of have the same issue.
Like this sort of like they see.
Vision. Okay. Yeah. So it would kind of look something like this, in terms of like camera stuff. Maybe we could angle it more to maybe make it a bit more dramatic, but yeah, it's not that like unique of a vision, I guess.
Well, what if you can you interact with the screens individually? Like could you click on information on that left side that is different from clicking on information on like the center one or something like that? Like, can you interact with those individually?
I mean, maybe, but how would you interact with them? So if I were to like say,
like if something existed like within that frame that I could click on it.
How are we clicking on it if we're using
but
the
so
mouse
that far
around?
so that far
or
left
using the mouse to fly around,
and also like that far left eyeball right there with the poster. Yeah, what's the difference between me clicking on that one and the one in the top left? You know, like those visions are pretty similar, is the thing.
It would just be, well, if we have 9, right? Like, it's being able to see what's that guy over there on the right, but click on something way over on the left. Which I guess you could just do with a fisheye camera. Or it's just...
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that this idea has enough legs to be like a core gameplay mechanic, but it might be a neat aesthetic that's
a fun gimmick as part of something else.
Yeah. But I also think it would be too discombobulating to use for like our little ant cube idea.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that 9 cameras is like
a game idea, really, or a mechanic.
It's just a way to play a game mechanic.
Yeah, it's kind of just like a flavor thing almost. Because the only thing that I think those cameras do is make it more difficult to navigate, which we would need to have a purpose for navigation and a goal for that, and then that's basically just like, okay, we need a game to make this 9 screens thing interesting, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Should use Pico 8 to prototype real fast. Totally not promoting it or anything. Weirdly enough, I think I can prototype faster in Unity.
Faster in the program that I know.
Yeah.
we always see really impressive Pico 8 games.
Oh yeah, they're great.
I do enjoy seeing the Pico 8 games.
I just don't know it, and I'm a very slow learner.
It's not something that I have put any amount of time into thinking about learning. So.
It took me over 10 years to get as mediocre as I am today.
I
don't want to start from scratch.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I still think that I'll probably try and do something like this in my free time just to see what it kind of looks like.
What it looks like.
But I don't think it has legs to be a game, or at least a proper game.
Does it have wings though?
No, this one's a pixie, not a fairy.
Dang. Or is it
It sounds like an insult.
What is it, a brownie or the Keebler elf type?
What are those?
I think CJ called them brownies.
Oh right,
What?
yeah.
Which, what a dumb name.
What's the idea here though? Let me walk you through it here.
Let's start from the beginning.
Start from the beginning.
Here's the first thing we drew for Tiny Creatures. We got aunts but not uncles. A spider with shoes saying "I'ma get you."
Yeah.
We got a movie idea here: the Turlet Frogger, Ant-Man and the Wasp, and Daughter of Mr. Stark and Black Guy.
We could just make a movie.
Not
I
racist.
think this could just be.
This
is
is
more
a
of like
this is a Venus sea monkey
A throbbing sea monkey.
with the tiny cock.
There's a lot of cocks everywhere.
Sorry, there's a lot of
Here's an
penises on this.
I almost said incest. Here's an insect drum circle.
Incest
Are
drum
there
circle.
any incest jokes on here? I think we didn't have a single incest joke.
We did not.
No, we did pretty good this time.
This is Huge Grant. It's pretty neat right there. This is Miley Virus.
Yep.
This is Junie. We initially had an idea for a bedbug fairy that gives you bed bugs and takes your teeth, which is still my favorite thing on this board.
Can we fold that into what we're talking about somehow?
I don't
There's
know.
gotta be a way.
There has to be a way.
I do like the idea of like we're balancing a bed for some reason. We're putting bed bugs on it.
I think that's great. I think,
and we're the bed bug fairy, just like casting our
we're
bug
a
magic at it.
bed bug fairy.
And the little floating things up in the sky that we're trying to get to are teeth.
All right, we're approaching higher desire levels of only funny to us.
Yeah, but it's really funny.
But it'd be pretty good.
We had some ideas of like connecting some boys together to like build to some sort of goal or something like that, or make a shape. This has eventually turned into stacking them on some sort of 3D object that is balancing on some precarious, not penis-shaped thing.
Correct.
So you'll basically be drawing a bunch of, let's say, like ants on top of this thing, and they'll be stacking on top of each other, similar to like the Unreal Terrain tool. And I think Unity has one too. And you want to try to balance this thing on all 5 of its available faces, while also trying to get some tasty morsels on the outskirts. So
teeth.
Yes.
Teeth.
Possibly teeth.
Could be teeth. Could be teeth.
But it could be teeth.
It could be teeth. We just don't know. We just don't know yet.
I also like the idea of there just being floating bodies that we're connecting to suck more blood.
Give me your teeth.
What is Roka sharing?
Your teeth.
Give me your teeth.
That's pretty good.
Give me your teeth.
Lord have mercy.
I thought it was muted for a second, and then he said it.
Give me your teeth.
Give me your teeth.
So that's the deal we have currently, is basically just an ant painter on a cube thing, trying to balance it and collect little tasty teeths floating in the air to see how high we can get it, how many ants we use, how many teeth we can collect, and the moment any of these ants touch the water, they all explode.
Or at least the ones in that branch or whatever.
Yeah. Any ants that are touching the ant that touched the water will fly off.
Oh, it's, those chains explode.
Yeah, so these go.
Mm-hmm. Ant balancing on a cube, collecting teeth in the air. It's a working title.
Yeah,
we all know that there's a new
long.
Australian office coming out. Yes, we did.
I did see I did know that. I saw the trailer for it.
I didn't look at the trailer or anything.
My question would be why, but well, I guess we'll just have to see.
Yeah, as always. If they were going to remake all the Harry Potter movies, then nothing's off limits anymore. We'll just remake things that are really only 10 years old.
Silent Hill 2 remake's getting great reviews.
Yeah, from critics.
Mm-hmm.
I expect it to do perfectly fine.
It's going to do well, and it's going to do well for all the reasons that I unfortunately don't like it.
I agree. So, I don't think anyone's going to praise it for being an honorable upgrade to the game that was made, you know.
This is out there with weird ideas
ago.
You guys had thematically for sure. Hey, we're making a game about small creatures. That you can't expect much more from us now.
That's sad. What our hands are fucking tied.
We're already doing better. We're already doing better on the theme than we were last jam.
We're on theme.
There are tiny creatures involved.
Yes, potentially teeth.
Well, what if this is actually
a tooth
stack?
We're just stacking, teeth. Why are they sticking to each other?
Stacking teeth
They
like
got-
Jenga.
Or maybe,
They got a lot of plaque on 'em.
like the boyfriend got punched by his girlfriend, and one of his tooth flies out and lands on a stick.
Oh.
And the
then
ants
why
are
the
like,
ants
game
trying
on.
to eat it?
I don't know.
I got to get my mandibles.
Run it by
on
me
that
again.
tooth.
Why is there teeth again? Because we had a previous idea for a bed bug fairy, and it's kind of like the tooth fairy, except it gives you bed bugs and takes your teeth.
And there's a picture of what you look like after the fairy leaves.
Trade offer: I give you bed bugs, you give me your teeth.
We have to do something with that, right?
We have to.
I don't know if we'll be able to incorporate in like the core mechanics, but maybe we could have some sort of like nod to it somewhere.
I mean, well, balancing a bed full of bed bugs is pretty great. And then if we just have the thing doing it is like a toothless bed bug fairy.
That really wants your teeth.
That really wants your teeth. I gotta get those teeth.
Gotta get my mitts
See,
on
this
them
is
teeth.
what I'm saying. This is what Pomo is saying. Is like, run that teeth thing by me again. I can get the giant cube island of death, but the teeth elude. Like, it's no one's gonna get it.
It doesn't matter. Who cares? If we really sit there and explain it, they'll get it eventually.
Which is the mark of any
Which is
good
definitely what
story
we're
or
going to be
game.
doing for every single person who plays our game.
Okay, so
Yeah, Roka made a good point. A lot of people don't understand true art.
Wow. Don't ever compare anything that we're working on now to Higher Desire.
Yeah,
It'll just make me hate it.
We didn't think it was funny once we started working on it. I'll tell you that much.
Well, the joke
The joke had ceased to be funny. This one has staying power though. I can feel it.
I'm just imagining the sound of thousands of ants screaming in agony on a game over screen. It'll kind of, you know what I'm imagining is like a wave of Pikmin dying, and they all have their own little,
We have little like ghost ants that like kind of like float up.
Oh.
That would be fun.
I think little wisps of ant ghosts
Little
would be
ant ghosts that like wisp up. Just make little ant particles.
How's your
that
simple
pop
low
out.
effort plans going along? This is not bad, especially if we keep it like a single scene. The only things that I'll have to figure out is just the balancing physics, which might take the most time. But I think the drawing stuff, I can already picture how I'm gonna do that. So we'll have to see.
My
get
goal
some
would
Jerry
be...
voice clips. Oh, we could probably have some Jerry shrieks in there that will like pitch up to like be ant.
Oh,
that would be great.
Yeah. Oh, I love that.
Yeah. Yeah, so I don't think this is going to be too bad at all. Like, we're not going to have any moving characters or camera follow stuff. It's just going to be some basic physics balancing. So I think I'll just have to like calculate center of gravity every frame essentially, because that'll be changing constantly.
And do we want just like the camera to be able to orbit this thing a little bit? Like,
yes, we can
like,
do that.
You hold,
that's
you
what
hold,
I mean.
Right,
is like
you hold right click and then drag,
Yeah.
and then that'll rotate it around.
orbiting camera is fine.
Yeah, like you just A and D, like kind of boom around it, like WASD.
Oh, yeah,
left
just A and D. A and D just rotates. Yeah. And
But you probably need to go up and down though. Like if this thing grows and you're going higher up.
Okay, so what would you want the camera to do? Would you want it to go? Would you want to be able to pan up and down, or would you want it to just like zoom out as the ant pile?
I think just zoom it out as it.
Is it okay to have less resolution on where you're clicking as you zoom out?
I mean, you're getting big. You got to make it more challenging the bigger you get. So I think it's okay.
Like, are you opposed to like a more like cylindrical sort of path that the camera's on that you're going through?
I don't think I'm opposed to it.
So like,
go up and down or rotate around.
You can rotate around this thing or go up and down, but it's locked to this sort of cylinder.
Mm-hmm. Well,
I think that.
okay, so that camera is angled slightly down though, is that right? Or is it like
This would be pointing just like. I mean, it could be
into it. Because it looks like from this little cube screenshot here, if we want to see all 3 faces, it needs to be like angled down a little bit. If we want to see 3 faces at a time.
Yeah, it would probably need to be angled down a bit.
Yeah, which I think would still be fine. It can still move in a cylindrical shape. It'll just always be like looking slightly down, so you have access to like the top of the cube.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. Yeah, we can do something like that. Orbiting camera is not too bad.
Roka, basic physics. Pick one.
You're not wrong.
Won't be real. Ish.
I'm trying.
Is there a version of this that isn't heavily physics based?
I mean, this isn't all that physics based. It's mostly just like gravity stuff. So I'll just need to learn how to calculate the center of gravity, and then figure out a nice way to make the balancing feel reasonable enough to like play around with. So yeah, that I think is where I'll be spending most of my like prototyping development time, because I just don't know that off the top of my head. I think I've calculated center of mass before for some sort of like card game or something. But well, actually, no. Physics objects or rigid bodies just have a center of mass value. So I just literally changed that. I'll just need to learn how to calculate it.
Oh, count to it.
Yeah.
Count Tua. See, I'm flirting with some dangerous stuff, because the only reason I make those jokes is because they're so cringe. I refuse to make that part of my lexicon, though.
I think we have a game name.
We're going.
We are not naming a game after a coworker meme.
Fine. Ant Tua.
Ant Tua. You know what? That's actually good incentive. That's the name. That's our monkeying around.
That's the monkeying around.
If we can't think of a better name, we will all despise the name Ant Tua.
Oh, Ant Tua.
That's a pretty good fire under our ass.
What if it's 1 if by land, 2 if by Hawk, or Hawktua by sea?
Oh, fuck.
1 if by land, Hawk if by Tua. Son of a bitch.
I love coworker humor. It's my favorite.
We should start a podcast. We're
oh
funny.
My god, are we doing this?
I made one off-color joke and people thought it was funny, so I'm famous now.
Oh yeah.
Here's the next question. What are the most satisfying and least satisfying parts of a game like this?
Most satisfying, I definitely think, is going to be drawing the ants on the cube. I think it's kind of going to be a similar... I feel like it's going to feel a little bit similar to like messing around with like a Woolly Willy sort of thing. If you remember those.
Yeah, sort of like ferromagnetic thing.
It's going to feel kind of neat. And if we add some very subtle like popping sounds to it, it's going to be like popping bubble wrap. It's going to be great. And I especially think it'll be... Well, hang on. If we're trying to make like a straight chain of ants, you're gonna have to be like, you can't just like click and hold for them to like constant. Well, you might be able to. I might have to do some additional logic to detect that you're currently like the last face that you clicked on, because otherwise an ant will spawn on top of where you clicked,
your mouse
and then that might be a different face that you're now currently clicking, right? So I'll have to see if you can make like a straight chain of ants like that. That might require some additional logic if it detects like, oh, your mouse isn't moving, so you want to like just make a stack here or something. Otherwise, if you're moving your mouse around, then it'll just be like every couple of frames it'll populate a mouse or an ant wherever your mouse is currently hitting, unless it's in a dead air, and you won't spawn an ant that will immediately just fall to its death. Or you could, maybe, if you just like click somewhere in open space and it'll just spawn an ant that immediately just falls to its death.
Falls down and just goes. So you can literally just sit there and just hold it over the water and just kill ants.
Oh, or what if you could if back to this chaos cube here, you just hold your mouse right here
and it just keeps dropping ants. Just down, straight down, and they
just
start like stacking up.
A little ant fountain.
Yeah. Maybe. I think it's going to be more simple for me to just assume, like, I'll have when they click on a specific ant face, I'll literally have the exact position from that click that I'm supposed to spawn the next ant, and I won't have to do any math of like, okay, this ant landed here, so now it needs to attach this one, get the position, all that stuff. I'll have to do like collision detection and shit like that. Maybe not.
Yeah.
Maybe not that.
Yeah.
Nah.
I kind of want more reasons to blow up the ants if that's like a really satisfying thing to do, or like you've done something good kind of a thing.
Or well, I don't know. What if you had a different button that you could? So if we had WASD to like move the camera and we had right click available, what if you can click on a certain part of the ants here, and then everything that's not attached to the cube that just gets pruned, it just goes. So you can like emergency evict some ants to try and balance things out.
If something's bringing you down,
yeah,
you could break an ant chain.
Yeah,
I think that's kind of neat.
That would be kind of neat.
I think that would probably come up fairly frequently.
Yeah.
Hi, baby. What's up?
That sounded like, without looking at what Jared's doing on camera, like the cat came over and just attacked him. Hey, baby, what's up?
Yeah, my headphone trying to hit the mic there. Sometimes she likes to come by and tell me she's finished eating. I don't know why.
Like
I gave you the food.
Yeah, but I just wanted you to know that I'm done.
She tends to like to announce when she's done eating and when she has recently shit.
Nice.
You should check it out, man. It's big.
Dude, it's
pretty good.
gnarly in there.
It's good sized. Okay, what are the minute by minute like joy is the like growing the ants, like the painting of the ants on.
Yes.
What are like the like you look forward to like that moment types of things?
There should be moments
building up to a reward.
There should be moments where the fun of it is going to be trying to save a cube that is on the precipice of disaster, and because you can place these ants so quickly, that like seems like it might be a possible thing to like try and stabilize it. That'll be like some intermittent goal challenges of not just like populating the ants and keeping it focused, but like once it starts to tip, you're just like, oh shit, and like, and try and fix that. Going for these little orby things or whatever we want these teeth to be.
Yeah.
We want these teeth to be.
What are these fucking teeth that you assholes want to make?
I've returned to witness perfectly accurate geometry. Well, here it is. Yeah, I guess I did have like a little eyeball here.
There's something angelic about this.
Yeah. So you would have these like little short-term goals with hi, baby, hello. These little orbies and things. I don't know. Is there anything like special we want to happen when they get these orbs, or are they just going to be relevant for one, contributing to the weights, and two, the score at the end?
Yeah, does it?
Or is there something else that should happen when they grab these things?
Right, and that's maybe like end stuff where we're like just making like it could be polished things where that's just aesthetically more exciting. But I was just curious if, does anything happen as a result that feels positive or like?
I mean, you could definitely have some like feedback. You can have like all the ants that are on that chain do like a little yay sort of like cheer thing.
Yeah.
Like just some sort of like feedback of like a particle effect and then a sound effect of like woohoo! Oh no! As they're like trying like tilting. You know what would be great is if the closer the ants get to the water, like you just hear like a
uncertain. It's like screaming.
Like the closer all around, you just hear like the tiny whoos down in Whoville just slowly starting to scream as they get closer.
We are here.
Yeah. I think we could do some neat things with like the sound.
Sound will be fun.
Yeah. What would be kind of neat, because obviously this game is just gonna end. There's no other way for this game to end other than the cube toppling into the water, to my knowledge. But it would be neat to have Oh, this would be a stretch goal, but some sort of screenshot or capture of what their monstrosity looked like before disaster struck.
Could we do like once you reach a breaking point when it's like going to fall, it does a zoom out camera and you can see the full thing of it coming down.
Oh yeah, that would be kind of cool.
Like just we have a camera,
and then that way you'll be able to see all of the ants like slowly
explode. You'll get like that full zoom out view.
Yeah. Thank you for the follow, Rocks. We are officially 4 followers away from 500.
Oh my God. We just might make it.
Tell all your friends.
Or just make 4 burner accounts.
I wouldn't say no to fake.
Now's the time for us to buy those followers we keep getting advertised.
You already.
I have heard that does get you more followers.
I'm pretty sure it does. I mean, you're paying for them, so. Or no, they're free, actually.
Yeah, they're free. Free followers. Just follow this link.
Yeah. So we could definitely have something like that, but we're on the same page in terms of like the game only ends. There's not like an end goal.
There's no
thing.
No. It's go as much as you can.
Yeah. Okay. I think it would be in our favor to have our little floating teeth be always in the same positions. Like they're not like randomly spawned anywhere. They're always in like the same sort of positions.
I think that's
as they
fair.
climb up.
Yeah.
Because that way we will be able to satisfy people like Pomo and Nick who want to score chase it, and they can't blame RNG for their mediocre scores. But I think that will enhance replay value if like they can start to learn how to get better at like
they'll do the same plan but like change something that they did before.
And we'll make these little floating teeth go up high enough to the point where like it would almost be untenable to reach these things without toppling your cube.
Yeah, and honestly, if we make a bunch of little things, there could definitely be a point where, like, if you're so good that you're beyond that, then, like, see how high you can get this.
See how high you can fly. Yeah. Maybe after a certain point, we'll start randomly generating them up top, but I think we'll probably just be able to set them up.
Yeah, I think it should be
Reacting to unexpected things is very skillful. Yeah, you could get a God Seed, but you try to minimize those if you can. Well, yeah, these things are just going to be, like, randomly floating in places that could be easier or harder to get to. And that would literally just come more down to seed than anything.
I want a seed where there's like 10 of them clustered in a one spot. And I just touch it,
and then immediately your cube topples.
All right, so the interaction is either like painting or destroying, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I would focus on painting first, and then once I get like a bunch of ants or whatever stacking around on each other, I can kind of see if a destroy
is reasonable.
Yeah.
Agree.
What I would probably do first is static camera, not moving, looking at 3 faces on a cube, painting on those faces with like ray casting and stuff like that. See how that feels. Then I'll try to add like the balance mechanics itself. So for first, I'll just do like the painting thing because I do feel like that's going to be the most fun feeling thing that we'll be doing.
Yeah.
And then I'll try and see if I can get this thing to balance in a way that's not too realistic but feels fair. After that, I think that would be a good time for me to test like removing them. Maybe. No, once I add the balancing thing, I would probably definitely have to add the camera because we'd have to balance it on all sides. And then from that, I would test like just like right click on an ant, and then everything that's not connected to the cube just like blows off from starting from that ant. I still think that would be pretty cool. And shit. What if you hold right click down and you just like drag all around the ants? Like maybe you could just like saw through like a handful of branches and shit.
Damn. Slice them off.
Hey, we get there eventually sometimes, Pomo. Sometimes it just takes 6.5 hours.
Oh,
as I expected it would once I saw that thing.
Not
Like,
our
all right,
worst.
it's an
Not
every
our
10
worst.
seconds kind of day, isn't it?
We were either going to come up with something immediately or it was going to take time.
Yep.
You either get a Shutter Chaos or you get a Dude Ranch, and there's no in between. Well, actually, we struggled a little bit with Dude Ranch. I remember.
Dude Ranch took a while.
We tried to make a Pecos Bill game work. Yeah.
Pecos Bill.
That was
But once
like
we got the
involved.
game name, which very rarely, I think that's the only time it ever came first.
Where it was Dude Ranch before we
Dude
came
Ranch.
up with what
We didn't
that
even
was
know
gonna
what the
be.
game was.
Yeah.
It was funny enough that it carried the whole thing.
Absolutely, and it actually
Which is-
worked out. It
Yes.
wasn't just a we laughed at a stupid
Well,
thing.
it's one of the few times where it's like this is actually funny, not just something that we think is funny.
I think our fastest brainstorming was Knitworth, actually.
Yeah.
That was like two and a half hours flat.
Yep.
It was crazy
That was
short.
insane.
That one was ridiculous.
Especially coming off of the serial dater, which is still hands down our worst brainstorming session in terms of length.
Yeah, because that was
How long
days.
did that one take?
We didn't
That's
start.
true.
We didn't start.
till,
Steven,
like,
you
Saturday
took a
at,
class.
I
in the
took
middle
a
of the-
class at,
Yes.
at noon on Saturday.
And
Holy
Andrew
shit.
and I were standing around in your like public areas, like, what are we gonna do, man?
Yeah.
We didn't have an
Fuck.
idea. We didn't start making the game until 7:30 p.m. on Saturday.
That is so
Absurd.
crazy.
I don't think I will ever go into another fugue state like that.
No,
It's
where
fucking
Steve and I just
insane.
keep looking up and watching you pull put post-its on the wall.
Oh my god, that was crazy. And then we still had to like go and finish it off at your apartment.
Yeah. We were up until like 7 in the morning on Monday.
Came up with the name on the drive over to your place.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I remember that.
Goddamn.
One of those drives where you're like, man, I'm surprised we didn't like fall asleep at the wheel or something.
Yeah, that was a very dangerous drive. We were at
Yeah,
least
and
some
then we
level
drove-
of intoxicated with that sleep deprivation.
Oh
Yeah.
Good God. But yeah, this is a
Okay.
nice middle in between, or at least on the longer end, but not
Mhm.
the worst. It's
two
no every
last-
10 seconds. Yeah, what's up?
Two last questions for me. One is like, what is the stuff we're most scared about with this? Whether it's like with making or even stuff that we think could be boring or unsatisfying. And then the other is like, really just making sure that for Steven and I's sake, like we have an aesthetic and we know exactly what like these pieces are. And I mean, that's less important than the first one, but something I want to make sure we figure out.
Yeah. My biggest worry is going to be the balancing physics, which is why I'm going to spend most of my time on that. I'm sure there's plenty of tutorials to teach you how to do something like this. So I'm not like ragdoll levels of worried about it.
Oof.
I'm more maybe no, I don't think I'm even Pop Shove It levels of worried about it, because I feel like this is a gameplay idea, like just this general like balancing an object thing and center of gravity stuff. These are things that I should be able to easily Google, unlike Pop Shove It, which wow, what a bold thing for me to commit to.
Hey, but it worked out.
It did.
Pretty damn good.
Even though you did it the wrong way for like 90% of the time,
so
you're like, oh, actually, why
long.
don't I just do it this way? And it's way
I could
easier.
have gotten so much more game done if I wasn't so stubborn.
Yeah.
I'm not too worried about the painting thing. I honestly feel like that's probably going to, fingers crossed, that's going to work exactly like how I'm picturing it in my head from a technical standpoint.
Okay.
I guess it would be, I don't think it's like mission critical right now, but it would be nice if there was something more interesting with those little floating pickup things.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Maybe it'll still be interesting if they're like different shapes, if there's like maybe like a floating submarine sandwich or something, but they're not all like the same shape and size.
Yeah.
That
Like
could
they all have different like weights to them and stuff.
I think that's important. Yeah.
Yeah, that could be nice. Because otherwise it's I kind of like it from a score chaser's perspective, but maybe for like a casual player they won't be that enticing. I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, like does that look rewarding? Does it look like a goal to go after these things?
Also make them shiny.
Ooh.
They can still be sub sandwiches, but they'll be like glowy and shit or something.
Yeah.
So it's not, so it doesn't look just like a weird obstacle or something like that.
Right.
But trying to make clear that the goal is to basically just, you want to have as many ants as possible is really the goal of the game.
Yes. As many tiny creatures. Can we give the ants little cocks?
Yeah, little cocks. I mean,
they won't really be perceptible, but if they just have like a little nub.
You know what? I'm going to model a very realistic penis on these things, and you won't see it.
The camera won't be able to like zoom in. It'll have like cloth physics on the scrotum.
90%
How high
of the
poly are these things?
They should not be very high poly if we're spawning hundreds of them.
I'm gonna put ultra high poly dicks on these guys.
That's another thing that I'll have to look into, which is why I'm going to do the painting stuff first, is I want to see if this is going to do anything to performance, having all of these objects spawn. I don't think it will, because I don't think the ants are going to have physics on them. I think they'll have a mass value, but the only thing that ideally will have physics on it will be that cube. And physics was the one thing in that little sand jar thing that I showed you. That was originally a test for me to test like object pooling, because I'm like, oh, if I have a bunch of objects that I'm spawning, then object pooling can help performance. But it didn't actually do all that much, and the real performance bottleneck was the physics on all of those balls, like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of those balls all colliding with each other and interacting with gravity and things like that.
Yeah.
I think the only time that these ants will have physics is when they get pruned and they fall with gravity. That's it. But when they're on the cube, I'll probably just be reading a mass value of them and then applying that to the cube's center of mass.
Painting affecting performance in a keyboard Cowboys game is unheard of.
Shut up.
Damn it, CJ. I thought that was Steven coughing for a second. I'm like, holy shit, is he okay?
says the one person who unlocks the mysterious bright red color in Rover Under.
Oh my goodness. So if the ants don't have physics, like we would still have it to where, like, if I have this cantilevered weight over here, it would fall over, right?
Yep, because it's going to be taking the relative position and mass of those ants and using that to calculate the center of mass on the cube, and then the physics will just take care of the rest. Once I set that center of mass, then gravity is going to start pulling in a different direction.
I see. Okay.
So those ants don't need to have physics. They just need to have a relative position to the cube value and a mass value. And then that will calculate the center of mass for the cube. So that's how we can avoid having hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of physics objects all happening at once.
Yeah, I think it's also okay if we keep the ants a little chunkier, so we're not like spawning a million little tiny specks.
Yeah, like
they should. Like I think they should be a little chunkier, just so that a player will be able
what
to.
They are.
I think it'll look
that, and a player will be able to more intentionally click on a face that will stack them properly. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the moment
pretty much whatever size you make your test balls, will just make the ants that same size.
We can experiment. Would you like them
it's
to
really
be
easy. I'm gonna make them. I mean, we can mess around with the design of them, but they could probably just be semi-spherical shaped.
Would you like the colliders to be 6-sided box colliders or like capsule or sphere colliders? I don't think it makes a difference.
Performance-wise, box colliders would be better, right? Like
that is true. We would basically only be able to make blobs in 90-degree angles, but you can more intentionally stack ants like that more strategically. If it were a sphere, then you could have more organic looking blobs of ants, but you won't necessarily be able to accurately like make a tower of them.
Sure. I mean,
I can experiment and kind of see.
I think it could
because
be
the equation I think is going to be the same for me.
And we just swap the collider on it.
All I'm going to do is when the player clicks on the screen, I'm going to just do a raycast from the camera to the
point
ant.
that you're Okay.
And then once from that raycast hit value, I can get the normal immediately. So it doesn't matter if that collider is a cube, a sphere, or a capsule. I'm gonna get a normal.
It's just taking the normal value from it, regardless. Yeah. So we can just swap out the colliders if the spheres don't work or something.
Yeah.
Okay. That's cool.
Yep. You just drawing some reference colliders there, Andrew.
I was just mindlessly drawing things as you were talking.
Cube, sphere,
while
capsule.
We're talking shop. That's a dodecahedron. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that ain't no sphere.
Whatever you call a D20. D20 shape name.
Actually, Jared, each ant is gonna have its own custom mesh for the collider.
It will not, because that is the one thing that will just look nasty.
It'll
look like an eldritch abomination of ants instead of like a stack of them. Oh, I guess that is the other benefit of like a cube thing, is that like the ants will look more naturally positioned and stacked on them, whereas like they might look a little bit like floating above the ants if like they spawn at like a 45-degree angle from like the ant. Unless they are like spherical shaped.
I mean, I could make them just like little fat ants.
It's
basically like sphere ants, but just with like a head and legs like poking out. And the collider's just on their body.
Sweet.
Little chunky chonkers.
I guess another question.
Like they don't even have to be like ants. They're just little guys, you know?
Yeah, just little guys.
Little grubby boys, like the little termite men.
Yeah. One thing that would be nice to have that I always like to try and push for is if we can find something in the game that can serve as a great like mascot character,
right,
or thumbnail appeal. I think if we make the bugs like chonky and cutesy looking enough, that might be nice. But if they're too far away for them to be able to be like seen, then they maybe will lose some of that character appeal. But it's not the biggest deal in the world, but it is nice.
You can always just do. They don't have to be like ants. They can just be little creatures. Like they could even be like those little soot guys from like Ghibli movies or something. Like weird. Thing like that, where there's little spherical dudes,
some kind of fantasy creature
with some big eyes on them or something.
That was where that second question of like, what is the quote unquote story aesthetic, like creating like the visuals and creating like the motivation for what we're doing.
Yeah.
So one idea is ant picnic kind of thing.
Yep.
Bed bugs.
Sure.
Bed bugs on top of a bed.
Bed bugs / teeth.
Well, they don't have to be teeth, but I think bed bugs.
I don't know. It seems like those two are very inseparable for you guys.
I'm pretty sure if we have bed bugs, it has to be teeth.
Are you serious?
There needs to be at least one tooth in there that you can grab.
A tooth. It'll be our little wormy.
It'll be like a really high one where you gotta be really good to get up there and get the tooth.
It could be like fantasy creatures, Andrew, like little fantasy soots or something like bulbous.
It could be some kind of fairy-based thing.
It could be like a fairy magnet / trap or something.
What if they're
just like splatted up against?
What if they're all like little Hugh Grant heads?
Oh,
and we're trying to make Huge Grant.
We're trying to make Huge Grant from the Hugh ant.
What's with that Down syndrome ass face on it? Jesus. we could have like a bunch of little creatures all with the same body but a bunch of different faces.
Different faces? That would be pretty funny.
Ew.
And instead of like a oh no, it'll be like yeah, I'm not as concerned about the aesthetic or story as is usually the case sometimes when from the engineer.
I understand that. I think that it'll just help. I think I want it to add to whatever we're doing.
Yeah.
If we can find something that feels strong, that just adds to the entertainment of it, like the reasons you're doing things.
So the biggest appeal of the ant picnic and the sugar cube thing is that it's there's a lot less mental gymnastics that the player has to go through to understand the concepts, you know?
Right.
Like there's nothing impeding, like it's kind of like immediately understandable. Ants swarm and like they crawl on top of each other and they like food. Like they don't need to like, we don't need to explain any sort of like context or have them parse anything confusing that might get in the way of like the actual gameplay itself. That's like the biggest appeal there. The biggest downside is that it's a fairly simple aesthetic. You know, there's not a lot of room for you guys to be creative or.
That's the it's just like the character, the personality.
Yeah, I think general like nondescript bugs of whatever design you guys want is also a fairly easily understandable concept, assuming that the things that they're crawling onto is still like food or something that a bug would normally crawl onto. So it doesn't necessarily have to be ants, but
going away from that, like fairies or huge grants, we might need a little bit of extra like set dressing and like context. That would go beyond just typing it out on like the Ludum Dare page or something, you know.
Maybe
you'd have to have like a cutscene or like a introduction or something.
Is there characters like in the environment, like if there's a picnic, if there's a couple or some guy or someone having the picnic to help like address some of the like characteriness?
Yeah, we could absolutely do something like that. We would just have to. They would either have to like be in the background doing something, or like be introduced in like a cutscene or something, though, right? Otherwise, where would they show up?
And we just have a large like 3D guy bending down and watching all of this. So every time you turn the camera, eventually like there's just a guy kind of watching this happen. He's kind of hovering there, but he's like massive. And his name is Hugh.
Oh, and he's huge.
And he's really British, and he comments on all the things that you're doing. So he'll comment when you make a connection.
And as you slowly like pan up higher and higher, you go from like his feet to his legs, and you're just like, oh, okay, he's like on the beach. He doesn't need to be wearing shoes, and he's probably wearing some shorts. But then it keeps going higher, and you see a little mushroom cap, and you're just like, oh no,
God,
oh no.
There's no pants on that guy.
I don't think he's wearing any pants. I think he's naked. That's his dick.
That's a penis.
Okay, that's a penis.
And that would provide incentive for the high score chasers who really want to see someone hanged on.
Oh, it's actually secretly one of those like reveal a naked picture games.
Exactly.
But you have to go through an elaborate ant stacking ceremony to get to it. And it's only to see some dick.
The most mediocre dick you've ever seen.
Yeah, just not a good looking one. Just a plain penis.
Maybe we'll have an Easter egg where sometimes he's uncircumcised.
Oh, that's how you know it's God's seed.
Oh, this is the uncircumcised run.
Oh shit,
the uncirc run.
Uncirc%.
So yeah, those are kind of my thoughts in terms of like, if we want to have like a more out there aesthetic or theming, we're just going to need to spend some extra time setting that up or introducing it to the player so that once the gameplay starts, there's not going to be much confusion as to what they need to do.
Yeah.
So that would basically means just more work on your guys' end for like either a cutscene or some environmental models or something like that.
Right.
And humanoid characters are, a lot. I would imagine a lot harder to do.
The only thing left over here for me is just like some keyboard cowboy flavor.
Yeah. That's
the only thing missing for me right now.
I think we'll get a little bit of that flavor from like some ant voice lines and things, but I think you're right. It needs a little bit more. It needs
some context that makes it more entertaining.
It needs some kind of like mascot, which again, I think the bugs could provide if they're designed well. And they have like they don't just look like a generic bug, they look immediately recognizable. Like
they're going to inevitably be really small.
If they look like they have some sort of personality. So if you look at like the variety of Pikmin, you can kind of see that like some of them have they're maybe not as varied as I thought. You have like the skinny red one, the blue ones with flowers, the little tubby purple ones, and the yellow ones with ears. You can kind of glean some personality off of these things, and they're pretty iconic, I guess you could say, in terms of like, what they look like. You mean. Yeah. So if we have something like that for these little bugs, I think that could go a long way. So we would really have to, if we could get the player to think that these bugs are like the most adorable things in the world, then it'll be just that much more heartbreaking when they hear their shrieks of terror as they die.
Yeah,
that's
true.
Yeah, that sort of disconnect is definitely going to elicit, at the very least, an uncomfortable chuckle with how horrific it is. Otherwise, it'll just be like outright laughter, just be like, "Oh my fucking god," sort of thing.
Do we need to justify where they're coming from?
The fairies dropping them.
Since this thing is like over, like the danger is like the thing underneath.
We have an ant gun, and we're just like shooting them around, shooting them at the cube. And we're the queen ant flying around. We're trying to make sure they get enough food. We're just like firing them off,
culling the weak links.
Yeah, we have to chop them down if we need to.
Brr. Yeah, I don't know about the context of
like how many of those, how much of that is really like important? Is I'm always kind of curious. You know, like do you need to, if this cube was honestly just like kind of levitating even, and there was no like water threat or anything like that, and it was just sort of in an ambient environment with like these little ant boys all over it and little like pieces of food or whatever like floating in the air.
Yeah.
If you were dropping them onto it, would your brain not be able to get around like, but why? Or would you just assume it's all aesthetic and it wouldn't catch you up?
Yeah, I don't think the ants popping up on the cube or whatever creature it is would be that sort of confusing. Actually, let me think. If you just have a blank cube there, and you click on it and an ant spawns, we probably have to have some sort of like obvious score indicator that like ticks up 1 or something. And then if they just add a bunch of more ants and they start to see the cube toppling a little bit, just be like, oh, okay, the goal is to get as many ants on this thing as possible. And then from there, they'll understand like the sort of game loop and stuff. We'll probably have to have some other UI indicator to indicate how many like teeth or bits of food that they've picked up in the air. Just be like, oh, okay, I'm getting points for this as well, like a little like icon plus some sort of like multiplier number or something. Or we could do it like Pac-Man style, where it's like you got the cherries, you got the pineapple, you got the apple, and just show each individual piece of food in the UI or something.
Yeah.
So I think that would basically be pretty self-explanatory in terms of like what the game is and what the purpose is.
Yeah, I don't doubt any of that, I guess.
I don't know if a player will necessarily be questioning, oh, why
the
ants, why on a river sort of thing. I don't think it would be I think it would be a strictly better thing if we had like a cutscene or some sort of set dressing to introduce the concept itself. I don't think it's like depending on what sort of theming you guys go for, I don't think it's necessarily like mission critical. Like we have to set this up or the player is not going to get it. But again, I do think like having it will only make the game better, if that makes sense.
No, I agree. I agree.
So, yeah, I think the gameplay itself, even if it were just a bunch of cubes and nondescript circles and things, it would still like the core gameplay itself. The player will be able to understand as long as we have the proper like UI signaling and feedback and stuff like that. So from that point, it really just depends on what sort of visual theme you guys want to go with to enhance that sort of aesthetic, like actually give it some juice and flavor.
Yeah, ideally it injects personality to like, you know, help it be more fun. But
Yes.
I think it should like incentivize things more as well, because you want to see more of that personality.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's why I think like when the cube starts tilting and stuff like that, and you hear the bugs start like freaking out, I think that'll add like a lot of like if you just give these things like they're all acting as a hive mind, but they all are still like their own individual voices and things like that, I think would go a long way in sort of like characterizing them. I'm
okay to like, I don't know how you feel about that, Steven. Like we put all the weight on the personality of the little guys to do whatever we can with them.
You can make like a bunch of different models of it, and I can just like randomly pick one to spawn.
Yeah.
If you want some variety. We would just have to be careful not to accidentally convey that like, oh, different colors means different properties or something like that.
Yeah. Like they would just have to be like maybe different shapes of the same guy or different like hues of the same guy.
Yeah.
But I think I'd probably be okay with that. Like, yeah, so what's your thought? Because I'm just being like overly cautious about everything, I guess. But
I don't think it matters that much.
Are you cool with like sort of like the canvas we have for the art direction and like the sort of the context and environment?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, okay. It's gonna be pretty 3D heavy as long as you're cool with that.
That's fine.
Like I imagine it's whatever this like the base shape at the bottom is, and it's whatever the things that we're covering and the little guys.
Mm-hmm.
And then anything else that we come up with, you know, like outside of the actual gameplay.
Just as a little request, I'd like one of the
one
of the floating objects to be a fishing lure. I think that's
Well, I was actually I was wondering, like, do we limit it to just being food things, or
I mean, it could start out as food, and it just gets like weird.
Yeah.
It's like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah,
it's just like random ass shit.
Maybe like the music starts to distort, and you're picking up like eyeballs and shit.
Yeah.
Get out of here, Pomo. Get some rest.
Yeah, I think that would be fun. Like we start off with just like simple, just like fruit, some sandwich, like the chocolate bar or something like that, and then
a finger.
Like, all right, a finger.
I think a severed finger actually would be kind of funny.
Like a fishing lure.
Start peppering in some of our assets from our other games.
Yeah. You gotta be good to get to the Easter egg section.
Yes, sir.
Literally just like there's models of random stuff that I could just rip out of the other games too.
I'm pretty sure we have like a mace from
Masusiloose.
Oh, right.
Gotta apply that acupuncture.
Now, Jared, does a game like this seem? I know you said you probably have to like dig into it first, but does this seem like a good quick toy thing that we get time to polish on, or does it seem like there's a threat of this becoming like the balance suddenly taking the whole weekend? You know.
I'll have to time box it and let you know.
Okay.
I think once I get like the drawing of the ants on the cube, I'll immediately like send that to you guys and be like, hey, what do you think? And I get the feeling it tickles my brain. It feels like inherently like a satisfying thing to do.
Think so?
I think so. So we'll see.
Okay.
And then once we test that out and see if it's fun or not, then I'll or if it even like feels good and stuff like that, then I'll add the balancing and the camera and stuff. But really, it's just those two major things that are basically the game, is the painting and the balance. That the rest of it is just stuff I've done before. So
sure,
like camera movement, score, and things like that. So yeah, I get the feeling I will have something up and ready by like, my goal will be like dinner time tomorrow, of just having hopefully like the painting and the balancing done, and then ideally the camera as well, and then we can kind of go from there in terms of like see if it's fun to just vanilla, no object grabbing or anything like that.
Just
paint ants and keep it balanced.
Painting, yeah.
Yeah, I think that'll be a pretty satisfying game loop on its own, and then we can add more challenges on top of that. But it really is just going to come down to just those two mechanics. It's just painting the ants and balancing it.
The weight.
Yeah. So from there, we'll definitely, assuming that I get it done by the time that I sort of estimate, we'll have plenty of time to do like, I think most of the polish for a game like this was probably going to go into the sound design.
Sound design, and then just communicating, like if we do get to like the grabbing new objects and they become part of the weight.
Yeah.
Communicating visually that like that is now part of the weight.
Right. Yeah. I think it'll be pretty immediate, because once they like grab a sandwich or something off to the right, then it'll start tipping. They're just like, oh fuck, I should have prepared for that.
Right.
And then once you know that's what
happens. And that's probably also something, just the way that we set it up, where you learn it very quickly as just part of the gameplay.
Also, like we'll probably put some of those like low down, so it forces you to like immediately put things on the side. I don't want people to just build on the top.
Right.
So having an easy one, so you're like, oh, I got to build out to this, and then
grab that sandwich. Oh fuck. Oh shoot, I'm dead.
Oh shoot, I'm dead.
So, yeah, it's basically just going to be those two mechanics, and then the rest of it is going to be basic like game loop stuff of just like detect a game over, reset the stage, menu select or whatever, main menu to game, sound effects, stuff that makes it more than just a toy that the player can just like mess around with in a browser window or something like that. So, yes, this feels like a simple enough thing. The UI is going to be very minimal, which thank God I spent like 6 hours on that last jam.
Yeah.
So I think I'll have plenty of time to just focus on the two core mechanics.
Cool.
And yeah.
And Steven, your brain can imagine all of the work here.
Yeah, I don't foresee that being too much of an issue. I mean, the little bug guys or whatever we end up doing are going to be simple, because they're going to be a lot of them small.
Yeah.
The objects are just going to be, I mean, it's not really like anything new.
On what you want to make.
Just recycle everything from the background of Serial Dater.
Pretty much.
A bar
that's
sign.
Just like food stuff. But none of that should be anything too crazy. And I just want to make like a little water shader.
Ooh, yeah.
Would be kind of cool.
That'd be dope.
I haven't made a water shader yet, even though I've been doing a bunch of shader shit at work.
Nice. Oh, if you're doing shader shit at work, then you are slowly becoming more and more indispensable at that company.
Oh, I'm already indispensable. I'm like the tech artist there, without being a tech artist.
Nice.
That's amazing.
Yeah, people who know shader shit are like irreplaceable.
Yeah, I like literally like, because we have two studios. There's the one here, and then there's one in a different city.
Yeah.
And the people over there, like the art director over there, will like ask me questions about shit. And I'm just like,
it's so funny.
Yep.
Yeah. Time to start asking for them raises.
Get one, but it's It's all gonna be if I want to be a lead or not, sort of thing.
That's the choice, right?
Yeah, you can't get a raise without a work bump.
Which I could just be like, I could just be like, yo, you want to just like invent a position at this company for me? But yeah, I don't really see any issues on my end, at least.
Okay.
Nothing standing out as too crazy or anything like that. So
yeah, this isn't going to be a heavy 2D lift. So like, I'm
just gonna really count on you for just helping me with like design stuff.
I think my energy would go into like helping you with the design, art direction, stuff like that. And obviously, I think a lot of what I would do would be like polish overlaid 2D animation things that might happen on the screen or menus.
That would be cool.
There's some I could get you to make some like particle textures and stuff like that.
That'd be cool if we had some.
If we want to get some like
2D
more
particles,
2D particle stuff.
Yeah.
Especially like the little like ghost things. You can just make little ghost versions of them.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And I think there might be, and this is where maybe you and I can just talk about because it's purely aesthetic things, but maybe there's some programming involved. If there's any other flavor stuff that we want in this world.
Oh, you know what would be fucking hilarious is if there was a little text notification that would pop up at the bottom of the screen whenever a bug died, and you would learn that each bug had a different name. So it would just say like Greg died, Phil died, Mitch died, and the list just pops up.
Greg, father of 5, dead. I do like the idea of just having just like a kill list, like sort of thing, like a chat log almost in the bottom left screen.
Melanie fought bravely.
Yeah, or just literally just like put just as many names as possible in there. We'll just grab lists of shit. And then
probably have to scrape a dictionary or something.
Well, we can start with just like people we know, like Twitch names and shit.
Literally
just scrape a dictionary.
Could there be a limit to how, like, maybe if you build out too far, like they'll actually fall off? They won't stay connected to each other. I think this is getting too.
No,
that would be physics at that point.
That would be physics.
Okay.
Oh, poor Kendra.
Because I was trying to think of other ways.
Treating these bugs like they're Legos, essentially.
I was trying to think of other ways to like have them die more regularly, if that was like a funny.
I do think it would be cool.
I think they're gonna die plenty regularly, if I'm being honest. I don't think it's gonna be that easy to balance this thing.
It's also gonna be.
We'll have to obviously we'll have to tune like because actually real physics would just be like, all right, you lose immediately.
Right. Yeah.
So, however you end up doing that, we'll just have to make it to where it's just like, all right. Unless it's like a big change, you have time to react to it, sort of thing.
Yeah. Yep, I already have some ideas for that.
Okay.
All right. Well,
we just add a bullet time to the game, and then we're
good. And then the ant screams get like.
Well, I think this one's definitely like a polish heavy, I think, kind of game.
It needs it for sure.
This might given Brainoid's song, we might be able to submit for audio.
Oh, if we
keep that song and make all of our own sound effects. So even if it's like an ant popping up, to be like, and then I can like randomly pitch that. I think we could easily. Or us. We can record them too.
We can make some screams.
Yeah, I think we can easily get away with like some generic like popping or like mouth sounds for this game. They won't seem that out of place. Like we could mix them to where they sound like more sound effecty or cartoony.
Yeah, of course.
I think we could stand to get away with not using any sort of licensed audio.
And then we won't credit Brainoid. We'll be like, we made this.
He said we could have it. And then Lil Wormy just needs to find something.
We'll throw a Lil Wormy in there.
Maybe
I'm going to make a 3D Lil Wormy.
Oh,
yeah.
Boats would jizz.
If we get up to one of the like sandwiches or cheese or spear or whatever, there's a Lil Wormy on it.
I think I'm going to like, I don't know how high we're going to be able to make this thing, so I'm not going to go crazy with the objects, but I do want to add some like just fun ones like that.
Yeah, just a surreal looking thing.
Yeah,
uploading.
I'm not gonna be in here being like, all right, we got like 30 different objects.
I don't think
and
so.
you
Put them
gotta,
all
you
in
gotta
there,
get,
sprinkle
like,
them around.
You gotta get all like ultra tall to get there, unless they're like pretty densely packed. But I feel like we would want them spread out a little bit.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
Do y'all feel comfortable to start with this?
I do. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So, Steven, would you like to jam a little bit on visual stuff?
Yeah, we can.
And then let
start
Jared
figuring
kind
out
of
the
get started on his end?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Sounds good. I probably won't be working for too late because Casca's going to wake me up at 6 a.m. to feed anyways.
Okay.
So
it might just be a planning night then for you.
Yeah, I'll see. I'll open up the Unity project and see where the spirit takes me.
Okay.
Oh, hey, baby.
And then, Steven, we can go hop over into
our private
closet and then
into your closet.
We'll figure some stuff out.
All right.
Sounds good.
Yes.
I'm going to go to the bathroom and then I'll be at my computer in like 2 minutes.
Okay, we'll go into our private area.
That's too long.
Later, nerds. All right. I will be back. Enjoy some Plinko. We're about to make a game. Holy shit. How about that? Hi, baby. Hello. Wait, hang on. I wonder if you can see my little girl. Oh, wait. I need to turn off Plinko for that. She's just waiting for me. Hey, baby. How you doing? Yeah. Okay. Back to spirit camp. I'll be back. Ooh, I kept my mic hot. That's dangerous. Welcome back. Thank you. Alright. I haven't been hearing the music on stream. All brainstorming. Let's turn that back on. Huh. How loud is that? Okay. That's been manageable in terms of volume. Now I'm going to turn on my own music. This one's been a fun go-to. Nice. All right. We will put chat down here now because I need 3 monitors. Load that Unity, load that Unity, baby. Unity takes forever to load these days. Even an empty project. Ba-na-na-na. All right. Let's get our little cube up there first. Alright. So I think what we're going to want, we're also going to want a parent for this thing. Throw that on there. So now this camera will be angled down slightly. Not that way. This way. Let's say like a nice even 30 degrees right now. Oop, nope, this camera should be right at 0, 0, 0. All right, so now we can move the camera holder. Do something like this. Okay, that should be fine. So what we're going to want is basically, so the cube and the bugs are going to have the same logic in terms of like, they're going to be called like, I guess not, paintable object sounds rough. Is it truly empty when it's Unity, when it's in Unity with all? Well, they're usually more empty than like an Unreal project, which usually has like everything in the kitchen sink. It's like, do you want to make a first-person shooter, third-person action game, and space game? Here it all is, in case you want it. You're like, no, I don't want all that stuff. All right. Create. C#, create. So we'll call it a paintable object. I get PTSD from that because that's what I called some things in Rover Under when I was painting on textures. This is going to be very different. All right. Actually, I don't think this needs... You know what? Maybe this doesn't need a... This might not need an object. We'll just call this like the paint manager, or let's just call it the bug placer. How about that? This is going to be the thing that's, I think we're just going to put on the camera, and this is going to be where we are, hang on. We're detecting clicks. We're detecting clicks, and that's going to shoot a raycast from the camera onto a face. And we'll just have these cubes have a specific layer called like placeable. We'll just do placeable. I'm not sure I like that name, but that's what we're going with. Huh? Why is it not showing up? Oh, placeable. Cool. So now when we shoot a raycast, it will specifically only raycast to find anything that's in the placeable layer. So that's what we will look for with our bug placer thing here. So how do we want to do this? It's basically going to be on click. We'll start like a coroutine. So we'll have like private float time between placements. So this will be like, I don't know, 0.202. 02. This will be when we're holding the button down. This will be how often a bug is going to spawn when it sees that it's placeable somewhere. So if I were to just have it run every single frame, then those things would be exploding out of the screen like crazy, especially for like higher end rigs. So we'll have a little coroutine that just like delays every like half-ish, quarter to a half-ish second, and then it'll place a bug. It'll probably be shorter than that actually, because we want things to be going. Okay, so in the update, we will look for a, I think we'll just look for an on button or an on mouse button down. So if input dot mouse, get mouse button up, or no, down, right? During the frame the user pressed to give it. So just that first frame, essentially. We'll also need a private coroutine. Placing. Placing coroutine. How about that? Sure. If placing coroutine is equal to null, then we start one up. Placing coroutine equals start coroutine. This the place bug. These are some awful names, and I'm sure I'll regret them later, but I'm just going with stream of consciousness right now. All right, so while... So first of all, we're going to want to do the raycast here. And then we'll basically say like while input.get mouse button down, or get mouse button is equal to true. And then also... And wait, hang on. Let me just do this. And the raycast has a raycast hit value. So if those two things are true, then we'll do this loop. All right. Sweet. All right, so let's do the raycast thing here. Raycast hit is going to be equal to physics.ray. Oh wait, no, we just want that. And then physics.raycast. This is always the fun part. Oh God, I always forget how to do this. I have to go back to a different project here. Huh? Oh, that's right there. Gotcha. Okay. GitHub. Because your click position is always dependent on like the position of the camera as well, which is annoying. Let's grab rover unders. That was what? Which one? 54. Loop game manager. Was it in game manager? I don't think so. There's no like clicking in this one. No, okay. Grid generator, grid quad object main menu, map chunk, player character. Oh, player movement. This is what we want. Raycast. Yep, here we go. So the mouse ray is going to be screen point to ray, mouse position. Okay. Really? Oh. Yeah, I guess screen point to ray. Oh, that's perfect actually. Okay, cool. Ray, mouse ray. Screen points to ray. Yeah, because all we really care about is the raycast of it. Mouse ray, out hits. Float that positive infinity. Layer. Very trigger interaction. Ignore, I guess. Okay, so the collision layer here. What did we do for that? Public layer mask. Collision layer. Okay, so we'll probably actually want this here. Ah. Boink. Is this even readable on stream? I have no idea. It's high res. Yeah, maybe not. We'll make it a little bit bigger for y'all. All right, so from here, we're going to want to spawn a bug. So we'll just have to do like bug prefab. So we'll want to spawn a bug. So looking forward to really digging into the unreality. Hopefully easier. Oh, so you might have a good time with it. From my experience, a lot of artists tend to prefer Unreal because the engine doesn't have as many hoops to jump through to get things to look the way the artists want to look, like nice and pretty. There's usually a lot of weird hoops and technical jargon that you have to understand in Unity before you can really get things looking the way that you want, especially to like a specific degree. Whereas it seems like a lot of the artists that I've interacted with, they love Unreal for the fact that there's a lot less friction between having a vision and then being able to realize that vision in Unreal. I have heard that a lot of engineers don't like Unreal, myself included, because there is a huge learning curve. If you don't like, you can use blueprints and that's fine. But if you want to actually like code in C++ and get really specific and detailed with your code and do some really weird things with it, you have to learn so much about the engine, so much, before you're able to do some of like the simplest things. Like even just setting up the project as a C++ project is takes a lot of knowledge and research, and a lot of the documentation that you'll find online is going to be how to do this thing in blueprints and stuff like that. So it's pretty difficult for an engineer, or at least it has been for me and the engineers that I know, to learn how to build in Unreal, but the artists all loved it because it's so much easier to beautify your assets and make them look exactly like how you want. So you might have a good time with it. Oh, sorry, I didn't do the responsible context keeping for jam chat. Oh shit. Refusal to learn anything ever. Yeah, that's me, Atmosphere. How you doing? Be very different than the rover underdrawing. Oh, gotcha. Well, you got me on a tangent, CJ. And yeah, it's like, for efficiency, avoid blueprints in these situations. Yeah, they only tell me how to make things. Yeah. Like that was so frustrating when I did genuinely try to learn Unreal. I was like, all right, I want to be able to get into like the nitty gritty in the code because I like that in Unity. Let me learn how to do like C++. I know that Unreal is a C++ based thing, and that's how I learned my coding, and I'd love to brush up on my C++ things. But there's so many steps to set up a C++ project, and then if you ever had a question on how to do anything in Unreal, the only answers you'll find will be in blueprints 90% of the time. Spawn bug, we'll need a position. Oops. And then we'll also need a normal. So we will do, the position is going to be hit.collider. The collider that was hit, no, I want the point. What is this? The impact point in world space where the ray hit the collider. Perfect. And hit that normal. Excellent. So from there, we will just do instantiate bug prefab. I think I might have a concept of a plan filled 3 notebook pages with ideas. Damn. We'll follow Pullman's example and try and sleep now. Yeah. I would generally advise that, especially if you're about to start a project, because that's where a lot of your code is going to be based off.
Good night, everyone.
Good night, Wendell. All of your code is going to be based off like the first few things that you'll write, and you'll want that stuff to be pretty solid. And I tend to write garbage code when I am sleep deprived. So, best of luck, Wendell. Okay, I think for now we'll just instantiate these things, and we won't like keep them in a parent object yet, because I just want to see if this works. So we don't need a transform position. We just need the which one is it? I always forget these. There's so many. All right, position rotation, perfect. The position is just going to be position. New quaternion. And then we'll just do like game object, new bug. New bug dot transform dot up. It's going to be equal to, this might look pretty janky, but it might be fine. Okay. I write garbage code when I'm well rested. Yeah, but you write fucking bangers in terms of music. So you make up for it. I bet you could literally write some banging tunes in your sleep. I cannot write banging code. I cannot write code that fucks while I'm sleeping. I write code that'll basically just fuck me when I wake up. Alright. Bug. Let's call it a bug. And then we'll just have like a little... We'll make it a little capsule for now. Alright, so this is going to go into the prefabs. Boink. And then I'm basically just going to want this model to lay flat. Alright, there's our little bug boy. Let's see how big it is compared to... That's gigantic. Let's make it extra tiny. Let's make it like 0.05. Perfect. Hang on. Actually, did I do that right? Because where is the... Let me see the axes real quick. Do I want it to... I don't know which axis I want it to be on. I think this should be fine. This should be fine. More like a dry dream semi. Alright, buddy. Alright. I guess I've had to ask everyone else, except you yet, Atmospherium. Are you guys doing some jamming? A lot of people are taking this one off because they're busy as the holiday season is approaching and work is making them work. Okay, so bug. This has a collider on it. Okay, cool. So this will placeable tag on it. Now we need to do camera holder. We'll just add bug placer. The bug prefab. The collision layer will be placeable. We'll see if that works. We be jamming, trying out a new artist. Zero idea what we're doing, but that's always a great place to be. Hello. Holy shit. Wow, that placed a lot of them. Oh, but they're huge. Oh, I forgot to update the, this. Okay, that kind of worked like I wanted it to, though. That's pretty funny. Oh, wait, shit, I forgot to, and then this dot placing coroutine equals null. Oh, right. Whoopsie doodles. I keep forgetting things. Oh, wait, no, that's right? Is this not getting a new raycast hit? Hang on, let me check something here. Adios! Yeah, we'll always appreciate the hassling. Okay, so it's making them, which is neat. But it's not quite what I want it to be yet. Look at that, though. They're all also facing the same way, which is not what I want. What is this normal? The normal value of the surface the ray hit. Right. Okay, so if I don't give it a transform up here. Yeah, they're all coming towards the camera, and they're all in like the same spot. Okay. And also, it doesn't matter if I'm moving the mouse around, which is not great. For some reason, it's not updating these values, which is odd. Because this hit... Oh, I'm not updating the mouse ray. Aha! Whoopsie doodles. Mouse ray. That's why. Alright, so now I should be able to set that up transform. Ooh. Interesting. Alright, I don't like that they're all in the same rotation. It feels neat though. That feels neat. Okay, I haven't seen you use camera clips so directly before. Painting with bugs, look at that. Whee! Oh, wait. Huh. Let's see. I don't think they should come to the... Rook! Hello! How was your stream, sir? You just got us, when we just started making a game. Finally. Let's see. Check this shit out. It's basically going to be a sort of balancing game where you're going to have this little cube of sugar or some sort of food thing balancing on a little tip of something, and you're going to want to stack as many of your little ant bug boys on the cube as possible for a high score. So you'll get more points the more ants there are, but obviously the more that you add on the different faces of the cube, the more it starts to tilt and stuff. We might have like bonus ants and or bonus stuffs in terms of things you can grab that are floating in the air, like extra bits of food and things that'll affect the weight once you grab onto them. But that's kind of the idea there. And I just have a working prototype of, it's not 100% working yet, but I can draw. I can paint bugs on the cube. How neat is that? Interesting, interesting. So it's getting... I think it's getting the normal of... yeah. I feel like it's... Is it? I feel like it's getting the normal of like the... Like it's constantly putting it in front of the... spawning it towards the camera. Which is not what it should do. So when I click this left face here, it should spawn, I mean, I guess it is when I'm painting. I want it to like grow this way and not like just towards the camera. But that just might be an instance of like this is kind of just what happens when you're able to spawn on top. Well, hang on. Let me see what happens when I make this a box collider. See how that changes things. I love this. I see different shapes over on the left. Are sugar cubes going to be different shapes? Maybe. Like we might have like a sandwich or something that starts off on the level here, but like the things that you'll be grabbing that are floating in the air will probably be different shapes and different weights. So the moment you touch it, it's going to add to the weight on that side of the cube. So you're going to have to like compensate by adding more stuff like over here to like balance the weight and things. All right, so it's basically the same. What if I were to just like shrink this down a little bit? Make it like a little sphere. I don't think that'll make a difference. Oh. Yeah, not much. Okay, so let's see. We got the hit point, the impact point in world space where the ray hit the collider. The normal of the surface the ray hit. Okay, so this makes sense because if I were to click here versus here versus here, it looks like they are... Oy. They're spawning at the right normals, like they're orienting themselves properly. It's just obviously they will paint towards the camera because that's where it's sort of coming from. How would I want to fix that? Whereas instead, I would kind of like these things to... Actually, another thing. Let's open this bug here. Because the model is going to be slightly higher by, I believe, what? The radius is 0.5, so what, like 1? No, 0.5. Yeah, I want this to be like, whoa, floaty. That should be like the bottom of the ant there. So when I hold this here, I'm gonna kind of want the, I want it to like go up on the face instead of like towards the camera. It makes sense that it's going towards the camera right now. I just don't like it. It should like expand a mound off of that face rather than going towards the camera. So that seems like it would be dependent on how many ants are above it, essentially, which is not great. Let me think here. Hang on. We'll need some kind of like dead zone on the mouse where it detects like it determines that the mouse isn't moving if it's not like moving too much on the screen, and that way it'll always like build upwards. I don't know if that made sense, but okay, let's think here. I have that raycast and that raycast. Can I get the angle between those? Geometry, the angle between two rays is defined as the angle between them when both rays are diverging from a common origin. At the common point of two rays, some two portions of the rays appear to be divergent to the common point. The angle between them can be acute angle, right angle at this angle, that would be reflex angle, sure. Calculate angle between two rays. Gotcha, okay. That requires maybe I'll just have to do like screen space mouse stuff. There we go. Angle between two vectors. There's a formula for that, right? Using the dot product. Cosine minus 1 of A dot B divided by the magnitude of A and B. Okay. Okay. Gotcha. Let's say the dead zone angle is like, I don't know, 10 degrees. Okay, and you'll spawn a bug. Old mouse array is going to be equal to new mouse array. New mouse array is going to be equal to you. Old hits. Raycast hit. New hit. Oh, nice. They have an angle between. Sweet. Absolute, use vector 3 to angle instead. You got it, chief. Hold hit, unassigned local variable. Yep, you're right, you're right, you're right, you're right. Hold hits, not equal null. How about that? Can I not set it to null? All right, that sucks. Recasted, what do you call it? Constructor. Guess that A. That should be fine. All right, so theoretically, this probably won't, but we can see if it builds these bugs up the way that I expect to if I just hold the mouse down. Almost. It kind of does a little more. Oh, except... Wait, no. Oh, right. Nice try, Gorley. Doesn't feel that bad. Let me test something here. What does this angle return, actually? I didn't even check if it was calculates the angle. Okay, let me see here. Vector 3 dot angle. Is it radians? The angular term will always between 0 and 180 degrees. Okay, sweet. Okay, cool. Let me just try this here. See if this is even running, or if I'm just like imagining it. Okay, so the angle, it's doing the old one more often than not. Let's see. Hang on. Float angle is going to be equal to. Hey, look at that! I can switch my monitors. See what sort of angles we're hitting here when I'm moving my mouse around. Oh, those are very small. Okay. So I should be like, well, hang on, actually. If I were to play this maximized, is it the same? Yeah. Looks like those are about the same. All right, so we'll do like 0.3. Let's change the amount of time it takes. Let's change it to like every 10th of a second we spawn one. See if that changes anything. Alright, that feels a little too slow. Let's do every 50th of a second instead of every 20th of a second. Now that's a little bit more painterly, I think. A little bit. Except when it does that. I don't like that. Very cool. Yeah, boy. Alright, get rid of this print here. Let me try one more thing. And then I'll maybe package this up and give it to the Roods. Alright, that's a little too fast. Couple other things I want to be doing here. First, we're going to want a bug parent. It's fine. Actually, we can put it on the cube. Alright, where's that instantiate? Oh, really? Let's see if these things will spawn parented to the bug parents. Just a real quick test. They are not, because I did not specify it. Awesome. Then we'll just need an R to reset here. I'll see if that little reset button works. Get component requires. Oh, I see. Wait, what? Right. My bad. I was trying to get component on a transform. Requested component game object derives from mono behavior or components. Person interface. Okay. What? What the fuck? I don't even know if I can show that on the stream. Oh, get ready for some brain rot here. Get ready for this to be the entire. Oh wait, we gotta start at the beginning. We gotta start at the beginning. Subject y'all to some VTuber brain rot. Enjoy. Just test this real quick. Sweet.
or something would be kind of cool.
What's up, nerds?
Yeah.
Yo, bitch.
Private closet.
Well,
Private. Do you know what that means?
Oops, I'm showing this Wreck-It Ralph image on stream. I probably shouldn't.
Whoops.
If I zoom in, I'm not sure if I see a shadow or a nipple on that titty.
There's no nipple on the titty. It's fine.
I don't
nipple?
think there's a nipple on the titty.
Listen, it was such an innocent search that devolved into that so quickly.
It was not. It was not intentional.
How quickly
God
it happened was
damn.
insane. It's like I don't know if Andrew has some previous search history in there going on or what.
I can't confirm or deny.
And to be fair, this was a curated image. We picked this one out of a lineup, so
I'm sure you did. I'm sure you did.
I was like, no, that one. That's the one I want.
So,
Steven, I'll just grab a screenshot of this so that Jared sees that we're actually working.
Well, I mean, he can literally just look at your screen right now.
Yeah, I'm sharing my screen right now.
all right, yeah,
Just pop in and you can see kind of what we're thinking real quick.
sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure you're in here to either maybe show us something or tell us you're going to bed. But
Porque no los dos?
We're looking at these sort of like more, like keep it on the playful side, kind of cute side. To I think the juxtaposition of the chaos and the screaming with like cute stuff feels pretty good. Steven found some good reference for like how we can stylize and simplify like a bug of some sort. I think these are really great.
Yeah.
Andrew thinks that this looks like a dog play asset, and I'm here for it.
Assets,
It does.
So,
we've already covered like the PS1 aesthetic. It's time we graduated to PS2 aesthetic.
Yeah, we're going PS2
kind
now,
of what
baby.
I'm thinking. Like, let's nail PS2. And I think these are some good examples of like maybe things are on like the less sharp, they're like a little like low res sort of geometry, but maybe like we have some things that have like a little bit more texture to them the way they look.
Yeah.
I think it's a cool sort of combination.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then kind of floating it in this space where like you really do feel like we're up here, like you get a sense of scale with like some sort of HDRI kind of like sky sphere around this thing.
Yeah, just
something that has like some feeling of height change to it also as we kind of go up.
Yeah.
And then having Steven's animated water particle underneath. And I think these would look really neat, like pirouetting around these assets as you kind of go up and down. I think would look pretty good.
I'm not sure. I guess we'd have to see. We can probably Steven, we might be able to do like some basic mesh colliders on these objects.
Oh, this isn't the exact the sandwich.
Yeah.
This is just reference. It'll be a square slice sandwich.
Okay,
like,
we might want to stick to like
loaf of bread.
simple silhouettes.
It'll be like sandwich shape. It'll be like apple shape. Will be like spherical.
Okay.
It'll be like
a cheese wedge.
Like
is that
wedge
okay?
Will be fine because that's simple enough where
that's still like a cube number of faces. Yeah.
Right. So yeah, it's not gonna be anything. We're not gonna make anything too crazy.
Nah.
Although maybe for the upper echelon of prizes, they might need to be a little bit higher. But we could just call them until you get close or something, or do something like that. I don't know if that would even help performance.
Worst case scenario, we could like have an approximate like capsule shader or something, and some of the bugs
it doesn't have
look
to be
like
exact.
they're floating above it or whatever. Like
yeah, we could get pretty close.
Like I don't think it'll make a difference if a bug is standing on that leaf of lettuce versus like slightly floating above that leaf of lettuce.
Yeah, so I'm not too worried about that.
Too accurate. I posted a build for y'all.
What?
It's in the drive. It's just called Bug. It's still pretty janky and it's gonna need a little bit of polish, but I have some bug painting happening.
Oh my goodness!
Can't scan for viruses. Download anyway.
Download anyway.
Get it.
I'm gonna download it anyway. Download that build. Download it anyway.
It says it's done, but it won't let me open it. Hurry up and finish doing whatever you're doing, Google.
So right now, if you like hold down on a specific part of the cube, it'll just like spawn a bunch of bugs towards the camera, which isn't necessarily what I want, but it is technically correct. Because the face that it spawns on next is immediately underneath the mouse. and so it just spawns one right on that normal, and those normals are always the same, like going all the way up.
Sure.
But yeah, I want to like randomize the rotation of the bugs when they spawn. But their normals will always make sense on the face that they spawn on, but I'd like to like spin them around a little bit.
Yeah, we were talking about that.
Just
to add some randomness to it.
Yeah.
It feel good, pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Wowie. I'm drawing capsules on things. Oh god, it's getting close to the screen, Jared.
Yeah, I know. You can press R to clear them.
Do we have like 3D glasses? This is actually kind of scary when you're just having them shoot at you.
Yeah.
It's like, well, at least at this angle, no matter what, if you just like,
and if they are that close to the camera, you will inevitably like catch them when you're trying to draw otherwhere, like behind it and stuff.
Oh yeah.
So if you want to hit R, Andrew, you can reset it, or you can continue drawing your pile of ants.
So funny. So funny. I mean, you're creating some like very like organic shapes with this. The way they build.
That's what I'm saying. It feels kind of neat. It feels kind of neat to do.
I
guess the only thing is like, if I'm trying to draw on like the back corner, like up, it's kind of hard to do that.
Well, that's where spinning the camera is going to be very important for this.
Yeah.
But I guess there's no way to like.
And you can draw on the bugs.
Like basically drawing in the middle is like it's just always towards the camera, so you have to literally just like rotate.
I want to have it so that like there's a minimum angle, like a minimum threshold of mouse movement that you have to make for it to. If you're within that minimum angle, then it'll just start stacking up in the direction of that original normal.
Gotcha.
But if you move out of that like minimum zone, then it'll start like, you know, drawing them sideways and shit.
Yeah. Nice.
Imagine how ridiculous this is gonna look when you can actually like spin the camera.
Spin the camera around and see all the tendrils that are coming out of the thing. I have so many things just flying in my face right now. It's awesome.
We'll probably have some sort of like minimum distance to the camera before we like stop them from populating it.
We don't want them to. We don't want them to clip into the camera. That's for sure.
You got ADHD? I do, William Donaldson. I do.
Yo, how's that HD doing?
What? HD? ADHD.
Hi.
What about HDSD? Standard.
ATST.
Oh.
But yeah, so like it is still kind of neat to just make like the equivalent of like sand poop castles.
That's what this was making me think of.
Right?
Oh my goodness. Wow. Now, Jared.
Yeah.
What are the chances that this is gonna like really be bad for web builds?
Who knows? I don't think it's going to be that bad because it's literally just spawning objects. It's not doing anything crazy with shaders or anything, and there's ideally not going to be any major physics going on with these ants specifically. It would be a problem if like that little tendril that you made on the right there suddenly like started bowing down from like the weight on the edge or something like that, because all of them would have physics. Like that would probably be.
Now, what about when they blow up and start having physics on them?
That depends. Who knows?
Guess we'll find out.
They'll probably have simple. I got ADHD too. My condolences. Mine's fairly
even
mild,
even if they don't have like gravity on them, they just like fling off in a direction or something. That's even fine.
That is true. They don't. They could just exit in a direction.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, hey, you're actually looking like you're making something intentional there, Andrew.
You just gotta fill all the empty spaces.
Can you fill the empty spaces?
Fill my spaces.
You're literally making just like a little bug pustule on this thing.
Oh, imagine popping this thing.
Like a Jolly Rancher.
This is pretty satisfying.
I know,
I think especially if I was watching this cube bend and fall.
Yeah, and you're like moving the camera around trying to get a good angle on the next thing that you're gonna like.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of cool.
Exactly.
That's kind of cool. You made this fast too.
It was exactly as simple as I thought it would be. There might be a couple. I didn't anticipate the thing coming at you on the camera, so I'm gonna have to do a little bit more. Well, maybe I'll do the camera rotation first and see if that helps
just fixes it.
Yeah. Because we are going to want like a maximum distance that they can extend from the cube horizontally. Because if you were to rotate this cube, you don't want like these branches to be occluding your field of vision, right? So even if you're drawing like to the right or the left of the camera and it's not necessarily like in your face, when you rotate it, it might be in your face. So we'll have to keep that in mind.
Come and swing through. Yeah. That's true.
Can we do things like in
or
Breath
we
of
can
the
just
Wild
like zoom
where
out.
like we camera kill some things and they go like transparent or like almost.
I mean, I think
we could,
so.
but we would have to do that plus a little extra, right? Like we would have to do it up to like the what is it, the far plane or something, or maybe a little bit past the far plane, because otherwise they will take up like screen real estate that you can't click past, you know. Which
right,
you know what, that might be fine if you can rotate the camera.
You can just rotate the camera. It's just like, just so it doesn't occlude your view. We just sort of do some like dithering shader on it or something.
Yeah.
Like this would be a hilarious scenario where like,
you move over here. It's like, fuck, I can't add
I
any more here. I can't add any more
mean,
here, but I have to.
Yeah.
Away. See you later.
But it is fun, kind of just to like.
I'm just putting these like, weird fingers everywhere.
Yeah, I do think it'll be extra satisfying if instead of just having them all the same orientation when they spawn.
Oh yeah, they're like randomly like twisting things. So.
Yeah,
it will be now. Imagine these are like goofy little like bug characters with like googly eyes.
Maybe they have like a very basic like idle animation where they're like wiggling their butts back and forth. And that's like it, and they're like bobbing their heads up and down like Hakuna Matata style.
Can we have, if you're duplicating these, can we have a basic animation playing?
Absolutely, yeah. That's not that performance intensive.
I love that.
Yeah.
Can they, if they all have individual audio to them, can it be like when they're all up in my face like this, they're like, and I can hear
like a bunch of turkeys.
They just start whispering things to you. It's like, hey, what are you doing?
Hey, how you doing? Let me whisper in your ear. Wait, do you say
Why are you building this over this way? Build this the other way.
Are you sure this is the right thing to do?
This is what you want. Oh, behind you.
You're so fucking stupid.
That's what it's like playing Hellblade. There's just like voices whispering in your ear the entire game. It's really cool.
Yeah.
But it's also just like, huh.
I mean, done right, you can just like click and drag. And...
Yeah.
Yeah, you could.
People who like spin their cameras at the same time could do some pretty fun.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's why I'm probably gonna do camera spin first. I'll probably be calling it a night here because this is a pretty good stopping point. But I want to draw that stop first. Yeah.
I mean, I'm having fun with this. So.
One thing to note, Steven, when you are making the beetles, is just make their anchor point like the bottom of their feet.
Sure.
So that way, when they spawn, they'll always look like they're standing on top of each other, and I won't have to do any like
the anchor
offsetting.
point on their eyeballs.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, that's great. Thanks for the follow, Gavarian.
We are
you have just made us three away from 500.
Quick countdown!
Oh my goodness.
We're almost on 100 followers a year clip, baby.
Yeah.
That was always the dream, right? I think we set a number 5 years ago. Like, you know what?
Didn't we need 50 followers for affiliate, and we struggled to get that for like the first year and a half.
Well, the first Ludum Dare is what got us there.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. But we were already streaming for like a year at least.
We had already been streaming for a bit.
That was super painful.
Granted, we never really shilled for followers until now. We're 3 away. Slap that follow button. Violate that notification button.
Yeah.
Hell yeah! Gorster. Where's P. Morley? I feel like they haven't followed yet.
I still think P. Corley's better, but that's
P. Corley.
Y'all are really discounting the value of P. Jorley.
Oh, that is true. P. Jorley
said something that kind of rubbed me the wrong way.
Ever since.
It was kind of like sexist a little bit. So I was like,
you know what? Something funny on that topic. I was told this week that the reason someone didn't want to work for us was because of an interview they had with me.
Oh,
nice.
they pulled their like name from like from the candidacy, because they said they had an uncomfortable interview with one of the people, and they're like, "We know it was you."
It had to have been you.
There's a very few people interviewed this person, and they're like, "We know it wouldn't have, like they couldn't fathom anyone else getting that remark but me, even though the person didn't say my name."
That's so funny.
But it couldn't have been that bad because no one like was mad at me about it. So
they're just like, well, that's Andrew. So
sorry. Oh well, I said no to the person anyway. So
oh well, then who cares?
I already said I didn't want to hire them, but everyone else did, and then they didn't work for us.
That's really funny.
I get what I want.
You should have listened to me.
Andrew, I'm taking it as a good sign that you're still playing around with this thing.
I'm still doing it. I'm drawing straight lines across. Like if you go from the back face down to the left to like the left front face, you can kind of draw a little train of them.
Jesus. It does look like you're just like slow when you're like actually like keeping them on the face instead of stacking them on top of each other. You're just like drawing mold on this thing.
Oh, I know.
It's very gross,
but it'll look adorable.
It will be adorable, and every time there'll be like a little
and we can have them cheer when you get one of the extra things. Like,
yeah, exactly.
I do think that the audio is going to be a lot of fun.
Oh, it's going to be great, yeah.
With Brain's music that he made in 20 minutes.
Sir.
Fucking animal. Hate him.
So
Atmospherium was in the chat earlier. He's already went to bed, but he's participating.
Of course.
That asshole.
Probably on another dream team.
Yes, an asshole.
He's working with an artist he hasn't worked with before, though, so we'll see how that goes.
Oh, interesting.
You see, these like god tier people, they always like have new teams.
Yeah, they can work with random people and still make great shit.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to work with us, so.
Yeah, where's our crossover story?
Well, I already rejected them, so it's that like it's not as embarrassing, you know.
Perfect. Yeah,
no,
I get the first, so yeah, we don't actually want you. So.
We didn't want to work with Atmospherium.
See, this is also good evidence of like it'd be nice just to have a free draw mode.
Yeah. I think you could probably do some fun sculpting with this, actually.
Yeah.
Just making things out of bugs.
Out of bugs.
And then you just right-click in the wrong spot and just
explode these guys.
What have you done? How could you?
How could this happen to me?
Sorry, Jared, I could probably do this for like another 30 minutes. So
that's great. No, that's actually great news. That's why I made the build instead of just showing you guys, because I wanted you to feel it and test it.
This is an ADHD game right now.
Yes, sir. This really like, tickles the tism.
I'm gonna fill in that you.
I'm reaching in the holster for the Adderall right now.
Are you experiencing any sort of? It doesn't look like you're experiencing any sort of like slowdowns with this menu.
No, I've had it quite a decent amount.
Yeah, because these are just like objects that are just like floating there. They don't have any like physics that you have to contend with either. Can you pop them like bubble wrap? No, you cannot. Yeah. But the idea, Gorley, is that little like tendril that you see jutting off to the left that Andrew drew. If you were to like right click like in the center of it, anything that's like to the left of that click will just like prune off like a branch, and they would all just like scatter and fall off. So that would be like bubble wrappy.
The water, then they all die.
Yeah, I think this thing will look really dope when it's like rotating. I will enjoy.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
It's gonna be so 3D. It's crazy.
I will enjoy their deaths.
It's gonna be like almost like critical that we get little ghost particles to come out.
It's very, very critical.
Really critical.
Really critical.
You're almost there. It's looking pretty nasty.
This just covered in vibrating. Imagine these are all, and I really hope that it doesn't crash things to do this.
Yeah, it should be fine.
That's gonna be such a bummer. But I'm imagining these things being like little animated bugs, and that is disgusting.
And then it kind of looks like the whole thing is just like sort of.
It's just alive crawling.
Yeah, we'll just have to make sure that the. I think the only thing that we'll have to be considerate of is just making those animations like fairly understated, like pretty simple idle animations.
Yeah.
Just because like you don't want like too much movement on the screen just for clarity's sake. But if they kind of just look like they're alive, like they're just like wiggling their booty back and forth and like dipping their head around, it should be fine.
That actually, just a little booty wiggle sounds pretty good. We're so close. We're so close.
He's
this should be a...
If I were connected to your parsec and I just slammed the R key right now. Yay!
The fear is there's probably some like exposed areas.
I mean, they're probably.
I mean, just don't think about the fact that the two faces away from the camera are completely clean.
And the bottom face.
Yeah.
I didn't even touch it.
3 whole faces you haven't touched.
I'm gonna touch those faces eventually.
I'm gonna touch them.
Yeah, I think those little stacks of bugs is gonna look especially neat when they're all like rotated around and shit.
Oh yeah.
And I do like the idea of getting to see that structure at the end in its fullness, because if we're going up and down and you kind of you're always kind of zoomed in like this, that would be pretty cool.
Pretty cool. Pretty cool. And obviously we can fuck around with how close the camera actually is to the object versus far away and stuff. I kept it pretty close for this one just to make it easier to like click the faces.
Nice.
Yeah. So it was easy peasy titty squeezy.
Okay. And how are you feeling about like sort of the art direction right now?
I like it. I think that's a great direction to go. I think some like high contrast colors will make things especially pop. Well, we'll probably want the bugs to be the most unique color out of the entire palette. Like nothing else should be the same color as those bugs so that they like stick out.
Yeah, I think that's what I'll play with in like sort of the like keyframe like concepts, is just like what kind of colors we're using and how much contrast, how much saturation.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Steven's got a good idea like how he'll do the 3D, and we'll just come up with whatever the odd objects should be, the core objects, and then maybe some random stuff up the top. Would we ever, if it helps with the complexity, would you ever just like put a couple of simple objects together to make the complex? Like if you're combining something spherical with something cubical.
That
and
should
then
be
you just overlap them or something, or does that make it complex?
That should be fine, because I'm as long as I'm not able to like click on the faces that are like occluded by another object. So like say you had like an ice cream cone, and as long as I can't click the circular part of the ice cream that's like inside the cone, I think that should be fine, because I think I'll just click the game will recognize that I click on the cone first, and I'm not just going to be spawning bugs like inside of it. Yeah, as long as the shapes are simple, it should be fine.
Okay.
It will work if the shapes are complex. It'll just feel kind of jank, because it'll be hard to like precisely place some ants, because they'll kind of just be like a jumbled mass on that face, because the normal might be it might be something different depending on if like you click on one spot and then like 2 millimeters to the right, a completely different normal, like it might be facing towards the camera or whatever.
Sure.
Best to keep the shapes simple, since we're going to be spawning a lot of bugs.
And that's something where we like place the colliders sort of manually. Like would Steven be doing that manually?
Yeah, we could probably do that. That shouldn't be too big of a deal, I think. But if it's a simple shape, if it's just like a wedge of cheese, then we can
just generate one.
Yeah, we can get away with like a mesh collider. Assuming that would be assuming that you're not making like a mesh of Swiss cheese. Oh no, Jitspo!
No,
I'm about to go to bed. But hello.
Terrible.
Hi,
check it out. Check it out. This is our game, Andrew. You want to showcase it, but you're gonna have to delete your masterpiece.
No, he can't delete it.
I can't.
Add another layer.
I can't. I
Wait,
guess.
Hold on. 3, 2, 1.
Oh,
naked.
It does have a lot of bugs, and we're about to make more bugs. Imagine this is like a little sugar cube or something that ants or some kind of bug wants to eat, and it's balancing precariously on a very not penis-shaped stick over the river.
It'll be a rock.
A rock. All right, cool. It'll be a rock. A very non-phallic rock. You have to stack a bunch of your...
There might be.
You have to stack a bunch of bugs on this cube. You'll be able to rotate the camera at some point. and try and keep it balanced while getting as many bugs as you can on the cube. As you grow your tower taller, there might be some floating bits of food or other collectibles that you can get that once you touch them, they'll add to the weight of that cube, and you'll have to sort of manage that weight. I have a few clips of unintentionally phallic rocks. Oh, perfect.
Sweet.
Send them over.
I love that those are just in the chamber ready to go. Just
You never know when you'll need them.
I'm just gonna save this for later.
So yeah, we got painting with bugs right now. I'm going to be going to bed soon, and then after that, I will be polishing up this bug painting a little bit.
That could be an object, the grapefruit.
That could be.
Oh, a grapefruit.
Just a slice of grapefruit with a hole in the center. I think that would be a great Easter egg.
That would be a really good one. We definitely can. We definitely can. I'll just have to remember.
And then I'll be working on the rotating camera. And then also, what I would like to do is to be able to call branches with a right click. So if you were to click in the middle of one of these eldritch tentacles that Andrew has drawn, it'll prune whatever is not connected to the cube off of the branch. And then they'll all fall and die horrific deaths.
Yep.
Why? One day from retirement.
And then we'll tell you what their names were.
Yep.
And make you feel really bad about it.
Absolutely. Their life story, what they were planning on doing that day.
Yeah.
How many kids they had.
How many people just kind of rely on them on a day-to-day basis?
Right. How many days it'll be before someone notices they're dead.
It's a bad game. Don't play that game.
We shouldn't be making this.
This is gonna be a problem, I think.
This is making me depressed.
Just be happy that we didn't go with our previous most promising idea.
I don't know, man.
The unfairy or the bedbugs fairy.
Yeah.
Trade offer. I give you bedbugs. You give me your teeth. Although that sounds more that sounds more like voluntary. I like the phrase like gives you bed bugs, takes your teeth.
Takes your teeth.
So fucking stupid.
There is quid pro quo. You're just not gonna like it.
All right, what did you send me here?
Penis rocks.
Oh wait, I need to change my display toggle. There we go. Boink. Oh, we got your
the old one.
That's
that
penis.
Very questionable. I didn't think too much about that shape. Whoops. It should blend in with the rest of the rock.
It's too easy to draw a penis. It's just too easy.
Penises are too easy.
Just sitting there.
Oopsie penis.
Think of it as an Easter egg.
There's so many inappropriate.
Yeah.
things to say.
Or Easter eggs. You know what I'm saying?
Maybe I'll put like an anatomically correct penis really high up.
This is making it more questionable.
That like almost
Steven,
no one.
you need to dig up the penis sprite that you made back in high school for that like fruit dodging game.
That was so stupid.
Goodness.
he made like a 3-frame animation of a flaccid dick like getting erect and then just like doing a little spooge. And then he put it in a game in Game Maker where like the objects are just like flying around the screen. Your character has to like run around and dodge them. Like they're just pinballing around the screen. We changed it to the dick sprite, and we didn't realize that we had to scale the sprite to match the original size of the fruit. So they were massive, and they hit the player immediately. And also, we did not set the speed of the animation. So Steven's 4-frame animation was flying at 30 frames a second. So we literally had like 2 seconds of playing the game before we hit the game over screen because we just got flattened by a fat cock. It was like we just hit the game and it's like game over. And Steven and I think just started crying laughing.
It was definitely one of those crying laughter sort of things. It was kind of peak game design.
It was great. We never made anything better than that.
I don't think so. Not in Game Maker, at least.
Also, Andrew, I looked away from your live stream for like 30 seconds, and now I come back to this like beholder-looking tentacle monster.
We're really getting somewhere.
I feel like I'm being embraced by it. It's kind of nice.
It's welcoming me.
Yeah, like it's sweet. I've never been hugged like this before.
It's just like, hey,
life is a highway.
Got any teeth?
I got bed bugs.
I got bed bugs.
I got lots of bed bugs.
Lots of bed bugs. You can have them.
Give me
your teeth. Just
give me your teeth.
Come on.
You're not using them right now.
Yeah.
I'll take
I just
those.
want to borrow them.
Come on.
That's it.
Mercy. The lighting and shadows are making it like slightly more ominous too.
Yeah.
Just need some repo tools. This could be used for modeling. You know what?
Oh.
That's not a bad idea. I mean, we did sort of base it off of like the terrain generator in like Unity and Unreal. The terrain like little paintbrush thing. Andrew, I think it's safe to say that this cube is definitely going to tilt over.
It might be heavy to one side.
Maybe.
It
doesn't even look like a cube anymore.
You can't even see
it's
where
just
the
a
cube
cacophony
was.
of capsules.
It's a huge mess.
Hey, it still looks like you're not hitting any performance. Yeah.
That's good. Andrew's stress testing it.
I probably have the weakest computer of the three of us.
Yeah. Behold the power of not physics.
Yay!
Yay! Well, just wait till we add those.
Just wait till we actually
well,
have.
Ideally, I'll be adding the physics to just the cube. Like that'll be the only thing that can rock around. So, hopefully, I'll be able to calculate like the impact to the center of gravity just based on like the cube or the bug's position and some arbitrary mass value that we give it. We shall see.
We will see.
I'm turning it into a
You're just turning it into a screensaver at this point.
Oh,
it is kind of like a screensaver.
I like it.
I'm seeing some gaps on the right side of the screen there.
Stop.
I see one in the middle.
The problem is, oh wait, no, here we go.
There you go. There you go.
If I just hold the mouse and just drag everywhere, no, we'll fill those.
There's literally nowhere you can click now that won't generate a bug.
Yeah,
everything fills a hole. That's what we do here. Fill a hole.
Filling
holes.
Johnny Appleseed.
Oh man, now it's got like foreground. We're making
hairy
like
now.
A composition.
You're making your own wallpaper now. This looks like early 2000s abstract 3D art. We could probably sell this as an NFT. Those are still a thing, right?
This is
yeah, I think we could definitely still make money off of
that. We could definitely always have made money off that. That was never a
for sure.
I just do like a hairy like butthole tunnel or something right now.
Which side?
Your
of the
POV. You're a colonoscopy camera.
Oh, why didn't we make that game?
Oh, dang. Tiny creatures.
Tiny creatures.
Oh, wait, hang on. I need to find a good section of our brainstorming doc to screenshot and post on Ludum there. Let's see.
Yes.
Oh, what's a prime section?
Censor the dicks.
I don't think there. I'll find a way.
Put a little mosaic thing in front of them. That'd be really funny.
No, I think we're good. I'm gonna grab our huge Jackman.
Yeah.
And,
huge.
We're gonna capture a huge Jackman.
Huge Grant.
The Spy Kids things.
Oh,
of course.
And Miley Virus.
Miley Virus. That's pretty good.
Abort fetus bullies, tiny self-esteem. All right, that's all going in.
Perfect.
It's all gold.
It's all I've ever wanted.
All I've ever wanted.
Go get some food, Jitspo.
Get them.
Do it.
Actually, you know what? I think we can get more than this.
Go all the way.
This is starting to look like a
oops. I pasted
painting
the screenshot.
of swallows.
Swallow.
I'm not gonna lie, I hear the fan on my computer now.
It's just charging up.
Oh, how you're gonna feel when this hole goes.
Oh my god, it's getting so tight, Andrew. It's getting so
the
tight.
sphincter is closing.
Closing.
I'm surprised I can still add stuff here. I guess there's no reason why I couldn't, right?
I want to know how many fucking capsules
I need a
there
count.
are in the scene right now.
I need to print on screen.
If you were running this in Unity, I'd be able to show you right now. Oh my god! Holy shit!
Yeah,
this did get really tight. Now
this
POV feels like a little bit like violating. Like I'm not supposed to see this.
It feels like I'm in like a dome, like sort of shape, and that's like a hole.
Oh, we're looking up through. Yeah, we're on the ground looking up, and this is like the light pouring in.
Yeah.
Some sort of alien cathedral.
I'm in a cocoon of some kind.
Capsule.
Oh, maybe I should have just did a zoom in on just the 3 sentences. Bedbug fairy gives you bed bugs, takes your teeth.
Takes your teeth.
And then wait for people to just be like, I wonder what kind of game they're gonna make.
And then they see the game we're actually making, like, oh, that's not what
that's probably one of my favorite things we've put on a brainstorming document.
It's pretty good.
Gives you bed bugs, takes your teeth.
Boy,
it's
you're
comments
really
like that on a brainstorm that make me feel at home.
Yeah. You're really immortalizing that sphincter, aren't you?
That sphincter just
I'm scared to
it looks like it's glowing brighter now just because of the light.
It only gets the harder you try to close it, the brighter
really draws your attention, and it's unsettling.
Everything else is so dark.
Remember, there was a cube over there.
There used to be a cube.
There used to be a cube there.
Now there's just a sphincter.
I feel like all this is doing is keeping us up needlessly late.
Yeah, fill the hole already.
Hey, I needed a morale boost.
It's so beautiful. There's like a weirdly solid plug in it now.
Ew,
like everything else is getting like cropped through the camera.
This is a zoom in of like an M&M lost in your carpet.
Oh god! Like the shaggiest carpet you can possibly.
Like really
have.
shaggy carpet.
It's already been like bleached by the sun and lost all color.
When you find a toenail in your carpet.
No, thank you.
Pass.
Oh god!
Just like that, it was gone.
So
all
naked.
that work.
All right. Yeah, you can't. You're gonna have to Alt F4 or close it from the window.
Yep.
It ain't that fancy a build yet.
Dang it, Jared.
Pretty good though. I was definitely in the zone. So
I told you that would be a fun part of it.
We're doing stuff.
We're
something
doing promising. All right,
yeah,
so
we're doing something.
Next thing I'll do is add a little random rotation to those little buggers, and then do some camera rotating.
Okay.
So we'll be moving the camera. I'm assuming with WASD.
I think so. That makes sense, right?
Yeah. And then if for some reason I don't have time or it's too complicated to do like the branch pruning stuff, I'm fine with like moving the camera rotating stuff to right mouse button.
Oh.
Maybe WASD is fine, because if we do right mouse button, then they'll probably expect to be able to move the camera in like a spherical way instead of like a cylindrical way, you know?
Right.
So like
to just like see the exact top of
like
my face.
pitch and yaw around things.
Yeah. So maybe we'll keep WASD.
Camera might be one that we play with a little bit, because I think it does really affect the gameplay a lot.
Oh, it absolutely will, which is why I'm going to be
putting it on next.
He's going to be milking that hard.
I'm gonna milk you anyway.
Milking it anyway. All right, is that it? We'll call it there.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna be calling it. I'm gonna push the stuff to get. I'm gonna bed.
And Steven, like, you feel like you got like maybe something to get started with tomorrow in the morning?
Yeah.
You'll be up before me, presumably.
Yeah.
And then what I'm going to be working on is just like style frames. Style frames, and then maybe some samples of like what these bugs could be with the exact like sandwich that is. I think you probably already have like a image in your head of the sandwich.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think you need much direction there. Style frames will be my focus.
Coolio beans. Oh wait, let me double check something here. Is when I last that fucking picture, man. Holy shit, it's like a jump scare.
Yeah, that got me.
It's haunting.
I'm pretty sure the streamer widget on Ludum Dare's website's been broken since like a couple days before the jam.
Oh, it doesn't show the stream up.
It doesn't. Maybe I can find some like tags or something.
I'm sure the LD tag is still on Twitch.
Ludum Dare. All right. Is there like a tag that I can? Maybe I can just click one of the tags on my stream and then it'll show all of them. Okay, cool. We got some here.
Look, there's us.
There's us.
We're in the mix.
All right.
Just raid Adam.
Adam C. Yunis?
Oh, I know that guy.
Or the people whose stream title is Dare We Ludum?
Dare we Ludum?
I don't know. Dare you?
It looks like he's
what dare
not
you?
on yet. All right. We'll go to Adam. Why not? All right, we're back tomorrow. We'll see when I'm on. It'll be sometime between like 9 or 10 a.m., which is going to be like 8 to 9 a.m. your time, Andrew.
Yep.
And later for you, Steven.
Yeah, Steven, how 3 a.m. feeling?
3 a.m.
It's feeling like 3 a.m.
It's feeling 3 a.m.
Feeling like 3 a.m.
Right. Cool. I'm basically going to bed with not too many worries or hesitations, which is good.
Nice.
Yeah,
I'm feeling pretty good too. So
yeah.
Not bad. That's very meaningful.
Because literally all I have to do now is like camera rotation and balancey stuff, and then we basically have our gameplay there, and then we'll just need to wrap it all up into a loop, and then we'll have plenty of time for polish and sound design and all that fun stuff. So I'm hoping to have all of the gameplay mechanics done by like dinner time tomorrow, so that we can mess around with it, and then from there we'll package it all up into an experience that a player can actually enjoy.
Yeah.
And then once we have that, it's sound design heaven and visual poppiness.
Particles and audio galore.
Sir.
Oh my god, it's gonna be so crazy.
Right, but I am running out of time, so we'll see you all tomorrow. Love you, miss you, mean it. Later, Cabbage Patch. Bye. Let me end my stream.